Welcome once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the Katana Land Spring Open 2025 here at the College of Esports in London. My name's Enigma. I will be your host for today, but I'm joined once again by Joel. My friend, we just got to watch some fantastic highlights from day one. And I've got to ask, how was your first day out here?
Yeah, obviously completely new experience for me, never really been a part of this sort of world before.
Smashed it though.
Yeah, no, seeing the planes get loud, all stuff like that, that's what we do things like this for, so I'm sure today is going to be able to tip what we saw yesterday.
Oh, well, we are looking forward very much so to what's coming through our Sunday and deciding where that £3,000 is being handed out. But first, let's take a look back at the bracket from yesterday and find out exactly how that went. If you did miss it at all, you missed some absolute bangers. We had fairy tale runs, we had Game 5 round 11s, and in round 1 in particular, my friend, a lot of those results kind of went the way we were expecting, but that 3-2 there, P7 Dynasty seed 4 falling to seed 13 in August, that was done in the most dramatic of fashions.
It was, and it's probably not one that you'd imagine straight away was going to be the sort of statistical way to go straight through. Obviously calling in a counter UAV in the second to last round isn't on my bucket list, I must say, but other than that, dealing with adversity, that's what you're going to get in a land sort of environment. But nonetheless, August managed to pull themselves out of it and managed to see themselves through to the next round.
They did indeed, and I tell you what, managed to get that reverse sweep in, the counter UAV situation that ended with a forfeit, the round 11. It was all ridiculous, and if you missed it, trust me, that series was worth a watch. Round 2, I feel like a lot of the results kind of, again, went the way that we were expecting there. We got a bit of a run, though, from Drenga down at the bottom there, beating out Annex Seed 3. That Drenga team, definitely the fairy tale of this tournament 100%. So far. Unfortunately, though, they did fall in round 3 against X-Force Annex. But that Drenga team, the two owners are here. We interviewed one of them yesterday in Insanity. Wonderful, wonderful people as well. They've got a watch party going at home. IDK's family tuning in for this weekend. Moving on to the lower bracket, we get a look at some of the teams that unfortunately left us early yesterday. Excite Gaming, I felt like they looked like they had plenty. Sorry, Excite Academy looked like they had plenty of promise, but ran into P7 Dynasty, that team that were upset in the upper bracket. So therefore, they unfortunately matched a team that they're probably not expecting. But we did lose Mission Impossible, Excite Gaming, Excite Academy, and Official Weirdo very early. After that, Peachy Esports, Pain Nation, 7 Esports, and Mistaken Esports all left us as well, with that last one going to a Game 5 against Team Elite, one of the teams that's seen as a little bit of an underdog here. But for Pain Nation and P7 Dynasty, that was also settled this morning. We got to tune in and watch it a little bit because we set up a bit of a seating area here inside the Velodrome. And yeah, it's been one hell of a story so far. But of course, Championship Sunday. Time to settle a few things. Now, first game on main stage is going to be P7 Dynasty against Annex Esports. Now, if we could take a look at that Annex Esports roster and what they have been bringing to this tournament, Vega, UH, Sapphire, and Rush. These guys have been incredible, my friend, and I think there's a couple of superstars in particular that we want to focus on.
Yeah, absolutely, and speaking about Sapphire, obviously, this is the sort of area where going through to the next level, coming into a LAN experience, you never know how your capability is going to be, how different it is from online. But certainly he has by far stepped up to the mark, being 4th overall in the entirety of the tournament for overall KD, having a 1.38 is. If you're doing that on a map, you're giving your team the best opportunity to be in this position that we can see them in today. But that's not where it ends off. He has been very, very active across the board.
He has as well. Ben Sargent in the back here has been doing a wonderful job collecting everyone's stats. And I tell you what, there was one hell of a story to kind of pull together for this one. Sapphire also tied 3rd for Hardpoint KD. And by the way, Sapphire, if I'm wrong, do please correct me. I've been bouncing back and forth all weekend. 3rd as well for Control KD of a 1.41. Also 2nd for Control rating, and then 3rd for Control ticks per round. So not just getting involved in the slaying, also being a part of the objective play, which is incredibly impressive. I think as well for this Annex Esports team, you've got UH, who's been putting on as well, 3rd for hard point time for the team, so setting his team up to succeed, and then 4th as well for overall rating. So a lot of these big players really stepping on up. I think on the opposite side of things, though, we do have a way of getting this P7 team into this series if they perform. So let's take a quick look at what that P7 roster are bringing to this tournament. You are going to have Galaxy, Buster, CJ, T and Crumpets, and they are going to have to do something that they were doing yesterday if they want to stand a chance today.
Yeah, absolutely that, and it is going to be the members of this team that are going to be able to have the potential to maybe upset this this roster, especially in the search and destroy area. We've seen them be really, really strong throughout this tournament at that point. So if they can continue that, there's always the opportunity. And like we mentioned just before we got on here today, search and destroy wins championships.
Absolutely.
If you can do that today, you put yourself in the best opportunity to go make as run as far as you can.
100%. S&D wins championships. This is Championship Sunday. And for Championship Sunday, we've got you guys a special interview set up. Spud is going to be over there with Galaxy from P7 Dynasty, but also with Rush from Annex Esports. A little bit of a 1v1 to get us started here. Gentlemen, take it away.
I'm joined by Rush of Annex and Galaxy of P7 ahead of this next fixture. Anything to say, fellas? Rush, any thoughts on the game?
Well, it's going to be a good game. Quick slamming. Just a quick feel, but we keep it short and sweet.
Response to that?
I mean, it depends what team turns up for them. If it's the same team I watched yesterday get handed by the 11th seed, then we could have a good series, I reckon. If we show up like we can, I know we can win. So,
Any response to that one?
No comment.
No comment, fair enough. Right, lads, need some time for you to finish getting warmed up, so we'll go straight in, and then I'll be back here with one of you for whoever takes the series. So, yeah, best of luck, boys.
Thank you.
A little bit muted there.
Yeah.
I feel like there is that comment, quick 3-0. Actually, you guys were bad yesterday, so that gives us plenty of confidence into today. But I feel like a little bit of nerves actually starting to seep in. We spoke about this yesterday at the top of the show. Everyone's really happy as we're all warming up and getting to the stations. But once everyone starts to lock in, game faces are on. We're all a little bit nervy.
Well, yeah, this is what it is. You get yourself to a Sunday. But some of these people might not have been in this sort of environment and experience on a Sunday. Obviously, playing online is, as we know, completely different to an in-person sort of environment. So do the nerves settle in? How do people handle this sort of opportunity when someone is literally a couple of meters away from you and it might get loud? This is what we're hoping for.
Oh, yeah.
But that's what we're for.
Well, I mean, yeah, you're right. Opportunity, but also it's about how you perform under pressure. Can break you, but can mold you into a diamond. And these players are going to be put under pressure across a series of maps, of course. So let's take a quick look at what we have in front of us for this series. A hard point will kick us off on Protocol. It'll then be back to Protocol for the Search and Destroy. We've got Vault Control, then a Skyline hard point, and a Vault Search and Destroy. Anything from that, my friend, that you're looking at and thinking good for certain teams, bad for certain teams, especially considering the story that we're building into this, in the Annex are looking really good in those respawns, but don't feature any teams in the top 5s for S&D. On the flip side of things, P7 have some S&D presence for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. We've actually had the benefit of watching P7 on a Protocol this morning, so you guys at home won't have seen this one unless you've been checking out any of the other streams that I'm sure are going to be linked all around. But they have actually played a Protocol Search and Destroy this morning.
Okay.
They came out on top of it. So do they manage to carry that momentum through? If they are going to be able to put any sort of damage onto this Annex roster, it's going to come through the Search and Destroys. Like we've alluded to, Sapphire, he gets shooting. It's going to be a tricky day for any team that comes up against him. So not long till we find out.
No, not long at all. The players that were in the interview just getting back to their stations, make sure they're all locked and loaded. We are going to get a quick look at them here. You've got Galaxy there, sat second from left, who was in that interview, of course. He says that if the team that turn up for Annex that were here yesterday, then they're thinking that they can walk away from this victorious. Obviously, a lot of the statistics go against them. Overall KDs for the teams. For Annex, it's Vegas a 1.05, UH a 1.21, Sapphire a 1.38, and Rush a 1.34. That is a very different story over on P7. Only 2 players positive. Galaxy himself, to be fair, has a 1.13, and Buster rocking a 1.12. Those stats do not include this morning series that's coming into today. Ben is doing enough work, let me tell you. That guy's monster when it comes to spreadsheets and getting all the data together for us. But we've spoken a little bit about the S&D performance, and yes, Galaxy 83% win rate on those first bloods. That's actually kind of ridiculous, second across the whole tournament. But also Buster, when it comes to control, has the second highest control KD with a 1.47. So, you know, he's also number 1 when it comes to damage in control in terms of 10 minutes or per round. So very much so an opportunity, you know, if you steal away some S&Ds and then maybe Buster pops off on a control, we could be looking at a little bit of an upset. I'm wondering if we can quickly pull up the bracket again while we wait for this, because we just want to set the stakes here. We're obviously playing for £3,000, but these two teams are going to be in the lower bracket. Obviously, that winners finals waiting for you later for Avenge Esports and X-Force Annex. But we get a look at that bracket at the bottom there. Annex Esports of course, P7 Dynasty waiting then to go through and play against Auglis. On the opposite side of things, we've got Olympian Team Elite waiting to go through and play Drenga. It's an interesting lower bracket because, of course, P7 entered this so early. They've had to make the run from lower round 1. Annex, you know, they've come into this, but it's a case as well where, we get a quick look in at one of our side stations, but we do get a look in here at a bracket where the lower end of things in particular, it feels like everyone could beat each other.
Absolutely, they're here on a Sunday for a reason. When you come to a tournament like this, your first goal is to make sure that you make a Sunday. These teams have got the ability to take teams on. They've got themselves here to do that, and I'm sure there's probably not going to be as simple and straightforward as what it could be today. I think probably there's going to be a little upset. We could see another rematch between the Annex and the Auglis team, see how that one goes through, if they manage to go through past P7 here. But there's a lot at stake.
Yeah, I think P7 would love that matchup as well. Like, you got run over by a underdog for sure. So, you know, one of those moments, which, to be fair to P7, that could have been a moment that really rocked you. You know, your first game in, you again get reverse swept. You go into the game 5 S&D. You're up 5-4. One of you accidentally calls in the counter UAV. I'm not going to lie. If you call in the counter UAV and put me in that situation, then we lose the round 11. Looking at you in a slightly different way, my friend.
I think the fist bump might be a little bit more harder that time.
Yeah, I'm going in with some serious force for sure. But it's just a case of, like, you know, and then to do that in round 1, you've come into LAN. You don't know how you're going to perform on LAN sometimes when you walk into these situations. And then they turn around and manage to make the run as the two squads just finalise, getting themselves ready. I will say a couple more headsets on top of heads than we had just a moment ago. I can see that I think it's 6 players out of the 8 in the lobby. So we are getting ever closer, ladies and gentlemen, to this next game. What I will say, we do have plenty of storylines going into this one. Of course, Annex, the team that we're looking to win the respawns. P7, we're looking for them to pop off in the S&Ds, but we're looking for those star players that we've mentioned through the days to get them there. But what we do have is a star set of casters to take us through this whole series. It's going to be Pablo. It's going to be Chafing. Gentlemen, have yourselves a series.
Cheers, guys. I mean, perhaps we knew kind of when we get to Sundays, this is where you get your good gravy games, don't you, really, realistically? And we've got Seed 3 versus Seed 4. We know a hell of a lot, actually, about the Annex Esports players for the various rosters that they've played for. But realistically, this P7 Dynasty team is not going to be one that they're going to want to scoff at, because they've got a lot of ability to even get to this point now. Obviously, they had a bit of a hiccup in that winner's side of the bracket, but now they're slowly starting to power themselves through the loser's bracket here. So, again, this is one where we don't like planting flags at the best of times, but on this one, we're definitely not going to want to.
Hitting the flags from both of us, so don't worry about that. I think, obviously, this Saturday is always a bit of a hodgepodge, because you tend to get a lot of 3-0s on main cast, and then all the action happens on the side stations. And we obviously seen quite a lot of, you know, game 5s, quite a lot of big moments. But today is going to be the day where you get your main stage bangers. So expecting this one to start the day with an absolute, you know, I think it's going to be really exciting. We've got a lot of players that we know really well. We've got, you know, storylines. We've got players to look out for as well. Really excited. We've recently cast over a few of these players in the ES Hubland, and the kind of performances they were having. At times they were comparable to the Julians and Callums and Heptixes of the world. So we're very hopeful that they're going to be able to push on these players and apply some pressure to an Avenge roster that at the minute hasn't had an enormous amount of pressure applied.
Yeah, so
they've got to get there.
We'll focus on kind of the Annex Esports roster. Obviously, Vega is a player who throughout the years, obviously going way back when in Vanguard, when we first saw him under Vitalize, he's now pretty much cemented himself kind of into that top 16, pretty much guaranteed when it comes to some of these 2Ks. It's just a case of he doesn't necessarily play the game as much as he does or has done previously, but then he's found himself on a team where you've got a hell of a lot of kind of young ability on that, and it's probably in a position now where he finds himself kind of daddying the team, essentially, where he's got to essentially teach the guys how potentially to run certain situations, which a few years ago was the complete flip of it. So it's an interesting dynamic on that team. There's a lot of ability on it, especially as the guys mentioned in the respawns and hard points. They're going to look to try and drop those big numbers. When you look at kind of the raw stats across the tournament, there's a lot in respawn from this Annex Esports kind of populating that top 5, top 10. So they're probably going to look for that kind of similar ability, especially on some of these hard points. Saying that, they have to wait until that map 4 before they get a little bit more of a fast-paced hard point, because obviously Protocol is going to be that map 1.
Yeah, again, I think some of the players, particularly on Annex, are going to be looking forward to getting to Skyline if we do get to that map 4. I know Rush is claiming it'll be a 3-0, and don't get me wrong, there is the potential for that, but I think obviously it's a bit of ego going on there, because I think the P7 boys, both owners of both orgs very much committed to the scene. They've both got, kind of like challenger aspirations. We know that Lek at Annex is constantly looking for, the best team that he can put together, and we've seen the P7 boys, the other team, in challengers already. So it's also nice to see a lot of commitment in the community coming in, and a lot of love for challenges as well. But yeah, just want to get underway. What is, right, you can answer this, you play way more of this than I do. Why Protocol? Why is it so fashionable at the minute?
I don't know. I think it's more because I think teams have kind of realised it's a bit more of a balanced map in comparison to kind of the franticness of kind of that vault or that skyline hardpoint. So I think a lot of teams, especially the ones that want to try and play the game fundamentally correctly, they always want to try and play for those or veto those maps that can be a little bit of a wild card. So yeah, we're underway now onto map 1. And I believe the guys are going to tweak Infinity's name on that P7 roster, because I believe that is going to be Galaxy. So yeah, it's going to be an opportunity for the boys of Annex to really show what this team have got in their locker. Yeah,
obviously one of the players to look out for us is we cast over Rush when he was part of the Mistaken roster, was it, at ES Hub? Was it Mistaken? I was getting confused.
Yeah.
Rush, Rasco, Euphoria and Balance it was, and obviously Rush and Rasco as a duo were just incredible. But Rush can be a very, very quick player, someone who just high engagement, wins a lot of gunfights, and so it's going to be interesting to see whether P7 are going to be able to deal with that. But obviously these guys haven't had a huge amount of time to warm up.
Yeah, so already a little bit of time in favour of Annex. Rush though over towards top mid. We know how aggressive he is over towards the time, and there's another pick for him as he pushes over towards P2. One over towards the outside though, and that is going to be P7, at least with the early control. And it's going to be a case that Annex are going to have to try and scramble their way back over to it. So those red arrows on the side of P7 pretty much locked in. And more importantly, Pabs, they've got that rotation over towards that P3 side as well. So Annex, they're going to have to play for the time as well as play for new.
Yeah, absolutely. And it does look like there's going to be a break on that P2. But again, with only 17 seconds remaining, there's going to be a bit of scrap time. And if they do get that, it's going to give them a bit more than a slender advantage. But they are not at the minute set up for P3. But you can see Saphir just making his way around the back. And that is going to be controlled towards back P3, which is going to give them the opportunity now to be able to solidify that lead and put some distance between them. So Major P7 with a bit of work to do in the early stages of this first rotation.
Yeah, keep an eye on number 4 though in Buster, because he's around towards lockers, and nice double chow there coming through from P7 means they pretty much break straight back in. So that rotation from Annex has completely gone. Right, just puts the dagger straight through one and gets another one, and that is exactly what this man has to offer for this roster and for this tournament. Huge 2-piece from him. His team though still can't get the kills regardless of that 3-piece that he's able to produce.
Right, the player's just been chef top zip. That's insane. Rush gets a 3-piece. It is going to be all square though, so to no avail if you're an Annex fan, not going to add any extra time. It is going to be Team Crumpets who's going to be just kind of scooping up the latter part of that 20 seconds. He is going to get dealt with by UH though, so a little bit of scrap time just going to go the way of Annex as everyone starts to try and get into preparation for this about to implode P4. And this is going to get pretty sketchy because it does look like both teams are ready to rumble. Usually you do get one team in charge of this when they kind of rotate early, but this might be a little bit of a battle.
Vegas holding the close push. There's going to be 2 players here. Surely the call is that they're weak, and it is, and the aspiring kind of SMG players behind are able to mop up those remainers. So it will be the case that UH out the gates very, very fast indeed. 12 and 8 from him. But on the flip side, P7 not necessarily being blown out of the water as of yet, but now this break is going to be the all-important one. One pick over towards Spiral is going to allow the flood. There's the first body in, but Rush again. There's another 2-piece. Oh, there's the third as well. One-man army springs to mind. His teammates are falling around him, but it doesn't matter. There's every single player dropping from the big man.
UH 12 and 8, and I think Rush was on a 6 and 6 at that point. Now he's on a 5 streak, nearly 12 and 8 himself. Incredible performance to solidify the rest of that time, and that's potentially going to give his team the opportunity to get that scrap time as well. So a really solid hold on what can be a difficult one, particularly if you're not set up on the kill, and they've done such a good job relying on Rush for that before this second rotation does pop. But that's going to be the first real air between the two teams in this hard point.
So P1 pretty much ready to go. Top zip though, nice work. A couple of kills coming through from CJ just to try and command a bit of map control in the early time. You've got T and Crumpets who's kind of playing that objective, but on the flip side you've got the remaining teammates. Buster's got a little bit of time, but nobody else is contributing at the moment. Obviously CJ, more importantly, just trying to lock down lanes and win gunfights. He is at least doing the latter of that. He's got to try and get a couple more. There's another pick over towards that mid-gun area, which you see a lot of the AR players get control. One player over towards Zip is going to land straight back on his backside. So really good work there from CJ, and his team are now starting to convert a little bit of time.
Yeah, they need this as well. I think this is going to be able to tie things up and potentially just get them just short of tying it up, but it is going to require this mid-control, and right now it is going to be Annex just looking to try and push forward, but they've been largely dealt with and now do seem to be stacking over towards that side. It is going to be time to start thinking about that P2 though. We have got to play a double positive as well in CJ, 18 and 9, really dragging his team through in terms of kills, but again, for the first part of that first rotation, they weren't really able to convert those kills into time. Well, that's changed now as we see the game tied up with a minute left on to be able to get as much time as possible on this P2, but it is going to be a tricky one as these arrows converge upon each other, Major. It is going to be CJ with a quick pick, manages to play his life, and he's going to push through tower to try and get a bit of control.
Yeah, nice work there from CJ, and his teammates as a result of it are going to form pretty much good, strong setup ready for this P2. UH though with the first pick, that's going to at least open an entry, but another pick comes through from Vega. Can't quite get the second off though. It's going to be Buster that's going to be able to get another 2-piece this time for his team, and it will be P7 now with 25 seconds remaining on this time that are now going to force Annex to try and rotate a little bit earlier than they probably would have liked, but the kills are just still constantly going P7's way at the moment. Annex pinned back over towards back grannies. Oof, wow. Okay, miss a couple of bullets and UH will punish you, that's for sure. Everyone on the side of Annex now just slowly converging around the hill. Number 6 Rush is going all the way around the back just to try and spawn those red arrows out. One player in Buster already spawned out, and you can see now the Sharks slowly assembling around the players in the hill. Quality stuff, good trades, and they're in towards it.
Yeah, absolutely. This could be a tale of rotations at the minute. Obviously, Annex able to do so well in that first rotation. Ooh, that's going to be a tricky one as he goes for a little dip. And again, it's going to be, P7 looking to try and solidify their lead in the second rotation. It's going to be CJ coming in behind.
Break.
And that is another good break from him. It is going to require a bit more of a hold, though. This one, a bit of a tricky one, but it is potentially going to be a push from the front for the boys of Annex.
Yeah, CJ going to fly into potentially a world of pain, though. He's able to at least get 1 kill, but Rush grabs 2, and his teammate in Vega is able to drop the 3rd, and last man standing again is going to be Rush. Had a bit of a slow period there for the last couple of hills, but now with 3 in a row, finds himself again with an opportunity to try and slay through, and UH, meanwhile, is able to grab 3 kills on the fly. Rush flies out to make the trade, so Annex, again, still just playing a little bit of scrap time, kind of working on big moments, though, Pabs. They're really relying on kind of those 5 streaks from reliable players like UH, like from Rush, and you do worry if this doesn't continue throughout the whole map that they might get punished for some of these fundamentals.
Yeah, absolutely. I think one of the things that the P7 really needs to think about is that Rush seems to really enjoy the close quarter elements. Like his reactions, his game awareness seems to be, he can get a 1-piece, he knows where the next player is coming through. I think they're going to need to be able to challenge him at that level because he's largely held down 2 very difficult kills and got them around 40 or 50 seconds worth of time. So P7 with a little job to do there as we see the lead does flip back over partway through this rotation. So UH as well, player 28 and 19 as they team up for a 5-streak. Incredible performance so far.
Yeah, he has had their number at the moment in bunker. Really good work from him. Nobody's going to drop anytime soon. Oh, no, never mind. There he is over the top from Buster. Unfortunately, he goes down as well. So that's a really, really strong hold on that hill. And UH with 5 in a row now, pushing that 1.5 KD out furthermore, is going to grant them a little bit of a cushion as we go towards the new hill. It looks at T and Crumpets again. Going to be ready on the P1. He has been spotted, though, by UH, so you would anticipate the Chow is going to come through any second now. He's going to try and swing it and unfortunately gets shot down by those ARs commanding over the top side of the map. And it will be, again, another opportunity. P7, they've held it quite a substantial amount of time on P1s now in the couple of rotations that we have seen. And it looks as though they're continuing it again here.
Yeah, it's been a battle of P4 to P1 really more than anything else. Annex been holding P4 really well. Obviously, a bit of PTSD coming in for P7 as the first rotation they got absolutely decimated, and P1 just seems to be being a bit of a money hill for the boys of P7. And again, it's who's going to break the serve in terms of being able to take control or chain a couple of these hills together. It is about a 10-second game. Plenty of time on this P1 to tie things up, or for the boys of Annex to just stretch the lead out. And it's going to be one of the players you would expect if Vega was able to pick up a few more kills, and Sapphire would potentially go the way of Annex, as a lot of the team on P7 seem to be contributing reasonably well. We've got Galaxy, who's only partially off the fact he's just tied his KD, and T and Crumpets, it doesn't matter, 17-24, but he's got 137 on the hill, so right now it is a very, very close game. We did say we might have a banger today.
Yeah, so he's going the distance at the moment for what it seems another 2-piece from UH. He really is dragging the boys through the muds of protocol. and they now have Vega soaking up the time. So the next push going to be the important one here. Annex do not really want to allow another clean break from P7 here. Over towards top mid. Safi can't win the gunfight. A couple of gunfights go in favour of P7 yet again, and the break is in. Tian Crumpets is on the time. The Knife of Rush that time is not going to benefit him, and P7 find themselves on the hill.
Yeah, this is a first P2 that they've really had an opportunity to take control of. It is still fairly close though, as you can see those cyan arrows about to converge over towards the hill. It is going to be a gunfight that is going to require the 2-piece, not able to get it, so control still with P7. They're still slenderly off the lead though. They are about to tie things up. With only a handful of time remaining, it is potentially time to think about that P3 push. And Major, look to your left, you can see number 3 and T and Crumpets about to potentially have a big old Barney with Zafir.
Yeah, that gunfight's going to be potentially massive. Rush is working his way up Spiral, and there's a bit of a rogue spawn actually, I think, for Buster number 4. So Zafir spotted him, hasn't got the kill coming through though, so you would anticipate those players are still going to start spawning out parallel to each other. Number 2 and number 7 spawn up, and actually there's a spawn in the back for Vega, which is really beneficial, but they've still not located Buster, who's still in the back as Rush tries to watch the front of the time. He's able to spin around to tag him up a little bit, but now you've got the close spawns coming through for P7. Next engagements are huge. UH is again able to grab another one. This man is a mountain on the map for now. 42 and 25. Annex on the time, and the contest is still here.
Yeah, this has been big plays from UH as well as considerable contribution, 43 seconds as well, but it is going to be P7 who managed to get over onto the hill. That potentially going to give them a bit of scrap time. Annex still realise how important that time could be, so it is going to be a push across. There is a spawn for Galaxy out back. In fact, quite a lot of the team of P7 are now spawning out, so this potentially could give Annex the opportunity to get onto a hill and control a hill they've been so good at all game.
Yeah, UH another one, 45 from him. And now this is the difficulty that P7 face, because Annex can win off this one, and they've got the pinch, but unfortunately T and Crumpets dies on the pinch, so they're going to have to maybe push down Spiral and through that big open door at the front of the hill. Shots going in from UH. There's another one for him. Any trades? Question mark. No, none in sight for this man. Oh my God, none in sight whatsoever. He's 2 off 50. His teammates now 17 off 250 to get this map done. Everyone now on the side of P7 is going to start scrambling, but the person they're running towards is the man who has butchered them all map long. Everyone's flying in. They finally get some trades going. They do get on the time and just about get on, but Annex, they only need 9 seconds. You've still got a couple of players from P7 here though. They've got to try and dig in, but the kills go through for Annex once again. Galaxy, CJ have got to fly onto the time. You've got to contest. You've got to stop the clock, at least for now, but nobody is there to be able to do it any longer. Annex will fly through to the end of that map, and 50 kills on the map for that man. Holy crap, someone trade him.
What a start to Championship Sunday for UH. Do you think he might be warming up almost a 2KD? Drops of 50. Are you messing with me? Man, my thumbs would be dislocated if I even attempted that. Incredible performance at times, mate. UH and Rush were unplayable. I mean, we saw a 4-piece from Rush twice, maybe. We saw UH going 2 pieces, 3 pieces consistently. P7 just could not deal with the capability. That was the kind of play that we'd see out of someone like Callum, that kind of insane quick play. Mate, I don't want 40 non-traded kills. I'm off. I'm putting the headset down. I'm gone, guys. 40 non-traded. Have you ever seen 40 non-traded kills?
I struggle to get 40, let alone 40 non-traded.
Ever? Does anyone want to shoot him back? P7, are you there? What the hell, man? Pick your pads up or send them back to scuff, because you've got to get your trade. Fundamentals, boys. 40 non-traded, mate.
Oh, there you go. You used to be their coach, mate. You grilled him.
I mean, what the hell? I mean, I remember what you see. I think F. dropped like a 32 non-trade, and I remember thinking that was amazing. But 40 non-traded for 50 kills. Only 10 of his kills he got traded out. Just 10 in a hard point.
Oh, there you go. Championship Sunday, mate. And obviously UH wants to go all the way for all the beans, so...
He's just got all the kills. There's no one left for anyone else.
That was a close map, and he's dropped 50. Like, if he doesn't have a game like that, then P7 take that map, which is probably, again, another position that we see teams kind of have time after time in some of this bracket play, where they think, we could have won that series. If we didn't have 50 dropped on our red on a map 1, we'd take that one. And if it goes to a game 5 and they don't manage to take it the whole way and win it, then they're just going to be like, how on earth have we lost that map?
Wait,
yeah.
But sometimes players just have those 50 moments. Dropped on the head. Right, but as long as another player on their team is dropping similar and they're trading him, at least, make him work. just to put some pressure to it. But yeah, it's just, we often talk about hardpoint's a great game mode because you don't necessarily need to slay out, because you can kind of get negative KDs, and as long as you're being a hill kitten and you're getting your kills in defense while you're on the hill, then you can win. And it's a kind of an odd look, but it does work. We've seen plenty of great players do it. Karma-led teams have done it over the years. But like when you're getting 50 dropped on you, but 40 of them are non-traded, they're kills in the hill when you're getting breached, they're kills in the hill when they're holding, they're transitional kills. Like, you've got nowhere to go, and that's two players worth of score right there in terms of stats. So UH, I mean, he's carried a team that already got like decent stats. So it's just it's a close game in terms of that, but in terms of time, but like they went to P4 and the P7 never dealt with P4.
Yeah.
Like, they were okay on P1, but they just could not deal with how Rush and UH just enjoy that close quarter combat.
I was going to say, I think the kind of those maps where they were more AR dominant, that was where P7 seemed to get the lion's share of time that they managed to kind of put together, and then anything that was kind of close quarters where the SMGs, and say the duo of kind of UH and Rush were able to close that distance, that's when they were just able to thrive. And to be honest, like we've seen Vega over previous iterations run SMG, and he's very quick, very fast paced, so those kind of fast engagements, they really do manage to break in consistently with a fast team. So yeah, incredible stuff from them, and obviously going into the search and destroy now. But I mean, we call it time after time, mate. Map 1 can be incredible for one player. Oh, we're actually replaying map. Oh my god, you can't write it, can you? We're actually replaying map 1 because Annex broke a GA. You're not on camera, luckily, but yeah, Pabs isn't happy. Pabs is not happy. I can't believe that. Oh my god.
We've only got so many words. It's Sunday. Oh my days.
No. Oh. We were getting so excited for that. That was going to be one of the games for the ages, and then after all that, it didn't really count. Do we know what GA was broken by any chance? Is it trophies? A gun. Oh, attachments on a gun.
Who's gone?
Oh, don't tell me it was UH. Was it? Oh, fuck off.
I smelt a rat. I did smell 140 non-traded.
Yeah, so apparently he had long barrel, which was the pre-nerf kind of change to it. But I mean, man, that's so annoying as well. Yeah, so they shout out to P7 actually. They've agreed to do a replay of the map rather than just straight up forfeit them. But I mean, oh man, I'll tell you what now. If he goes and does it with no GAs broken, then I think you've just got to say, well played, mate. At that point, you just got to say fair enough.
He might need a few more milligrams because I think he's just used them all. Because honestly, that was, I don't know what to say. Like, he's going to have to really. That's going to be hard though. How do you come from a performance like that, and then you've got to come back into the map?
It's such a deflator, isn't it? Like, mentally, you've had such a good map, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh, we've got to do it all over again. And the thing is, as well,
his fist was tighter than ever when he bumped that. Like, yes. And then now it's like, no, mate, you've used the gun that probably got you 15 more kills than you deserved. Like, and especially when you consider how effective it can be at a very particular distance. So yeah, that probably explains a thing or two. But maybe now it's the opportunity. Rush is probably thinking, hang on a minute, I usually get more kills than this fella. What's going on here? And he's like, light bulb moment. Maybe I can step up now. But again, it's an opportunity for P7. This is the way the cookie crumbles, isn't it? So it's just gone full Jim Carrey for some reason at this minute. You just get a teleprompter out, and I'll be like,
it's like all of the moments that we saw in that map 1. We pretty much just got to chalk it and try and forget about it. So.
What did we just hear and produce that? They've got nice jerseys.
They've got nice jerseys, yeah. There you go.
They have. Cannot lie, they are very nice. But yeah. So, I mean, we didn't want to plant the flag prior to the game. Now we've essentially got a free warm-up. So, you know, we've got a free warm-up.
Yeah.
What way is it going to go? Who could you pick now that it's going to be an even playing field? Because they still looked amazing, Annex, but that was a close game.
Yeah. Well, while we wait for that map to get started, we'll have a quick look at the bracket for the day that's upcoming, because there's obviously a couple of talking points, Paz, that we didn't really get a chance to touch on. Obviously, P7, there's a potential for a rematch actually in the losers bracket. Up against August in that losers round 4. Obviously, you can see there that game number 3 where they lost it in game 5. That was the thing that dumped them down in that losers bracket, and that was one of the games yesterday that we were saying kind of if there was an upset, that was probably going to be it. And then kind of on the flip side, Annex, obviously they had a bit of a similar story in that they managed to get through their first game, but then they flopped kind of against Drenga, really, that 11th seed. So, but again, Drenga they've been kind of one of the teams that have been slept on potentially a little bit here. McCoof and the boys have looked phenomenal throughout the whole time, and obviously they had that game 5 yesterday where they weren't quite able to get it over the line. But yeah, you're looking at that kind of that losers round 4 game where we might have that rematch between P7 and August. So that will be that'll be a really good game potentially, and potentially another game 5. So we can't complain.
And August, I think, obviously, I know the kind of story of that was that county UV where they prospered, but they started to win that round 11 and to get the ice in the veins, kind of. But obviously, Drenga have been kind of. It's hard to say the surprise because obviously we don't get to cast over all the players and all the teams very often, but I think for the other teams that are competing here, they've been a surprise, and it's been on the back of someone like McCoof's movement is absolutely stellar. Is it IDK? He's unbelievable. Like, he's so good. I'm pretty certain.
I think
it's Drenga. He's unbelievable, just an incredible player. So yeah, a couple of players that maybe have just, I think they were known within certain elements of the community, but I think they just, absolutely surprised everyone at LAN.
We do have that sometimes where you kind of have a team that just on LAN on their day. I mean, one kind of team and set of players before. I remember at the Katana LAN before with V7 with Shawnee Codd's team, with those guys, they were just so good on LAN. Nobody kind of expected them to go as far as they did. But again, if you can live up to the moment, then that's kind of you've got to run with it really. So yeah, we are. It's not deja vu, guys.
Deja vu.
We're back in to map number 1. Somebody check UH's gun, make sure he's got the right thing on the end of it, otherwise I don't want to do this map again. But yeah, he has got the right attachment on, you can see it there. So yeah, P7, they're obviously going to look to try and get a little bit of a regain off the back of that one, and this man on your screen here is going to look to try and emulate what he's just done.
It's just 2 gunfights. He didn't finish the kill, possibly because he doesn't have long battle on. The second one he gets melted, so maybe we are back to regular Earth kind of play. So it is going to require a bit more of a team effort from the boys, and what that might also mean is those very close quarter P3, P4 might be a little bit more well balanced and might give P7 the opportunity to actually break and be able to hold. Well, now that they're going to get absolutely decimated.
I was going to say, well, the attachment he had was long barrel, so up close and personal, it's not really going to benefit you in comparison to the G8 attachment. So you're probably going to get a similar story if P7 play it the same. But one thing that is for certain is that P1, again, P7, they just know how to play it. So 35 seconds on the cards already for the boys of Annex. They are ready to go for that P2. It's going to be Vega soaking up the time, and the nade's going to be met with a trophy on the other side. So good work from Annex already getting it in. The player dropping in, though, is going to be CJ, going to get some shots into a couple of players both weak. The comms should be there, and the trades should come through now from P7. And now it's just going to be a case of who's potentially going to win the next engagements. Nice shots there from UH. Attachment or not, crispy as you like. Oof! Oh! Almost.
Maybe in the last game that would have been a 3-piece, but now that we've got a level playing field, it's a bit more straightforward. But now we've got CJ dropping a 10 and 3. He's on a 4 streak, joined by T and Crumpets on a 2 streak. So we're just starting to see a slightly different story to the one that we saw in the very first matchup. It's going to be quite a bit of air between the two teams. So whether not only I can't imagine that's had this much of an impact on UH, but it might have had an impact on Annex as a team.
Well, P2 sees the team in red push that lead out even further, and they've got the first man in the time again. Nice shots there from T and Crumpets, 5 in a row now for him. Currently 10 and 3, should get shot, and he does. So no streaks as of yet. Rush finds himself in the time, now looking to try and get some. It's going to be, unfortunately, a position where his teammate in UH is going to be all alone. I'm feeling eerily blue as everyone is dropping around him. Safi with a big 2, not going to get the third though. His teammate though, Vega, in the time goes down as well. And you're a bit worried now for Annex because there's been a couple of opportunities where they've had good players in good positions, but they just keep getting broken time after time. Another 2-piece comes through from P7, and again, every single hill just seems to be a bit of a mess from them, and P7 just keeps soaking up the time.
Yeah, now you've got kind of like what we would have expected, I guess. Rush is doing really well, but he's getting the kills mainly and not getting a lot of time. And then we've got players who are almost double neg. So UH has gone from being an all-star to kind of 5 and 10 now. I know it's early days, but you're also joined by Vega and Safir, who are almost double neg. So they need to kind of contribute way more if they want to get into this. This is going to start to slip away from them. Now, this is going to be a good indicator for us because they were amazing on P4 on every single rotation. And with that changes, now this could be a completely different game. And we might have to make a public apology to P7.
So P7 ready to go. UH gets a kill over towards Spiral. Rush is going to fall, though, which is going to make it a little bit more difficult. CJ with a big 2. He's going to get the 3rd as well from CJ, and really good work from him and TM Crumpets. You can see the double positive from CJ and just a little bit more from TM Crumpets. And on the flip side, the slaying of Annex has just completely deflated off the back of that rematch, pretty much. It will be a couple of players pushing through for potentially a good chunk of scrap time. 20 seconds is still a good amount of it. Buster, though, oh, nice work. They do manage to sniff him out and spot him. So it will be probably the best chunk of time that Annex have had for the last 2, potentially 3 hills.
Yeah, I think we did say how strong they can be on this hill, so it has been a case of they've managed to hold that. It is still going to be Rush kind of as the kill leader, 14 and 10 with 17 seconds. Time has been their issue, though, as they are kind of on the precipice of being 100 seconds behind. It isn't only going to be 17 seconds required, and it's going to be control of P1. That is the hill that P7 were largely very successful on in the first, in the 3 rotations we did get of the first kind of iteration of this game, but it is going to be a little bit more pressure applied by Annex, so a bit more of a sea change, but those red arrows in good positions potentially to try and retake control of this with only 30 seconds remaining on the hill.
Vega's got a couple of players nearby. Oh, the timing. There's that player out towards the back. Nope, gets shut down straight away from TM Crumpets again. 21 and 11 out of him. Russian UH, though, going to manage to at least get on the hill. Only short-lived, though, because Buster and TM Crumpets are just mopping up everyone around them. And again, there's still going to be an opportunity for them just to keep pushing this lead out. And when you start to approach the 100-point mark, that's when it starts to get very, very dangerous. And it looks as though, again, it's going to be a 3 dead, potentially 4. And it is. Everyone drops on the side of Annex again.
Yeah, it's going to be...
Rush needs help.
A bit of work required. They are again on the precipice of being 100 seconds behind, and it's going to require some big moments. Right now, Rush does need a bit of assistance. Obviously, a completely different game for UH and Vega and Sapphire. You talked about Vega of old was such a quick, such an accurate SMG player. Was so used to, I associate him straight away with Berlin, vitalising that kind of pace that he would bring in accuracy. But right now, heavily on the struggle bus, and it is going to be P7 completely in control right now. And again, they've managed to very contested P1 in the second rotation, but they've largely taken a good chunk of time out of this P2. But they're slowly starting to eke away at the time. It's not. They've slowed down a little bit. There's a little bit of a pace change, but again, the difference in time, if they allow this to get to 170, 180, Annex are in the struggle bus.
They're being blown out of the water now. They're down 100, and that scrap time again is still going to go in favour of P7. So Annex have decided they're going to chalk it off, play for new. But again, that first pick comes through, so Vega drops again over towards the new rotation, and it's going to enable CJ to push his way over towards top trips. There's going to be a few players still around. Rush with a big 2, Sapphire with a 3rd. It is going to at least grant them an opportunity to get onto the time, but Rush flies in through lockers. He goes down, and the flip is in. Annex spawning out once again. It doesn't matter how many times they rotate. They just seem to drop players all the time, and it's just going to punish them hill after hill, as we're seeing once again.
Yeah, it's going to be a player pushing out in Buster, very confident, and it's going to get him dropped, but he's going to have the information that 2 players are front, and that's going to be a straight kill for CJ. He gets that reaction kill, and then he gets the second on Sapphire. So 175 plays 59. That is going to be control for P7 of this P3, and it is going to be, I mean, if you're an Annex fan right now, Lek must be sat there just thinking, what is going on? This is a Jekyll and Hyde performance.
This is like 2 completely different teams. I don't know what on earth we're seeing now. Obviously, the 50 kills that UH provided before was a huge factor into why they made it close, but I didn't think it was going to be like this kind of level of it. Rush still doing his utmost at 24 and 16. But I say the other 3 players, so you look at Sapphire, double negative, Vega really struggling with around a 0.6. It's just going to be so difficult for them to get back in this game if they can't manage to do it. But now in towards the hill that was so good to them last time, Vega trying to finesse his life, does a really good job of it. UH mops up 2, a lot better in the opening stage of this hill now from Annex. They're going to have to form an absolutely monstrous regain here, and it's going to have to be formed off the bottom of the hill that was pretty useful to them last time.
Yeah, if anyone can do it, though, this Annex roster does have the capability. It has the power in the tank, but they do need to sit forward a little bit more and go through the gears right now. And there's going to be Vega on this more kind of preferred P4, but they get broken again as CJ just being very, very good all game. 25 and 18
again
with 111. Annex cannot hold a hill to save their lives. On the precipice of being clubbed at 92 seconds, I'm sure they'll be able to pick up a bit of scrap, but with 13 seconds remaining, they just haven't been able to dominate in any way, shape or form. Rush gets dropped again. They do get 3, but it is going to be UH with a team kill major as P7 breach 204.
Well, they've only got potentially one last good go at this now, do Annex, and it's got to be impeccable hard point from this point on. They are this time ready for new. Vega shuts down 1 over towards top trips. And I think that was Galaxy that was able to get shredded on that occasion, but they're going to have to try and keep an eye on that kind of top trips area, because that's usually where players can get absolutely destroyed from if you get the short straw. They don't have mid-map control though, and it's going to grant Buster a couple of kills. CJ drops the third, and everyone goes down again from Annex, so they're going to try and push their way over towards the time. The trophies are now out though. T and Crumpets slowed down a little bit for now, but his teammates still picking up the slack around him, and this man on the screen is going to get on the time once again. CJ picks off one, and it will still be 20 seconds of time, which Annex cannot afford to give them.
Yeah, absolutely. You talk about perfect COD, that is like not losing the hill, that is being prepped for the next hill, that is winning every gunfight, and right now they are not even close to doing it. UH is negative 21 and 31. Only Rush really right now in a positive situation. Sapphire approaching double negative for Lord knows nearly 60 interactions and only 17 seconds. This is a different performance coming out of Annex's P7. A complete team performance across the board. 120, 59, 52, 109 in terms of time. This has been a much better performance from them.
Well, they're spawning them down towards Boathouse, but where Sapphire's pushed all the way through, are they going to read the spawns of the two players now that are going to drop from top mid? Most likely not. Rush has got to try and play his life here on the time, but he's one shot, and now P7 going to get back on the time. You've got a lot of control now over towards the hill. They don't have to even play for P3. They can just try and control it from this point onwards. So it's going to be number 6 Rush again, trying to play the contest over towards the time. He's going to fly in, but meanwhile, out the back, his teammates are getting cut down left, right, and centre. Rush wins a huge one, though, on the time, just to stop the rot, at least for now. But the unfortunate thing for them now, Pabs, is they've got to try and play that rotation, and you can already see Buster still smells blood. He still smells blood, and he's not quite going to get that scrap time, but his team have got the rotation.
Yeah, 36 and 28 coming out of Buster. We need to check whether he's got long barrel running, because that is some performance. 119 on the hill, on the time as well. P7 looking like a much better proposition in this hard point. It is going to be, unfortunately, player drops over towards it, but it's still control of P3 right now.
No.
They are absolutely blowing Annex out of the water.
Yeah, they've got to go in. Rush, is he going to be able to produce a magical moment? What corner do you check? That's the question. There's so many to check. They managed to win a gunfight. There's still only 3 seconds remaining, though. In goes the bait. Where do the kills go? It's going to be another pick that comes through. I think this time for Galaxy. They try and hold on. They're flying in for love and money. It's everything going. The kitchen sink, the lot. And there you go, Pabs. Map 1. Wow. We've had a replay. Map 1 again. Completely different story.
I did not see T and Crumpet serving Annex for breakfast in that map 2. An incredible performance out of P7. And again, you've got to ask, they were offered the option for a forfeit and they didn't take it. They said they want to play and they felt confident. And now you think about it, is that a psychological blow, a confidence blow? Now to Annex, you've got to think, we've been blown out the water. It was an absolute performance from P7.
Yeah.
Now we've got to go to an S&D where potentially we're not the favourite. So this could be a very, very interesting moment for Annex in terms of regaining and trying to just get positive.
Yeah, well, we have a look at the scoreboard. So CJ 37 and 26 out of him. Buster dropping 40. The engagements and the kills so high in that one. And then on the flip side, I think it was Sapphire that was 20 and 40. So yeah, really, really rough one there on the flip side of it from Annex. And that's one where, yeah, the pain of having to do a restart after such a hype moment, you do consistently see it, don't you, where it can go from one extreme to the other.
Yeah.
And we've just seen it again there.
I think, honestly, in terms of the way I think about it, they were offered the option to just take the straight 1-0. And they didn't, so in many ways, like, that's a bold play, isn't it? Like, that's an easy dub, isn't it? And then all of a sudden they're like, no, we'll actually want to play it. I think we can do this. And I think if you look at the stat, we said this kind of at the end of that first game, that was a very, very absurd outlier of a scoreline. If you looked at everyone else's stats, they were actually relatively similar in terms of time, in terms of kills from Rush and from Sapphire and Vega. So I suppose in their mind they're thinking, actually, if we get UH onto a regular gun and regular class setup, that we could potentially do this, which is exactly what they did. Yeah,
so map 1 very, very strong. Map 2, obviously, Pabs will kind of touch upon it a little bit as we get ready for it. But yeah, it's going to be a search and destroy on protocol. And we the guys flagged it up on the desk. These P7 boys seem to be pretty tasty when it comes to search and destroy. So the fact that Annex have dropped that respawn, which you're kind of looking as being their heavy hitter game mode, obviously the fast-paced kind of nature of that team in respawn should click pretty well. But unfortunately, with the kind of the circumstances that we had, it just wasn't meant to be. So looking now again, we're still on protocol, we're still on search, so it can be a little bit one-dimensional in some of the some of the greatest of times. But yeah, we'll have to see what this P7 roster can do, because we've not actually seen them so far run search and destroy, but the stats don't lie. They seem very good at it.
Yeah, I think obviously we were talking about how good the likes of Rush, likes of UH are in close quarter kind of situations, and obviously dropping into that kind of bunker S&D. The bunker bomb site is going to be like bread and butter, but a Buster look very comfortable, and obviously 250 to 146. I mean, we should. I wish we had a little sub heading that just said what the
little caveat. Yeah.
But yeah, going into a proto S&D, does it play into the hands technically of Annex, because it comes down to a little bit of strategy and a little bit of they looked so comfortable at times in that close quarter in the first one, even Rush did, but I think this is a time now for Vega to step up, to want to see Rowan as the player that we know him of old. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I was going to say, because when he obviously played at Middlesbrough with Smudge, Rico and those guys, it was a very much a case of, that was the Vega that we were used to seeing, very, very consistently good, especially in those kind of fast-paced action moments. But he did have a bit of a hiccup there on the protocol, it must be said. It was a little bit of a struggle, and we've got a little bit of a live one. I'll tell you what, the chair's got memed on the timeline, but there's quite a few people asking for him now. Dalfie knows where it's at. Yeah.
I think Safir or UH, I'm not sure who's got one as well. So obviously the big comfy chair is foregone. Do you want to get locked in and feel like they're at home? Dalfie, one of the players we saw yesterday, he did get memed a little bit on the by the broadcast with the whiffy shots, but he's actually played really, really well. We've seen him get some big three pieces and stuff. In terms of the Vega timeline, I guess we just want to be able to see him kind of, obviously, the roster that he was on at Middlesbrough was a very, very good roster. Smudge is, regarded as one of the best S&D players kind of around, I suppose.
It's a shame he doesn't play anymore, Smudge, because I think he would have been a phenomenal player if he kept going.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think he was very well respected and just a top player. And obviously, Jay Enrico, another player, greatest Dutch player. I'm sure he wants me to say this. And also the king of the cookies as well. So next time I see you, get me some cookies, man. But a very good roster that provided good support. This roster feels a little bit more rogue. So Smudge providing the brains, Rico providing a lot of the capability.
He had a good balance, didn't he?
Yeah, it did, yeah. And I think this one's a bit more rogue. Like, Rush is very quick. I don't think he's necessarily overthinking strategy. I think he's looking to get as many kills as he can muster in a game. And obviously UH is playing that role, but I wonder how that impacts Vega.
But this is, I think this is kind of the question mark that I've got personally, is kind of who is that player that is going to kind of do the dirty work, slow it down when they need to, because usually for a good balanced team you need to have that at least one player that does it. We spoke about kind of Paddy Infinity on the roster that he's on, and the ability that team's got. He's the one that, regardless of how frantic it gets, he's always the person doing the dirty work and the stuff that can be a bit boring, let's be honest, where you're playing for the new hill, you're sat there, you might have 10-15 seconds where you don't see anybody, but that one gunfight that you have, that all-important one that you have, is one that you're able to win. And it's kind of a case now, looking on that roster, because of the talent that they've got, I struggle to see who that player is off the back of that map, because again, there was a lot of kind of the open areas of the map, especially on the P1, where P7, where they just had, T and Crumpets did a really good job of it, of just kind of providing kind of that overarching cover for the players on the time. And even just holding a lane and not necessarily overchalling or pushing something like without being too eager, because it is very easy for some teams to think there's 45 seconds left on the hill, keep pushing up. But sometimes you just need to hold where you are and essentially play the power positions and kind of force the onus on the other team to come to you. And I think that's kind of potentially what we saw from Annex in that one.
I think there's always that fear that they kind of like, not conga line into it, but when there's like 40 seconds, the fear is, they've got 20 seconds. If you can just get a contest in, and even if you can just take someone off the hill, make sure that you're contesting and make sure that they don't do that 40-20 split, to keep the game tight until you find your rhythm, and then really emphasize on the kills that you know you're good at. That's going to go a long way to helping them. But you're right, who is that player going to be? Because we know Vega's probably trying to think about doing that job, but we know that his natural game is the kind of game that we're seeing Rush do, the kind of game that we saw UH do. So I just wonder whether playing against his natural ability, it's great to try and improve yourself, and obviously to try and find a new way to play as you get older and you team with different people, and you can recognise that their gunny is amazing maybe compared to yours, but playing against in nature can be quite difficult.
I think the thing is as well, like this P7 dynasty, obviously they're they're 4th seed for a reason. They've got a lot of pro points in the team, and I believe the 4 players that they have got have played pretty much the lion's share of challenges this year. On the flip side, I don't think Rohan's played a huge amount of this COD. I could be wrong, and he might hate me for it, but I don't think he's got that many reps in comparison to previous years.
Yeah.
So the time that he's put into the game hasn't quite been a good reflection of kind of what he's done in previous years. So as a result of it, when you're coming to a LAN and you're playing teams that have got a lot of reps under their belt, the fundamentals, sometimes you just might not even know. It might be just a position where there's certain things where in previous iterations of COD, he's been able to run that more preserved role because he kind of knows what's going on. He knows the spawns. He knows how to play the game a little bit more refined and a bit efficiently in comparison to some of these guys who do have more reps and have played it or sweated it, as people say, the whole year round.
Well, that kind of difference is absolutely critical when you think about. We saw it yesterday. A player that was trying to hold Spiral, and he did not realising how exposed he was in terms of where his kind of lower shins are, gets taken out. And now it's when you're doing constant reps all the time, you'll get used to. I need to be a little bit higher to avoid getting shot. And stuff. Yeah. So it's those little moments. You know, I don't play a great deal of it. I can remember ES Sub watching Julian peak, kind of side rock, and you've got that little gap just to see through to the
underside of the bomb, which everyone now uses.
And literally, it was like, oh, that's an amazing spot. And obviously, when you're immersed in Call of Duty the way I've been in the past, and players are, you kind of watch every single CDL player's YouTube and watch all the crazy Shotzi with his nades over on Vault, and everyone was suddenly doing the same thing. You get all those kind of information that you're then able to transfer, and then you've got your own way of playing, your own angles. And if you're not playing a ton of Call of Duty, you're largely going to find yourself in that kind of critical problem. But we are finally in Annex P7. In S&D, it is going to be P7 taking the lead after a replayed hardpoint where who are only just joining, used long barrel, and it was GA'd, and he did drop an amazing scoreline, but then they had to replay it.
It was all for what cost? Yeah, the boys of P7 going to be on the defensive side first. Nice shots though coming straight through with the AR in hand, and now Galaxy finds himself on his ones. Able to get one. He'll do well to stay alive though in such a short close range engagement with a lot of bodies there, so nice work there from Annex, and they are able to take that first round and put it on the board.
I'm thinking about it. You know, Proto, that's kind of P4 where the bomb site is, and we know that Annex can be comfortable in that kind of situation, so I'm just wondering whether this could be actually, you know, we've misread it a little bit, and maybe Annex could prosper if they just continue to just try and dominate this bunker area.
Yeah, well, first round on the board.
Could I just say, what a beautiful indication of the difference a GA'd kind of attachment can make in a game.
Yeah, the thing is, I know it makes a difference, but it did seem like one extreme to the other. I don't know whether it would have been the difference between 25 and 50. I think, obviously, the thing it does to your mental after you've had such a good map, you go so flat when you have a restart, and you've got to try and basically, you put so much energy into it, and then you've got to suddenly do it all again, and it can take its toll. Obviously, the team now knows how you play as well, which at this level, guys are going to start to realise that style of play. So we'll see how it goes anyways, but a pick comes back in return from P7, which is actually going to mean that Vega goes down. So that bomb in the hands of Tea and Crumpets. Looks as though they're kind of toying with the idea of getting it down at B. They're just waiting for the right time to do it.
Yeah, I think they may have waited a little bit too long.
And it might not be the right time.
Yeah, I think they've just held off. They just didn't get any information. I think they just kind of going to get surprised now. I think they know the players are there, but they're so committed over to this side. They're going to need a pick. It is going to be Annex with a slender life advantage. It's going to be 3 plays, 2 CJ and Tea and Crumpets with all the work. It is going to potentially be a transition, or they're going to just look to try and get a different angle to get some picks.
Oh, well, there's one. Tea and Crumpets gets one, and it will be 19 seconds to work with. Not a huge amount of time. Where are they going to try and take this? Oh, he gets spotted over towards Zip, and now it's going to mean that his teammate CJ throwing shoulders. Nice work there from P7 and Annex respectively, but unfortunately it's just going to mean that P7 don't have the time to get the bomb. This round should be done. He shouldn't find both players, I wouldn't have thought, because they're both in spiral. No, okay, just making sure, because sometimes you think, yeah, that's right, he's not got the time, and then 2 players single file towards him.
Yeah, it's nice to see as well that the players look pretty kind of like calm, relaxed, confident, all smiles across the desk. So
yeah,
I think
it's Rohan to a T though, isn't it? He's always happy and smiling, to be fair to him.
He's like turns up, shorts, t-shirts. He's just like kind of like
being chilling.
Yeah, absolutely chilling. Yeah, I thought, isn't he meant to be on holiday?
don't say that. Gabby will get well upset with you.
Well, I don't call it Gabby, call it 0.5.
Yeah. Oh, that's me. To be fair, you can't throw shots. Yours might have been a 0.2.
Mine was a minus 35, wasn't it?
Oh yeah, was it 1 and 33? I think on one league game.
Wasn't good. Was not.
It wasn't great.
First blood is going to go the way of Annex as CJ goes into the next round.
Oh, nice work there from Rush. But the information is going to be there for P7 that this is probably going to be the play that they're going for. The stun, though, is going to go through. And oh my God, Buster's behind all of them. One. He's got the second, waits for the third. And there you go, Buster with 3. Good work there from him. But it's now going to find himself in his the ace now. It's a 1 versus 1 up against Vega. Vega towards the backside of the site. And he's just waiting here. Obviously, Vega's got to try and get the bomb and plant. And obviously, Buster's got information of where that bomb is. Up through Zip. Might try and potentially change his way of doing this. Oh, I like that. A little bit of a bait to see that he's going to smash the window. Oh, but Vega makes the read and just stops him from getting that one. And there you go. Captain happy.
Fake window, and Vega's like, nah, I'm not buying that. I'm going to go and get you. And yeah, nice it is going to be a decent trade. And Annex, I mean, wait, are we doing the wrong job? Because we kind of read this a bit wrong. Annex looking very solid in the S&D. I think, you know, the way that they were able to be a little dominant on that P4 and the hard point, translating quite nicely to how comfortable they can be in this bunker area. They did get 3-piece, to be fair, and it comes down to 1v1, but the scoreline doesn't lie.
There you go. 4 and 3 out of Buster. But his efforts, unfortunately, don't come to anything. So back on the offense go P7, and it looks as though it is going to be a very bread and butter push here. No trophy actually over towards that spiral side, and that's going to catch out a couple of players. At least get the information. CJ is going to take UH down. First blood this time for P7. PHUH. Back in chemistry, mate.
Yeah, because the alkaline acidity content of this game is probably going to get worse as we go on, but it is going to be another pick there for both players. Buster and CJ drop Sophia and Rush.
Wow,
and that is
good round.
Clinical to bring one back, but yeah, P7 needed that. Let's be perfectly honest, 4-0 is a problem.
Yeah, so you don't want to start kind of dropping rounds left, right and centre, meaning that you've got an absolute mountain to climb. So P7 get one on the board. And we saw it a lot yesterday, Pabs. A team looked very good at the start for Search and Destroy, but then the other team, we kind of saw it with Avenge, didn't we, when they played the Spanish guys. The first few rounds went in the way of the Spanish, and we went, whoa, okay, the Spanish are good at Search. And then Avenge, being Avenge, managed to just literally counter every single thing they did from that point onwards and won 6-3 or 6-4 at least. So it's potentially one where, obviously, we don't want to count too early that P7 are potentially going to be out of this one, because they might just be a team that is very good at making reads on teams and how they play and just adapting to it.
Yeah, I mean, that's the sign of a good sign. That's a sign of a good sign.
It's a good sign of a good
sign.
Well
made, and it tells you what it means. It's a sign of a good team that they're able to kind of read that, assimilate, and then regurgitate a strategy that's going to work against them. So it is going to be a trade out as we see Katana land 1-2-3, beat Katana land 1-2-3-4. Rush is going to get an important kill, though. It is going to be 2 plays, 3 with Annex with a slender advantage as we just passed the minute mark remaining in the S&D.
Yeah, well, this B site is looking good again for Annex. Bomb goes down. Galaxy and Tea and Crumpets are going to have to try and work the site retake. So now there's confirmation of that bomb planted. You've got Galaxy pushing his way over towards that Zip side of the map. Spots him, big pick, makes it 2 versus 2, gets away with his life. Tea and Crumpets gets some information of the whereabouts of Rush, who's now over towards that back area by the gun, and there's going to be another player on the right. Ooh, he's not going to see him. He's not going to see him, but his teammate actually helps him out. So now all he's got to do is play his life. All of a sudden, Sapphire all alone, and what a retake there from the boys of P7. And that's what you get with them, apparently.
Plan, monitor, improve. That's exactly what they've just done. Let's bring some corporate speak into the world of Call of Duty, everybody. But yeah, that was really nice, surgical, really patient as well. Difficult retake. They were 3 against 2, I think, and they've managed to do a cracking job there in terms of support as well, playing your life. He did get tagged, did get tagged up, but then kind of lost his way a little bit. Wasn't sure where the bullets were coming from, but that's the handy thing of having that kind of crossfire as well.
That additional teammate. As soon as you hear the shots, and you kind of just, as long as he plays his life, it gives you the advantage, because whoever that last player is has got to kind of make the decision to either chase the kill and potentially get shot on the cross, or take the other player out in the meantime. But P7 back on the offense. Tea and Crumpets with bomb, and it's again a bit more of a cautious approach here. Nice first blood again, though, this time from Sapphire. UH drops one, and this looks like again a good clinical round here. It's going to be last man up. It's going to be Tea and Crumpets. He's going to need the 1 versus 4, and he is going to at least find the first.
Yeah, this is going to be a largely difficult kind of task now for Tea and Crumpets. He's going to 1v3 Rush Vega and Sapphire, not the slowest players in the business, so it is going to be a difficult retake, and that's going to be a pretty easy clinical win in the end. So a little bit of dominance reasserted by Annex as they push back out, I believe, to is it a 3-round deficit again? Maybe?
2-round deficit,
Two-round.
I think so.
Okay.
I could be wrong. Have you cut your thumb?
Like, you know, when you get like the little tiny bit of skin that sticks out at
and
the
then
side,
you peel it all the way
and
back
just,
to your
like,
elbow.
constantly touching it, yeah. And then you just remove your entire skin of your thumb to reveal what appears to be a kind of meat lollipop. So yeah. It seems to be all right.
Crazy sentence.
I didn't think I'd say that on the broadcast.
Yeah, that's a crazy sentence. But anyway. At some point you just
Don't want to get Spud too excited with the way he deep throats them pints.
Oh, why? Stop talking. 4-2. Annex back in the A site. There's going to be 4 players ready to meet them, though. UH will grab one in response to the first kill that comes through. Buster's going to grab one as well, so it will make it a 2 versus 3. And this bomb, you assume, would go down potentially shortly, but the thing is they've got 3 players on the outskirts of it, so whoever decides to try and make the call to plant this bomb is basically going to leave Vega in the lurch here. He's been tagged up, he's weak, and with 50 seconds they've still got a lot of time to play with, but the comp that he's weak is perfect. He's able to get one and dip over towards Spiral is Safir, and this is probably the best chance he's got of getting this round done, because he does manage to get himself out of that position between a rock and a hard place. Yeah,
I think the boys, though, of P7 are going to read that he's going to have to transition, so he might have to play a bit of a double bluff here. He's going to have to really consider that's going to be a big gunfight, so it is going to leave him in a 1v1, but this is probably the most dangerous time for him in terms of trying to stay alive, trying to get information, and trying to get the bomb down. 28 seconds, Major. Can he do it?
Yeah, this is a huge round as well. If Safir clutches this one, the morale on the team and the scoreline will look very good to them indeed. Buster's going to be nowhere near this. He's checking the A site, and unfortunately the 50-50 gamble doesn't go in his favour, so Safir going to play out towards the back of Spawn. And is he going to get the information over towards the top side of Zip? Will go Buster. Going to drop back down though, so he's going to surely see this any second now. Yeah, he knows where he is, and now he's got some tacticals to work with. Oh, but he's been tagged up. The stun though might just slow the push enough for him to regen his health. Is he going to fly around and break the camera? No, he's not, and it will be a P7 round on the board. Not quite able to clutch that one up.
No, that's going to be important for P7 though. They don't want to get to a 3-round deficit. They want to try and remain as close to Annex as possible. I'm sure Safi is going to be a little bit of a constant confidence blow, but he is 8-4, so largely doing kind of the lion's share of the carrying for Annex at the minute. You do feel if a couple of the other players start to contribute a little bit more, I think we're looking at UH in particular, that this could be a more clinical S&D from Annex, but right now P7, you just feel there's a bit of a momentum shift, and I'm feeling if they get this round, the waft is starting to slowly, I mean, it's at the feet at the minute.
It's floor level.
And it's only about 5 million particles per million or whatever, but by particles
We've
per
really
million.
got quite scientific, haven't we?
Yeah, it's very true, yeah. But yeah, it is going to be Tea and Crumpets with the bomb.
Well, first blood goes in favour of Annex in this round, and unfortunately the second goes in their favour as well. So 2 versus 4, P7 find themselves up against the ropes again in this round. And Buster and Galaxy, they just need this next pick really. If it doesn't go in their favour, it's probably chalked, but you've still got Annex in towards that Granny's building, and I think they know they've got bomb down here because 2 players are literally commanding and watching everything. There's some information for Rush. Is he going to re-peek this? Unfortunately, Buster slow peeks it, and Rush just absolutely fries him for it. Galaxy needs the 1 versus 4, and I think he's been spotted.
Yeah, I don't think this is it. We talked about P7 potentially having the momentum. Well, that's been absolutely slapped into the sea, and it's going to be Annex
Another good round.
That round on the precipice of tying the series up. They still look largely confident and look like they're, kind of chilling still. It's just interesting to see. Don't feel like they've been put under any real pressure in this S&D. P7 still with a lot of work to do, and again they're just not able to break the cycle that they're getting themselves into. They have one great round and then just get clinically dealt with in the next round. So I think if they're able to break that, that would be great, but they've only got this round to do it.
Well, P7 need 3 rounds on the bounce here if they are going to go 2 up here in the best of 5. So let's see what they decide to try and play from here. Annex back on the offense. Rush with bomb. Is it going to be a standard push? I think they're going to try and play. Oh, there's the first blood again. Safir with another one. Able to take down Buster. And that's really going to help their cause here. I would assume this bomb is going over to B.
Yeah, it's going to be a transition, and it's going to be potentially problematic, though, as we have got a couple of players out towards B, and it's going to be number 6 in Galaxy, who's going to have that opportunity. Whether he takes too long, he knows there's a player potentially over there, UH, with a big pick. He drops last hope. It is going to be another big UH does get traded out, so it is going to be 2v3. So a slender advantage made it to Annex, 34 on the clock.
Oh, why did he chow that? He was so weak as well. Tea and Crumpets regen didn't come through quick enough, and that is done. 6-3 to Annex. I'm surprised he took that re-chow. He was a little bit weak, so if he waited that little bit longer, that gunfight would have been a bit more doable. But unfortunately for them, it is not, and it will tie up the series one apiece now.
Yeah, big plays from Annex to restore parity in the series. So we go into a control, which is going to be our first of the kind of smaller geography in terms. I mean, Vault's probably not, but in terms of where its compactness is, in terms of where the zones are, it has got reasonably compact objectives, I suppose, in that way.
Yeah, so there's just the confirmation. I believe these are accurate, but a really good map from Saf. 9 and 4 from him. Really good work. So yeah.
Ben W levels of quality in S&D there from Safia. Yeah, nice and early on the double figures, but yeah, it's a good performance from Annex, though we did want to see a bit of a banger, but we've got Olympian on the screen right now. We're trying to find out who prospered in that game. That does look like the Drenga boys about to potentially sit down. So the Spanish boys were playing against
Team
Olympian.
Lat Elite beat Olympian.
Lat Elite. They've actually strung together quite a few good performances.
Well, it was a 3-0 in the end by the sounds of it. So, yeah, the Spanish go marching on. It's really strange. We had them on broadcast. Obviously, they were against the favourites in Avenge. But it was a case of, oh, man, we've probably not seen what everyone else is seeing on the side stations, because they've obviously got something to them. And that looks like a really good game now. That game 26, Drenga Esports up against Team Elite. That looks like a really, really good game. So, yeah, they're slowly working their way through that losers bracket, Pabs. They've obviously, that's now 3 rounds in the losers bracket that the Spanish have managed to win, beat Mistaken. They've now knocked Olympian out of it, and now they're looking over towards Drenga now, who have obviously had a really good run themselves. So that's going to be a great game.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing that. Actually, the Drenga boys, obviously, Venga boys, I nearly said. But yeah, Drenga boys are obviously being a solid roster, so that's going to be, I think that's going to be an absolutely belter game as well. So if that, I don't think whether that'll be on stream, because obviously it's all main stage games and they're getting sub on the side station, so might be a couple of periscopes, I guess, to go and get that information. But yeah, then it's going to be a very exciting one. The Drenga boys with a lot of commitment and a lot of support there as well, so that should be good fun. But again, we've still got that X-Force Annex against Avenge as well to come up at some point soon, so
that's going to be a good game.
Yeah, that's going to be a really good game as well, so it's an opportunity for the first time for Avenge to have a little bit of pressure applied to them.
Yeah, so I don't know if we can throw up the bracket for that winner side of it, but at the moment Avenge, they've not, I believe, they've not dropped a map since they've been here. They've had a very good run all the way through. If we can get that bracket visual up on the screen, it would help a little bit, so we can obviously see the path that they've taken all the way through. No, we'll just have to vision for the time being. But yeah, I'm pretty sure they've not dropped a map. They've not dropped a map. I'm pretty sure they're 3-0 on everything that we've seen. So again, proving the guys wrong every single time they get criticised over who they're playing, what they're playing at. All they can do is keep showing up to these things and keep winning them. So obviously we don't want to give them the worst jinx in the world, but at the moment it doesn't look as though anyone's really come close to stopping them, bar potentially that X-Force team.
Well, this, I mean, again, you look at this winners final, it could potentially be grands, but we just know that the Drenga team have been absolutely slept on, and they've had some good performances, and we've obviously the unknown quantity that is Lat Elite now could also be a thing, but yeah, just very, very excited about the games that are coming up.
Yeah, so what we're going to do, guys, while the guys are having a little bit of a break, we're going to throw it back. Oh, well, there you go. You see our sexy desk. Yeah, so we'll throw it back to them.
Picture in picture.
Yeah. Oh, wait, are we talking? Are we talking to you guys?
Yeah, we're having a four-way conversation, I believe. Students here coming up with something very different. Big fan of it. And, well, let's start with something, Pabs, that I know you're going to love to talk about. 50 kills to get us started, 40 non-traded. But it turns out that as an AR in a submachine gun world, the long barrel was actually overpowered to hell. So, yeah, I guess, how do you feel about that situation, considering that you then come out, UH, and start double negative?
I'm going to be honest with you, mate. I probably just need to make a public apology to P7 about going to town on their performance, that they clearly were just living in an illegal world, and UH was taking full advantage of that. So, boys, you proved yourselves in the hard point in the second go, and obviously taking the opportunity to replay and not go with the forfeit was at, big brains move and a big balls move, because we're not really at the end of this series. So it's very interesting to see which way this go, and whether that was a kind of stellar choice. But yeah, I mean, mate, you see 50 kills, okay, but 40 non-traded, yeah, that's when you start asking questions, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, we both kind of took a look at it, didn't we? Because someone said it to us. Someone came over and went, "Is he running long barrel?" And both went, "Oh no!" And then you guys obviously I hadn't picked up on it just yet. Because I don't know about you guys. As I get older, it's harder and harder to recognise which attachments are actually which out here.
Well, and you know, I'm glued to the mini map. Like I live
yeah,
in
very
a
true.
mini map.
Yeah, as a Colocaster, you will be. But also, then I guess the thing is, me and Joel here, we came up with a storyline that P7 we're going to be looking to Neslo this, the Annex we're going to be taking the hard points because of their performances so far. The opposite story, very much so far. Anyone kind of wanted to weigh in about what's going right or wrong for the teams?
I think it was First Bloods. I think there was a lot of occasions, Safa especially, obviously he had a good map 9 and 4, I think he finished on. Every single time he was able to get a pick, get a First Blood. And they had a lot of success over towards the B site, which on Protocol you don't... I mean, traditionally it was always a case of everyone would go into bunker, get the bomb down, and then it would kind of be like a vault kind of search and destroy. But yeah, they had a lot of success actually from pushing up through that P1. So yeah, I think their search and destroy looks good, to be fair, which is only a good sign for them.
Okay, well, yeah, we have got a different story very much so going on. P7 seems to be the Respawn Reapers. Annex very much so figuring out their S&D. Safia's gone from one of the best players at hardpoint in the entire tournament to suddenly a First Blood King. So, yeah, we're just making up as we go here at the Katana land. But I believe that map 3 is ready to get started, gentlemen, so we're going to say goodbye for now.
Cheers, guys. God, I'll tell you what, that's good stuff, that, you know.
It's disconcerting. No, Andy's voice is like perfect, isn't it? It's like a delivery and everything. You're just like, holy, I've got to come in and be like, chicken. Why is there some chicken? It's like, oh, it's too strong. But yeah, hopefully this series is going to continue to be as kind of absurd and close and kind of separate as possible. It's weird. We get this kind of weird hard point where the Annex get destroyed and then a very confident S&D. So, I mean, I just don't even know where to go with the vault. I mean, it doesn't prosper AR or SMG in particular in any way. You can be a great AR and suppress B so well and, you know, get the zone locked down, but you can also kind of, like, if you're an SMG, dominate A. It's which way is it going to
Well, I think one thing I've found is teams that have a good option for a flex, because the A site traditionally, I mean, I'm only speaking for myself in large proportions. Running sub in A is a hell of a lot easier than running AR in A. So if you've got that ability to be able to run 3 subs to get the A point done or defend the A point and then kind of flip the script, because on B, the ARs tend to kick in a little bit more. I think that's the teams that tend to find a little bit more luck on this map. So we'll see how that one goes. Obviously, the SMG kind of prowess of Rush and UH, they're going to be what Annex are going to be potentially leaning to in this one. But it's going to be the boys of Annex on the defense. So those subs might just have to play a little bit careful. But how many times, Pabs, do we talk about the main thing for teams when they're on defense is making sure, and offense, to be fair, you can kind of do it either way, is making sure you do not get spawn trapped.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it can be so difficult. Obviously, the other problem you've got is that it's not like you can just send one at a time. You do need a more patient approach to this kind of game mode, and whether that's going to play into the hands of P7 a little bit more, because we know Annex necessarily aren't playing to their strengths in terms of trying to be cautious. They're a much more explosive side. Whether that's going to play, and you can see already Vega kind of playing the role that we know him of old, look for a route and absolutely cause problems in the back. So this could be a problem, but it is going to be 2 either way.
Yeah, a good couple of kills actually. That still opens up the B side, but the time is really ticking away here from P7. Vegas still around over towards top. Cat, nice work from Buster though, just to take him down. So it will grant them an opportunity to get back on that point, but you've still got number 5 in UH ready and waiting, and so too is Rush. And the SMG duo are going to cut through 2 players right off of that break-in. So you've got an opportunity still to touch it, but it's going to be now actually only Galaxy on his ones able to potentially provide a moment of magic. Nothing comes through. Unfortunately, the wizard sleeve is rather empty, so no tricks in his book, and 2 seconds still going to remain, but that should be done with, and it is.
It's so tricky. I think if he's got a little bit more time on the clock there at the end, he should transition to B and force them to kind of move further back, because they had such good geography. He can stop the clock. If they win the next wave of gunfights, they can then stack A. Unfortunately, it's not going to be the case with only 2 seconds remaining. Getting taken off the hill caused them a few problems, and that is going to be a bit more of a surgical performance, and it just shows you how quickly time can fly. For us, that was pretty quick. Can't imagine P7 must have felt like that just disappeared in terms of time.
Well, first round on the board, and not a single tick in sight. And obviously, when it comes to the defensive side, Pabs on Vault, it looks as though teams are more preferred to be on that defensive side because of the fact that they can push all the way up the map, block those spawns, and then just start to destroy the team spawning in the center and just kind of go through lives. So that will be a really big potential round here for Annex. And a really, really rough one for P7. Obviously, CJ, a man who's been very good to them so far in these maps, and currently is awaiting his first kill.
Oh, he's gone the agency as well. Never mind, mate. But it is going to be very slow for CJ. And he needs to pick things up, but it could be a problem for P7. Obviously, you do need all your players contributing. UH is going to look to try and kind of like make amends, I guess, with a hard point failure, the reset hard point. So he's on 9 and 5 right now, just about to go double positive. We've got Rush 8 and 2, quadruple positive, and on a 7. Is he going to be thinking about the cruise and potentially getting this done? Well, there it is. It should be in the back pocket.
8 in a row, by the way.
Yeah, this is the Rush that we expected to see. Just one of the players that can dominate a map so easily.
Well, this was a map that he was phenomenal at as well at the ES Hubland, so it doesn't surprise me again that we're seeing a really good performance from him, especially in that A site. The SMG's really having fun. Safir, wow. Okay, got slammed a little bit in that one. The A point still isn't done, actually, with a couple of players still contesting. CJ mopping up one, but again, it's that man Rush. Not going to be able to do enough of it, though, to get the A point complete. And those players, Saf just melted the back of UH's head short, back and sides. And yeah, unfortunately, it gives them a little bit of an opportunity now for a much-needed regain, because they are getting back on the time, but they need the gunfights to go with it. Saf with another big pick. You've still got the player on the time, and the one over towards Top Cat means that A point is still not done.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit of a problem for them. So with 47 remaining, it's going to be CJ looking to provide that suppression over to spawn. You can see already in number 8 is Safir is looking to get control of back showers. He does manage to do that, so he's going to have a little bit of poolside control, but he needs to be aware number 4 in Buster, who's looking to just try and get a little bit of sight. He does get dealt with, though, so a little bit more side control of the A zone coming for Annex, and 27 seconds. The stop is clock is going to be stopped, as opposed to the stop being clocked.
Yep. Red kill feed. Red on the floor, because everyone on the side of Annex has just literally died. So CJ able to pick one off, and he was 1 and 7. He's now finding himself slowly back into this game. 7 and 11 from him. UH with 1, gets the second. Oh my god, I thought he almost was going to absolutely slam dunk the third. He opts to try and just stop the clock for now to buy his team a little bit of help, but they need to get into towards that time quickly, because if he goes down, that A point isn't going to be very friendly to them. He flies up towards jump up. CJ cuts them both down. Rush, though, he's only able to grab one pick, and I'll tell you what, it's a strong defensive round from P7. But Annex, they are now, I believe, 2 ticks up.
Yeah, 2 ticks indeed. So a bit of a wild performance, but it is a nice defensive performance. It's going to keep them in the series as we see the rounds restored to parity. And again, P7, they looked pretty good, and you've got to consider that they've managed to get that round on the back of what was a largely kind of deflated performance from CJ. So again, I don't know what the score was in the end, but at one point he was obviously 0 and 7. So when you're getting that little kind of contribution, it is a good sign that you can potentially still go toe-to-toe in terms of kills. We did see a couple of TKs, and interestingly from both sides in either round, which is obviously not what you want to do when you've got a limited life count. So maybe that to think about, a bit of trigger discipline maybe.
So let's see if Annex can replicate that strong defensive hold that they did in that opening round. It's going to be a different approach here from P7. Everyone going through Top Cat is going to grant an opportunity potentially for Vega to kind of pinch a few players. Saf able to get one. Tian Crumpets responds with one of his own, and you've still got Vega still lurking. He goes down though, so it will be a little bit of early A control here now for P7, and this is a much better start than what they had previously.
Yeah, absolutely, and you can see CJ 10 and 11 and 12 now.
He's back in
starting to warm up considerably, and across the board a very even contribution from all the players at P7. And again, you know, you look at Vega and Safir, this is very much more the story of that restarted hard point. They're slightly off the boil. Vega's 8 and 12, Safir's 9 and 12 in a game where kills really do count. You don't get these kind of wasteful transitional kills. They all go a long way to getting you the win of the round. It is going to be close though, with only 1 life in between, now tied with 202, but it is going to be 3 ticks going the way of P7. This has been a stronger performance on the offense.
Yeah, UH has gone straight up towards the spawn. There's going to be a couple in lobby for him. There's one for him. Another player might chow out. It's actually going to be a nice double chow coming through there from CJ and from Galaxy. So you've still got Saf though in the back, and he might be able to grab both of these players. There's one for him. Nice work though in quick response from Tian Crumpets, just to turn and snap onto him just so that he doesn't allow him another one. That player in towards top art, I believe, is going to be Vega. Nice work there from UH just to slow down that inevitable push over towards that B Street side. There's still a little bit of mid-map presence though. Buster obviously having another really good map at the moment, 17 and 12 from him, and they are just slowly trying to converge down that B Street side, but it's so difficult when those ARs are watching over it.
Yeah, absolutely. There's going to be one player from P7 managing to get onto the hill. He gets himself inside some graphics, which is quite exceptional. And it is going to be a retransition, though, as he feels the play about to push through, drops UH. Is he able to get the second? He goes absolutely huge. Tea and Crumpets with the two-piece on probably two of the more explosive players of Annex in UH and Rush. And that's just going to give them a little bit more partial control of the geography. So the next wave of kills, if it goes P7's way, expect that B-side to be stacked.
Yeah, well, number 4, Buster's pushed. Oh, I was going to say he pushed over towards the bottom side of Art, and he didn't actually go inside. So Tea and Crumpets again, there's another one for him, 4 in a row. And now big gunfight on the time. And number 2, Galaxy. It's only going to be one player on it, but now Tea and Crumpets is pushing into Art. He's going to try and force those spawns over to that P4 area. So how many kills can they get? Oh, yes, because the streak from Rush that he was able to accumulate off the 8, that's going to be really big. Buys them a huge amount of time. Really good streak investment potentially, because the pinch from mid from UH should be able to at least stop them from getting that stack and that progression. Good work from UH. Again, you've still got bodies pushing down street side, but that streak usage, it's not necessarily the easiest one to use on Vault, but Rush, really big moment there. At least grants them a little bit of I was going to say a little bit of a lifeline, but unfortunately they just still keep dropping lives.
Yeah, absolutely. You just feel that investment, if they're not able to win this round, could be a bit of a down for the boys of Annex, but they've got to get these picks, and that is huge. Again, it's going to be Rush to the rescue as he drops another player from P7. The time, though, is 25 seconds remaining, so the next few kills, Buster's going to be out in top art, just trying to get some suppressive fire, but at the minute, obviously, none not able to stack onto the hill. That time is going to go so slowly, but they are on the precipice major of taking this round, and P7 managed to get the win.
Yeah, and they managed to get a big chunk of ticks as well. Obviously, they didn't get the final one because Rush and Vega just flew onto it, so probably just trying to play the smart game there. But 5 ticks looks very good to them in terms of swinging this map potentially back in their favour, because the onus now is going to be on Annex to at least get the A point done. And if they get that one additional tick, then they will be on that defensive side. So an opportunity still for P7 to hold that defensive side, Pabs, but they're going to need a very, very strong round here.
Yep, absolutely. They're going to need to step up right now, otherwise Annex are going to find themselves going behind in the series. Big moments, I suppose. If you're Rush, you're going to be mildly disappointed in the fact that you invested your crews in such kind of intelligent fashion, and then you weren't able to take advantage of it because the players around you are starting to fall. 18 and 16, he has slowed down a little bit. UH started to pick up kills.
4 dead. There they go.
Down straight away, and the spawn trap is in.
Yeah, here they go. How many can they get? They're going to play it smart, or are they just going to fly it and shred through lives? There's 2 for Buster. 5 in a row. His teammates actually all drop around him, so Annex do a good job of stopping the remaining 3 players from still holding their positions, but they've still got to try and go on the hunt for Buster here in the back. UH finds one in lobby. There's one pick for him. The trade, though, instantaneous, and it will be still Buster in that position where he can still be a pain. There's another pick for him. Vega, though, being aggressive, going on the hunt. I don't think he spotted him over towards that P2 area, so the spawns are going to go through over towards that top cannon now as they try and work their way up the map. But at the moment, they are doing such a good job of milking the time here. They're spending so long looking for Buster, who they cannot find. 7 in a row now for him, and the time is ticking.
Yeah, Buster's been impeccable in this control, 26 and 15. God. He's on the precipice of getting himself a cruise, which he probably won't have time to even invest. He does still on there. He's going to get that pick there, but again, 12 seconds remaining. They've done such a good job with this spawn trap. Yep, just absolutely dominant performance from P7.
Oh my God, there's one for Tea and Crumpets. The nade from CJ doesn't really help him out too much. 6 seconds. They managed to stop the clock on the B point, but it's going to be so difficult from this point onwards because they've only got 10 lives left. So first tick. These ticks are actually going to be really big if they can at least get some through the door. I believe if they get this B point done, it will come down to kills potentially, but no, everyone falls on the side, and it will now mean that Annex, unfortunately for them, even with a strong opening and stopping P7 getting any ticks, they should now find themselves on the offensive side, which is not what they want after that round just there.
Yeah, this has been a stellar performance from P7.
Hang on, they just won the map. Am I being an imbecile? I'm being an imbecile. Yeah, they've just won the map. I just realised, I was like, hang on a minute, they were 2-1 up.
And I rely on you so heavily that I was like...
Sorry, mate.
I thought it was 3-1.
Just had an absolute howler.
If Mage is saying that's probably true.
Could be a long day, mate. I need a Red Bull.
Okay.
It's sat there.
It's nice. Maybe if you caught it off me, you've caught mad disease off me. That's what it is. Yeah.
Paying attention to something else and completely forgetting, by the way, mate, they've actually just won the map, so I don't think it's going to really matter if they're on offense or defense. There you go. Yeah. There's confirmation of it. 3-1. Wow, what a map from Buster, though, mate, towards the end of it. And obviously, it was a case where they just kind of we kind of flagged up how impactful the SMG duo of Annex might be on that map, but they just weren't really able to make much of a statement in that one.
Absolutely not. And, you know, Rush looked great from the start. They came out firing and looked amazing that round one, but then it's just back and forth. It's just been really tricky for them. And P7, I mean, at times, one thing they did really well is when they got a wave of kills, they were straight up, like in terms of taking advantage of geography. And Buster just took advantage of getting into spawn and just dominating from behind. So, yeah, just big plays from him. Someone we haven't really talked about. Obviously, we're not hugely familiar with this P7 roster, but Buster has been very impressive this series. And thinking about it, Major, even though you weren't sure that they'd won, to be fair, this whole series has been rather insane. So they might have done
It's been a strange run, yeah.
We're just waiting for some mad GA.
Technically, we're going into a map 5 hard point if you count the restart. So yeah, it's all up in the air.
Our third hard point of the series.
Yeah. But I mean, we'll obviously have a look back over the maps as we go for this one. But map 4 is going to be a Skyline hard point. And when it comes to kind of fast-paced gameplay, this is the map for it. Again, we don't want to jinx the Annex guys too much, but this is where
this is Rush's map.
This is where you have to see those sub-players start to come into their own now. I think they had a difficult time on that control, weren't really able to have much of an impact as they were probably hoping. But yeah, this is the opportunity for them. Unfortunately, we're in losers bracket, so whoever comes out, the loser of this one goes home, goes packing, and now we're in a position where they're going to have to lean so heavily on that game.
Yeah, absolutely. And we already got Rush's prediction of a 3-0 slam has been thrown out the window. This is going to be a much tighter game.
Yeah.
And obviously, if Annex are able to take this, it goes to S&D. And then you've got to start asking questions about that S&D performance. They looked incredible. So if we do find ourselves in that game 5, I mean, a bit of a banker of a match that we've had so far, but just interesting to see how it goes. That is on your screen right now. Mark of G, just entertaining everyone with the antics and pictures and stuff. And that's the Drenga boys.
Yep.
Against Team La Elite, is it?
Yep, Drenga versus Team La Elite. So yeah, it's another opportunity for Alfredo McCoof, the boys, to keep pushing through that losers bracket. But we are now here in map number 4, mate. I hope you've had your caffeine's kicked in now, because we might be in for a bit of a steamer here.
I had a cup of coffee followed by a monster chaser.
Oh, was that the egg thing you had?
Yes, but that was the coffee, and then I followed it up with a monster chaser.
Shout out Egg Slot. God, that's great,
Oh, yes. If you are in the Stratford region of London at any point, do find yourself just Egg Slut. It was beautiful.
We were promoting what was it we promoted last time? Shawarmas.
Shawarma,
and now we're promoting Egg Slot. We should get affiliated with some of these places.
Best kebab or something. Yeah, if you're in the University of Staffordshire at any point, just find yourself around the corner and get yourself to a best shawarma. Very nice. There's a game on, by the way.
I was going to say, we can talk about food, but there's God on the screen.
It's nearly lunchtime. Come on,
So, Annex off the P1. Just down ever so slightly, but that P2 rotation is going to be a potential opportunity for Vega to cause an upset. No, it's not. So P7 originally going to have a bit of time off the P1, but more importantly, perhaps they're set up and they're ready for P2.
Yeah, you can see those cyan
good
arrows.
made.
Sounds like a light sky blue, but we'll go technical cyan. It is going to be a swarm over towards Piano, but it is going to be Galaxy who manages to get the picks over towards, I do believe it was Vega. So that's going to be a nice bit of suppression. And again, it just means that the boys of Annex have got to retry to take this P2. It's been a very good opening rotation for the boys of P7.
CJ is locking down that kitchen side, and that push 30 seconds has pretty much already gone in the way of P7 without Annex even getting near to the time. Rush, is he going to fly up through Zip, or is he going to try and find himself up through stairs? There's one pick for him. Where's the next chow going to come from? There's got a couple of opportunities here for him. There's one over towards the top side of the time, flies in for the second, and there you go. That's what you need from the man who's able to provide a lot of electric moments.
Yeah, I think it's a weird one. I spoke to him in the morning yesterday for about half an hour, and he was like, he's excited to play because it's almost a pick-up side in terms of him just trying to get himself back into a settled side, because obviously he played with Rasco previously on that mistaken roster with Euphoria and Balance. But I think obviously he obviously liked the team, I think, with Rasco again at some point, because they do feel like that's his duo. And you know, there are plenty of options open for him, and if he's able to perform well today, you would obviously want to take him on board. But Major, Vega 2 and 6 right now, very heavily on the struggle bus, followed by Saphir, who's also pushing double neg as well. So this is a UH Rush right now, just trying to carry this team. They are 30 seconds asunder of P7, so again looking like a very solid hardpoint performance as we hit the latter portion of this this first rotation.
Yeah, so when you've got the struggles of Vega being quite so heavy, and on the flip side, you've got CJ doing well, T and Crumpets positive, Galaxy even, and Buster almost double positive as well. Now double positive, now with 5 in a row. It's going to be so difficult on a map like this to convert to time if you're just getting absolutely hammered out of the hill time after time. But a big 2-piece from UH does grant them a little bit more positivity as you go over towards the bedroom side now, and it will be 2 players on the side of Annex ready to go, and now make that 4 courtesy of the Vega respawn. So nice work, good flip out of the spawns.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see how UH performs in the bedroom as he looks to try and get a little bit of control. We can see those P7 players just pushing through. They're just going to catch him in the shower, and it is going to be a little bit of control going the way of P7.
Yeah, Vega still playing his life out the back, but CJ drops him. Sapphire going to fly in with 1, can't get the second though. Again, Buster so quick to make the trades time after time. But it's been a really good hill actually from Annex so far. They've just got to keep it going. 1 player over towards the top side of stairs is going to fall on the side of P7 after getting that first pick, and now they're going to have to try and take the man down in the time. That's exactly what they do. The first kill comes through, rush, in he goes. Can he grab a second as well? There's going to be 1 over towards the front side of Closet and 1 pushing through bedroom, opting just to back down for the time being to see if he can find a potential good bit of timing in towards bedroom. There's 1 pick for him, looking for a little bit of help though. The trades aren't going to come through, and there's another 2-piece, but it will still be 10 seconds to scrap, which P7 are able to accumulate.
Yeah, but it's a much closer game now. It is going to be extended out to about a 20-second lead. Well, a little bit less, yeah, 20-second lead exactly, as they've managed to bridge the gap, and it is going to be Annex just slowly on the momentum shift. They got it more difficult. They really kind of struggled on this P1, so they really do need to kind of get some site control. It is going to be Rush with that AR in hand, just looking to try and get picks across. He's read that there's going to be a player up top, but his timing isn't good, and the suppressive cover from Sapphire isn't going to be good either, so it is going to be an uncontested kill at the minute, but the boys of Annex Major back on board and potentially in a position now to tie things up.
Yeah, well, if you look at the kills that Vega and Saf are not really getting at the moment, you're thinking this map is just going to be a completely different game if they're able to contribute, and Annex will probably push this lead out quite substantially. So UH, good job staying alive on the time. He's somehow still alive as well, needs a little bit of help. His teammates are able to provide some. Rush, again, another 2-piece. Got to try and play his life though, because he is 1 shot, so you wouldn't anticipate a chow anytime soon. And already you can see now they're playing it a little bit differently. Rush though, starting to come into his own now. There's another one for him, can't manage to get that final kill. CJ does shut him down, but this time on the P2, you've got UH out the back, a big 1-on-1 gunfight, and UH is able to win it. There's going to be another couple of players though here for P7. 2 players now going to look to try and pinch him out at the time. No reinforcements nearby, and wow, what good shots from T and Crumpets.
Yeah, UH goes big on CJ. That could have been, I mean, CJ's tucked in the corner, manages to get killed, and you expect then the boys of Annex to be able to push on and try and get that P2 control, but not to be. P7 managed to push through. It's obviously quite a small map, so you can get to the hill relatively quickly, but it's going to be a back and forth on this P2, so this rotation a little bit more competitive than the first rotation, so it is going to be Annex back onto the hill, and that's going to take them into the lead for the first time in this Skyline hardpoint, and that is largely on the back of a stellar performance coming out of UH and Rush. Check the man's gun, but it is going to be a little bit of a pickup from Sapphire, 12 and 19, and it's not ideal, but he was in a much worse position when he was double neg. Vega though still on the struggle bus, 9 and 20 with only 10 seconds of contribution. You feel if he's able to get a few more kills, this could be absolutely huge for us.
Well, look at the combined 9 streak now across all 4 players. Annex starting to sing off the same hymn sheet now. And P7 going to have to work a break in towards Kitchen. Not necessarily the easiest hill to do it on. Sapphire soaking up the time. Nobody near him, but kills will fall in favour of P7, and they are already wrapping round towards that bedroom side, so you would assume that number 3 T and Crumpet should be able to potentially pick up at least one. He is tagged up, never mind, and nice switch around there from Vega. Again, 3 in a row now for him off of his next life, means that he's slowly starting to claw his kills back, and as a result of that, his time on the hill and his team's time in the score is looking a hell of a lot better.
Yeah, we've seen Rohan get himself a couple of picks. He's still largely off the boil, but slowly but surely starting to contribute, and with that time is now slowly starting to be 30-40 second lead, but it is going to be scrap time potentially going the way of P7 as they take control of this P3, so it is going to be now down to Rush to try and get on board. He gets the pick, takes them off the hill, and that is just going to give them that remaining scrap time. This game is absolutely back and forth. You've got to watch out for number 8 and Sapphire though. If he gets this pick, this is going to leave them with a little bit of control out towards the back of Showers, and the spawns are in for Annex Esports.
Oh, he runs out of bullets, not able to get that one done. Vega's still here though. Nade goes in, there's the pick. Still getting spawns in the back are Annex, and that SMG duo now combining for 62 kills, and we're arguably halfway through this one, so this might be a monstrous SMG map here from these two. Rush Gets a little bit of info over to the players over towards Bedroom. There's one for him. There's two for the man. There's another third ready and waiting for him if he's going to opt to try and take it. His teammates, though, aren't spawning in the back, so he's going to have to try and chow from the front. There's another pick for him. 3 in a row. His team do need to start to transfer these kills over towards Time, though. He's getting kills. Nobody on the hill on the side of Annex, but my God, Rush is killing everything. Surely somebody's just got to hop on the hill at this point. Safir's going to help him out. 10 seconds of scrap looks good, though, for Annex.
Man, I feel bad, though. He's got to, you know, Rush has done incredibly well, but he did so well. He totally lost out for it, but honestly, he's on his way to another cruise. This could be so much more important, though. They're looking to try and tie this series and get it to the Game 5. Rush has been absolutely unstoppable. Finally dealt with it. It's going to be CJ who manages to take him down, but an incredible performance. In fact, I think it was T and Crumpets who took him down, but that is going to be a 50-second lead for the boys of Annex, so they are now completely in control. But they're going to hit this next rotation. They've got to maintain.
And you look at kind of Galaxy, T and Crumpets, and then in comparison to Vega and Safir, Vega and Safir were struggling so much. Now they find themselves slowly working their way back to pretty much evens, but on the flip side, Galaxy, T and Crumpets, they are really struggling now in the latter portion of this hard point. They've still got Galaxy soaking up the time, though. That's all they'll care about for now, and the deficit is only going to be sat now at 30 seconds with him soaking up more and more of it. The rotation's going to be there. Nice nade from Rush, though, to open up the hill. In fly the arrows of Annex. They would surely get somebody on the time, but there's actually going to be 2 players hitting towards underground, so the SMG's now flying in. Big. There's one for Rush. They're mopping up everything in the back. Rush, I think he was wanting to give him a little bit of extra loving as well, and the SMG duo just doing it all.
Yeah, absolutely. Rush has been utterly monumental in the last few engagements. He's dominated the map so far. It's what we expected on the Skyline, but this has been a stellar performance, and then backed up by a player who obviously had that kind of hiccup at the beginning of the series. UH is dropping nearly 40 kills, so these guys absolutely doing it on this Skyline. They've breached that 200-point mark, got themselves a 50-second, 40-second lead, but it is going to be P7 looking to break back in. They've done exactly that. They need all this time, though, to stay competitive.
Yep, big 30 seconds now. Oh, Galaxy able to get one, but he falls. You can still see that there's going to be a couple of players. Rush, I think, is going to go for some little bit of scrap time over towards the top side of the hill. He's able to get one. You would assume that a trade comes through for him shortly, but that 20 seconds still looks good to them, and still the arrows of Annex flying over towards the time. They finally circumvent around Buster, who's not able to get any more than one. So that 10 seconds is still going to be contested, at least for now. They do drop that final man, but the rotation over to Kitchen. Annex are there first.
Yeah, this number 2 in Galaxy is making his way through
big route.
Making his way through across to the back. Route. This is going to be a huge kill. Is he able to get the second? He's not read the play in mid, but they push 2 players into pool anyway. But there's going to be another big kill, and that is 2 red skulls they didn't need to see if you're a fan of P7, as P3 control goes to Annex.
35 seconds is all they need. There's 47 up for grabs. How many can they get? Oh, nice kills again come through from P7. A clean wipe is really going to help them out now, even though the slaying through from UH and Rush is still looking strong. They're just not converting it to the time that they're probably going to want. So 32 seconds. Annex still going to try and fight for this one. They are getting kills. Vega with another double as he slowed down a little bit. But now 25 seconds. They can't win off this hill. They'll get very, very close, though, and every second counts now.
Absolutely. P7 with a big job to do. They do not want to give this scrap time over to Annex, because that will put them on the precipice of tying this series up. It's going to be Team Crumpets, no Galaxy, who manages to go huge. That's going to be P3 control again. There's only 10 seconds of scrap. Someone needs to get onto the hill, and you can see number 1 in CJ is going to be that player who's going to give the spawns to P7, who are going to be set up potentially for this P4 and can win it from here. This is going to have to be huge from Annex. UH and Rush are going to have to go big now.
Big kill in the back from CJ. He's got to try and watch for those 2 players in towards Bedroom and one over towards Blocks. Big kill in the back. Actually comes through, I believe, from Vega. So now, wherever the spawn's going to come through, huge 1-on-1 now out the back. That player spawns in Bedroom, actually, as Vega gets on the time. 25 seconds. He's had a rough map, but he's heating up a little bit now, and 20 seconds is all they need to pretty much get this one done. You've got a lot of time to work with. Everyone now is going to try and fly in towards Closet and Bedroom. So many red arrows converging around the hill. The push has got to be imminent any second now, but the kill feed lights up in Annex's favour. There's at least one in return, but it's not probably going to be the end of it as Rush comes through and gets everyone through. We spoke about 50 in map 1. We've seen it again, and make sure he's got the right attachment on.
Rush for 50. Check his gun. Incredible performance from the 2 SMGs. UH and Rush take a bow. We've got ourselves a Game 5 on the main stage.
Oh my God. What a map. Jesus, this is the first one of the day as well that we've had. It's been mental. So we've seen 250 bombs. Now, arguably the first one got a little bit chalked, but that was a legitimate one on a Skyline. But we flagged it up perhaps before that map. That SMG duo of UH and Rush, that was just, immaculate stuff from them, and that's what they bring to this team.
Yeah, I mean, at times, Rush just unplayable. I don't even want to look.
Don't read non-traded.
41 from Rush, a legitimate 41. 72 non-traded P7. What are you doing? Please replay from the first map the speech I made about P7. You need to get your trades, boys. 72 non-traded across 2 players. What are we seeing? I don't know.
There are moments, to be fair, like with Rush, for example, there was a moment over towards that final hill where there was somebody out the back and anyone or a lot of players would have just flown at the chow, and he didn't. He played for info, he shouldered it, he waited for his team, and then they all pushed as a unit, which, to be fair, in a map that is so fast, and when it comes down to the wire right at the end, it just paid absolute dividends to him, and then obviously able to get the streaks. Vega, as rough as that start of the map was for him and Saf did manage to slowly work their way back, and that just made all the difference to them, because they did hold on even with those two struggling very, very early on.
Yeah, I think obviously you could see it was a lot more competitive in the first rotation, and they kind of like got mixy in second, but I think the key for Saf and Vega's performance is you can get a ton of kills and largely them be irrelevant transitional kills, or you can kill someone in the wrong place and they spawn in the right place and it's a mistake. But then you can go negative, but the kills you've got have been massively important in terms of, you know, a couple of kills on entry or a couple of defensive kills that are going to give your team 10 or 15 seconds. So yeah, you can see that kind of performance, and we saw kind of Vega taking routes, coming in behind players, getting 2 or 3 kills or 2 kills, getting traded out, but that's allowed his teammates to get control of the zone, and then he might go on a 5 spree where he gets killed 5 times.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter because he's got his team 20 or 30 seconds. That puts a huge bit of distance. So, you know, we talk about the dirty work that the players do, and sometimes that feels a little intangible in terms of like, how do you describe that? People just go, it's objective play, but actually dirty work can sometimes doing that job, getting those important kills and then finding yourself a bit negative. But without that, that team doesn't get hill control. That team's also on the struggle bus in terms of time.
Yeah, well, there's the Drenga series that is still going on at the moment. So we don't actually know what the score is in that one. So hopefully we can get a heads up on how that one's unfolding. But that is that game 26 on your screen. Drenga Esports versus Team Elite. And yeah, perhaps, I mean, we mentioned it before. Obviously, we don't want to look ahead too far. But again, you've got that opportunity for that rematch if the boys of P7 do actually manage to clutch it up in this Search and Destroy. Obviously, Vault Search isn't exactly a one-sided affair for the most part. Usually it is back and forth, but we have had a couple of occasions here, and I'm trying to think of the game yesterday. I think it might have been Avenge, actually. It was a 6-1, wasn't it, on the Vault Search, where they did absolutely hammer. No, it was Paddy's team. It was Infinity's team, sorry. It was X-Force. They won 6-1 when they had one of the quickest 3-0s known to man. I'm pretty sure it was them. Yeah. But yeah, that was a very quick map. But it's not usually the norm, is it, for a Vault? Usually you would assume that it's kind of going to go back and forth, and the waft kind of enters the room of around 11 before you've even started the map. So yeah, Search and Destroy Vault, obviously SMGs coming off the back of that, UH and Rush. They're going to be more than happy to just sit in bottom vault and just take any chance that they have.
I mean, the only thing I would say is that obviously you feel that the SMGs obviously will prosper in that very confined area, but what I find sometimes is it's a certain type of SMG, someone with I find some SMGs are very flow state. So once they're moving and getting hit picks, but the S&D SMG, you really do need kind of spontaneous reaction.
Quick reactions,
and that isn't always the case with even like blowout SMGs. Their reactions are more based on like take Callum, for example, Avenge. You do find him in movement, 1 piece, 2 piece, 3 piece, and he's
good at chaining them together. Yeah.
And but when you talk about a player that's got great reaction time for kills, Rafi is a good example, someone who just loves S&D, a big brain, kind of read how the other team plays, but once he gets into that 1v1, that straight duel, his reaction time is just impeccable, like it's just unreal. So whether those SMGs and Rush and UH will prosper, we're going to be able to see fairly early on whether their reactions are going to be on point or whether they're more flow state SMGs.
And obviously, as we work our way through the tournament, naturally we're going to have some of these bigger teams getting dropped out, and obviously because of the way the guys in both respective teams had a bit of a rough day yesterday, obviously they would have wanted to find themselves, at least one of these two teams, in that kind of that winners final. They now find themselves in a position where we've got Seed 3 versus Seed 4, and one of them's going home in losers round 3. So it's big opportunity now for both respective teams. They've obviously got to push that losers bracket all the way through, whoever comes out on top of this one. But yeah, it would be a shame to see kind of two sets of teams with this quality of player unfortunately get dumped out this early. But that's bracket play, isn't it? That's LAN. That's how it works.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to go home at some point. So it can't always be like grand finals. It would be a lovely world where we all got to win, but we don't, and that's what drives you to get better and, you know, go back to the lab and have a look at where you've kind of fell off. And I know some of these guys, they just want the LAN experience. Even if they know they're very good, they just come for the LAN experience. How far can we get? Let's have a bit of fun. Let's catch up with people we know. This is obviously the main stage auditorium.
The peaches. Any waves from the peaches? Ludo, I'm pointing to you. I don't know if you can hear us. No, there's no waves from anyone. Oh, no.
Oh, God. So, at least they colour-coordinated the lines. Maybe they've been reading Twitter. A nice row of green, a nice row of red. There you go.
Colour-coordinated, mate.
Proven popular with the players, though, which is always good. But yeah, obviously, going into the S&D, this is all about the nerves. And we know P7 clearly got confidence in themselves, choosing to restart and redo the hard point and not take the insta-dub. So I feel like they're probably very confident in themselves, but coming off the back of what is just an absolutely stellar performance from Annex and in particular, obviously, UH and Rush, you've got to be thinking to yourself, we do need to kind of, how do we deal with these? And does that mean, no, is the clever play just do not go to A? Do we think let's go to the more difficult, you know, zone bomb site and try and get that down, and maybe try and utilize a bit of AR suppression, get some top R control of it, get some, you know, back control. I don't know what you do.
The thing is, going to B, it's kind of a bit of a wild card. Once you've done it once, usually the other team at least has one person there and it can punish you. You're usually probably better off throwing that wild card in maybe after a few generic hits to try and mix it up. We have seen quite a few teams, though, right off the rip, heading over towards that B site. So it looks as though it's going to be very much a case of bread and butter and everyone in towards the A site on the side of Annex, apart from number 1 in UH and number 3 in Vega. So Vega gets taken down and P7 looking to try and just slowly form around those players.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be players drop for Annex as UH and Vega find themselves in the next round. It's going to be Rush and Saphir in a 2v4. And again, it does look like it's going to be, I think Rush had bomb, didn't he? He's going to get taken down. Saphir is going to be in the unenviable position of a 1v3. CJ is going to be that player. The bomb, apologies, 24 seconds remaining. The fuse is going to be on, and that P7. A wild start to this game 5.
Well, and that's arguably technically a breaker serve from what we see normally in that one. They've managed to do the site retake, which is arguably the difficult thing to do, and they did it absolutely impeccably.
It was the win over by truck, you know, and they've pushed down through mid or cat, and there was a player watching.
Yeah, I think it was Vega. Yeah, Vega got caught over towards kind of the back of lobby, and yeah, that's kind of the difficulty, because you can. If you turtle up, especially in the first round, you don't have trophies in, so a lot of people will tend to try and play the outskirts of kind of pool and P2, because otherwise they throw a couple of hot potatoes in there and there's nowhere really you can go in that confined space, and you've got no trophies to protect you from it. So we'll have to see if it changes as the rounds go on, whether or not Annex decide to try and just stack it regardless, but they are going to do a very, very quick mid hit, it seems. Meanwhile, the bomb in the hands of Buster is going down, but mid is going to be where those gunfights potentially go through, and his teammate there goes down. Nice trade, though, from Buster. Nice second from Buster. Really good work from him, and now potentially an opportunity to take this bomb elsewhere.
Yeah, it does look like it's going to be a full transition as well around the back, so whether the boys are going to be able to read this, but more importantly, number 7 in T and Crumpets is going to potentially get some information on both players if he does stay, but it looks like it's going to be a clever move around the back. In fact, he knows where some players are. The timing could be important here, though. He's just, the chase is on. Can he get a pick? Oh my God, how has this man stayed alive? Is it bait?
Oh, well, there you go. He's hesitated, and unfortunately, it's not paid off for him. Vega got to try and play his life, though, retreating out towards the back, but he's probably just going to bump heads with Buster. Close left. He shreds him up close with the AR regardless. So now T and Crumpets in the 1 versus 2. He's got to try and retrieve the bomb. He's got to try and plant it as well, all within 30 seconds, and there's still going to be 2 players left. So over towards Cannon's side he goes. Is he going to get some good timing out towards the back of P2? You can see that number 3 Vega again just holding the cross, camp in the corner and anticipating that this is going to be checked. Oh, the timing. Retrieves the bomb, gets out. But now, is there going to be a trade from Vega? Oh my goodness, it's not. He's hesitated. So he should be able to get... Is he going to have time to plant the bomb? No, he's not. So is Vega going to realise that he's got time to plant or not? Vega, spots him, runs away. Nice work, Rohan.
I think that's made up for the initial kill in that first round. So a nice little bit of intelligent play to make sure that they actually get the round out as well. But yeah, you can see just how difficult it can be when you can't dominate that A zone immediately. And obviously Annex with that hyper rush through mid and to try and get a pick and get control of the A zone. Really nice to see, and that kind of throws the cat among the pigeons in terms of your strategy. Like, if you're Annex, when you next go onto the offense, like what's your choice? Like, do you try, because they are very aggressive, like there doesn't often feel like a lot of subtlety in their gameplay.
Yeah, nice pick again from Rush. Able to get away just about 48 HP. And now over towards Volk's steps. It's potentially going to be another gunfight. He's just going to dip back in towards the A site. Oh, Saf gets caught though, potentially overextending where he doesn't necessarily need to. So now 2 versus 3 for Rush and Vega. Can they manage to clutch it up a little bit here? Playing together. This next kill is going to be big. Oh, Vega didn't see him. Oh my God. His teammate Rush did though. He's probably thinking, how on earth is somebody there? But now in towards the site. Nice work though. Able to get a pick there. Is T and Crump. It's 5 in a row now for him, and now it leaves Vega all on his ones. Is he going to check? Oh my goodness, they're lining up for him. They've got to be careful, and the other one's weak as well. Hello, shouldering. Going to try and milk the ammunition. The pistol's good though, and oh my God. There you go. Cool as a cucumber. He loves that stuff. He loves that stuff.
He's absolutely buzzing with that. That is the player that we used to watch when he was a whippersnapper as well. Oh, he's rocking the school chair as well, isn't he? Happy days. Maybe that's the power you need, the extra 10% plus 10 vitality.
People tried memeing it. Well, might be the extra. Instead of RGB, it's now school chairs, mate.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just, I mean, we've seen that so many times. We've seen Vega pull that kind of clutch off so many times that, again, just pushing with low health against Rohan with the pistol. I mean, is it wise?
Yeah, you'd think you'd be all right, but nope, apparently not. So, Annex 2-1 up now. Next kill is going to be, again, the all-important one. That first blood potentially is going to be huge for the defensive side. That bomb's going down straight away, so already we cut the clock to 45 seconds. Rush and the boys now going to have to try and work out where they're going to try and push this from. It looks as though they're going to try and drop in towards the site. The bait is going to be there from a lot of players. The shoulders are going to be there from a few as well. And it's going to be kills coming through for Buster. But now you can see that UH is on the chase. They've got the site control, actually. So where's this bomb planted for? That's the main thing. You would assume that it's planted for outside of pool, and it is. So one man on the defuse going to try and bait away a few of those players, but the kills go through. Last man up is going to be Galaxy. They're hopping the defuse. They've got the kill, and there's another round on the board for Annex.
Momentum, I think, is what they call it, and that's what you're feeling right now. Incredible performance coming out of Annex. Very strong, surgical at times. The confidence coming out of them to be able to push so quickly and get the kills. I mean, this is where it gets tricky for P7 because there isn't an obvious answer. The very difficult B push if you're on offense. How do you defend against that level of accuracy and aggression that you can obviously get to A very quickly, even on offense? This is a bit of a problem, a bit of a puzzle for the boys of P7 to unlock.
Well, there you go, another round on the board for Annex. Map 2, search and destroy. Was very good to them. Able to take that one, and now game 5 for all the beans is looking really important. Vega, 6 in a row. Can he keep that going? I assume he's got the RCXD, but it's going to be a difficult map to potentially use it from. The stun check's going to find a lot of information. Likewise, though, is a stun coming through from P7. We're still awaiting that first blood. Number 7 in T and Crumpet has pushed up the map a little bit, and CJ is going to be able to isolate UH and take him down. So this time, it's going to be an opportunity. Oh, wow! That had to be team shots. There was no way he's able to kill him that so quickly on his own. Vega's still extending his streak out, but now the 2 versus 3.
Yeah, I think he's obviously thinking about that now as well, whether that's going to change his gameplay. He gets tagged up, so he's got to be careful now. Players are going to be converging around him. He needs to be wary about that pinch potentially, but you can see number 3, Vega pushing through. You got Saf here as well, who's in the position. And again, this is going to make his way around. He gets the 8, so that's going to be the crew in the back.
Oh!
There's going to be another big pick.
God.
Vega.
Oh, they've won again.
8.
Oh my God, Vega's just doing it all. It's 9 in a row now for him. As soon as he didn't get the first shots in, I was sitting there thinking, surely there's no way he wins this one now. But he's just winning absolutely everything, not missing a bullet. And yeah, that is just absolutely amazing stuff from him and his team now with a sizable advantage to Pabs in a map that tends to go back and forth.
Very quiet looking, kind of like P7, no comms really. We do finally see a couple of the players talk, but that looks like a very deflated but concentrated P7. They are going to need to step up considerably now. 3-round deficit, 0-4 from UH, but they've got a 3-round advantage as Vega keeps everyone in his backpack for Annex. And again, you talk about the fact that he's been relatively quiet for the rest of the series, but he can step up. That's a sign of a very good team.
They're just flying in towards the site, and they've forced P7 straight back out of it. So only one player was present in there, and now there isn't going to be anyone at all. T and Crumpet's got to be careful not to potentially get shot from the pinch. The Vega looks as though he's slowly working towards. There's still an opportunity for them to try and take this bomb elsewhere, and it looks as though the comm is going to be to take it to B, but I assume Vega got a bit of information there of those players crossing over. He's got himself in towards Art. There's going to be 2 players all the way out the back here. Is Vega going to be able to read this? He should be finally dead to rights. He makes it 10 before he finally goes down, but the damage is done. 3 versus 2.
Yeah, this is going to still be a really tricky one with 40 seconds. It is only going to be T and Crumpets and Buzz there who've got the opportunity to deal with 3 players, but they've largely got themselves stuck out towards back. So this is going to be a good opportunity for Annex to even extend their lead out further. Wow. That's going to put the player into the bin, into the next round. It's going to leave Buster Major on his own with 22 seconds. This is almost impossible.
Yeah, it's not doable. But now I've said it, you never know. It might just decide to jinx me completely. So, yeah, 13 seconds and a dream. And unfortunately, that dream is slowly withering away as the time goes ticking. And this one is pretty much done.
It's
He's just
normally
going to
where
go on the
you'd
hunt.
eat yourself off the map.
Yeah,
The
there's nowhere to do it, and he's dead regardless. So Annex 5-1 up. After such a good series that we've had, it would be strange to really see it go as such a blowout if it ends as a 6-1. But at the moment, you can't see anything changing the way this map is going.
I think the thing you've got to remember is that even though the teams, for large portions of the game, have been the game's been close, some of the maps haven't been that close in terms of, like, we've seen P7 do really well, we've seen Annex do extremely well, and then at some point, you know, it's a long series. This is where the players with the greater concentration, the greater ability for comms, the greater ability to maintain pace at this kind of long, when you're getting into a post 1 hour game,
yeah.
This is the difference maker. And obviously a very deflated, quiet looking P7, but you've got right the way through Annex looking solid.
Oh, bastard, Jesus. 13 HP, he's dropped down to straight off the start. Annex opting not to fly in towards the A site. They're going to have a little bit of a default setup here. Again, just trying to play the picks from range. Number 5 in CJ is going to be over towards top art. Meanwhile, the remaining 3 players of P7, they are going to be in towards mid. The streak's coming through. We can hear it in the background. It's not going to collide with anyone. So streak's been invested by Vega already. And unfortunately, his troubles still continue. Still yet waiting for his first kill. Again, though, Vega there to mop it up. Just about manages to get away with his life. You can see that number 6 Galaxy is going to double back here to try and help him out. This is a big moment.
Yeah, absolutely. It's kind of about a little bit of control. Annex lost the player, UH. It is going to be him on the struggle bus, and it's going to be Team Crumpets also joining potentially out of the series as well. So it is going to be some side control going the way of Annex, but at the expense of another player in P7 on the
got trade.
Major.
Oh, he's got trade. No, they go back and forth. Annex get it done in an emphatic style, to be fair, with the series that we've had. It seems strange that it ended in a 6-1, but Rohan had a map. I say we've been a big fan of him for a while now, so happy to see the smile on his face once again. His team will continue through the losers bracket.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about, you know, a good side usually got players that can step up at any particular point, and, you know, Rohan had his moments and hard points, wasn't particularly, you know, stellar in quite a lot of maps. Obviously, Rush and UH going for
UH didn't get a kill.
0-5, put your pad down, put your feet up, you guys deal with it. 13-3 from Rohan, and then I think there was a 10 streak at one point as well. So just huge plays. So back to back in terms of you look at consistency, 2 maps on the road, 2 very, very impressive maps where we saw UH and Rush dropping some incredible figures, and then we go to a S&D and they've got Vegalini doing the job there. And obviously you've got to consider that if they're able to be more consistent across more maps and no GAs, they could potentially, if they're top of their game, start to provide a little bit of pressure to X-Force and to Avenge.
Yeah, so commiserations there to the boys of P7. Brilliant performance from them regardless, but unfortunately they will be dumped out of this tournament now. And what we'll do is we'll throw it to the guys on the desk to unpack 5 very, very good maps.
Well, Joel, I don't know if we're just bad at our jobs. If all the boys decided that they were going to do something different for today, we built this all up as like these guys are going to be great at the respawns if you're Annex, but P7 are going to be great at the S&D. Change that completely over because it's going to be Annex who take both S&Ds in that. Then hard point off a huge performance from Rush, whereas for P7, it was very much so a case of going on through and looking really good in your control on Vault and then your hard point on Protocol. I guess let's talk all the way through like kind of some of the stuff that happens in the series. Obviously, you get the reset at the start there where UH is running the wrong barrel, naughty boy, and then we reset, P7 come out and absolutely smoke you. Is it a case of, well, maybe it's just that UH was weakened because he put up such a great performance, or would that rock your mentality, do you think?
I think it's probably a little bit of both. I think when you're in such a strong position, you've taken the first map, first one of the day to get you sort of underway, and then you're in a position where your admins come round and you've been checked, and you ultimately have been found out to be running the wrong barrel. It naturally is going to have an effect on those who sit around you, because you thought you were 1-0 up, you were getting yourself ready for what was going to be, I'm sure, a corker of an S&D, but then have to go back through. I did mention it, I think, to a couple of people around here. I wasn't too sure how they would manage to get through that initial hard point after the reset. Ultimately, P7 did come out on top, but then, like you said, it would just seem to be back and forth throughout.
Well, the thing is, the whole series, it then went to that Protocol S&D, where Annex then come out on top 6-3. Great performance from Sapphire, even though he struggled in that one. We then go to Control. It's 3-1. P7. Buster has himself a great Control. And to be fair, that's one of the things that we did say. Buster has been good at Control in this tournament. We go to that Skyline, and quite frankly, that's the bang out that we're looking for, right? That's the moment that you want to see. It's a fantastic start from P7, but slowly Annex built their way into this. Vega, you know, he started off 6-15, found his way back to being positive, but also Rush, 51-27. And you and me both looked at each other and went, all right, that's the kind of performance that takes you into a Game 5. And we saw him in Twitch chat. Game 5, gentlemen. This is where boys become men. And oh my God, did Annex step up there.
Absolutely. I think we saw that the map 4, obviously, there were 2 members of that roster absolutely slaying, and ultimately probably a little bit back and forth, a little bit closer than what you would imagine it was going to be with the volume. I think they had roughly somewhere around over 100 limbs just between nearly 2 people. And then to be only winning by 25 seconds, it shows how much of a bang out that these guys have got. This is the sort of caliber the teams that are coming to these events. But then, like we say, stepped up, boys become men in that map 5. And what did we say? S&D wins championships.
It does indeed win championships. And the thing is, it's a case of, you know, for Rush, you dropped that 51. It was UH, actually, who did make up for a couple of things and puts up that 40 to help get through that Skyline. It's a weird one then when we go into Game 5. Vega, who had himself a relatively quiet performance until then, suddenly pops off of a 10 spree between round 2 and 4, finishes 13-3. UH just decided to let the boys put him in the backpack for a bit, because he went 0-5 for the victory. But it doesn't matter how you get there. The gentleman from Annex moving on through. And we also had another game going on off stream. Team La Elite. This was Seed 9 playing against Seed 5 and Olympian. Beat them 3-0. And I tell you what, my friend, it wasn't even close.
No, some of the scorelines that we're seeing in there, the Spanish have certainly turned up to play on this Sunday. Obviously, as you can see on your screen, we've got the Drenga members who are taking on Team La Elite over in one of the additional rooms that we've got around here. If anyone is watching, you are on the big screen, so hopefully you're enjoying that one today. But as you can see, the losers bracket has sort of finalised itself. Like we've just seen, Drenga currently taking on Team La Elite, and that is going to also allow the Annex members to go through and play against Auglis, who have been up there with the upsets already this tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, Annex, we've just got to watch that one on main screen. They're going up against that Auglis team that did beat P7 in winners round 1. So that was a massive upset, and definitely one of those that we've got to pay attention to, because Auglis also beat Olympian. So maybe there is something about this Auglis team. Yes, you lost to Avenge, but well, everyone has lost to Avenge. So that's looking like a fantastic game for us to tune in on. But then Drenga, it's been their fairy tale story. They're up against that La Elite team that a lot of people reckon were underrated, and it was not a close series. Sometimes you can get those 3-0s. We're like, well, this could easily have gone a couple more maps.
Yeah.
It was 250-80 in the hard point, 6-3 S&D and a 3-0 control. So absolutely smoked, I think, is the terminology for that one. So a couple of great games setting us up, but obviously we are also continuing to look on forward to that winners finals matchup between Avenge and X-Force Annex. That's going to be an absolute bang out. Obviously, that's one that I believe you and Spud are going to be casting.
We are indeed.
Looking forward to that one, mate. You're going to be stood up there. Any early predictions?
I have had the pleasure of casting over the X-Force Annex roster a couple of times now. They had an opportunity. Drenga, like we mentioned earlier, nearly had that sort of fairy tale ending once again in a map 5 last night. Did come up short and are in the losers bracket at the minute, but I think it would be hard to look past the sort of caliber that we've seen from Avenge so far this weekend.
Yeah, it is tough, especially as well. Thank you to Ben again, Sergeant, doing some incredible work in the back, getting us some statistics. Quite frankly, they are very Avenge heavy. Overall KD, you've got got Red, who came into today as the number 1 player at 1.5. Callum was third with a 1.41, and then Julian was in fifth with a 1.36. That was split only by Nay in second and Safia in fourth. Hard point, KD. 3 players in your top 5 are going to be Avenger players. S&D, KD. Only the 1 player actually in Red who's holding a 2 KD, but showing as well that you've got plenty of firepower when it comes to the respawns as well as the S&Ds. So, that Avenger roster definitely a difficult one to look beyond. But I did chat to Nathan Parker this morning, and he said he's feeling kind of relaxed and confident, even though they've not had much time to scrim. So I guess he wouldn't say much different to me, but they did look like a team that were able to go through adversity yesterday, because it felt like they did actually get pushed. The one thing that we haven't seen from Avenge yet is really them put under the cosh at all.
No, and I think that's something that everyone sort of outside of here is looking to see at these sort of local LAN events. Does the Avenge roster have a little bit of a crack in their gameplay? Is there going to be something that will put them on the back foot? And how are they going to then respond to what's put in front of them? We alluded to it yesterday that scrimming against some of the bigger teams and being involved in those sort of matchups is going to be sort of in your benefit, but we've not seen them falter as of yet. But the deeper that this tournament goes, those cracks could soon unhinge themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. It's one of those moments, if you get that X-Force team come out and just suddenly put up a great map one, looking to see what Avenge do in return. While we are talking about that matchup, let's take a quick look again at the upper bracket and just kind of talk about the journey that those teams went on to get there, because for Avenge Esports, they're going to be at the top of your bracket there. X-Force and X are coming in around the mid portion, and it's been pretty straight sailing except for that final series for X-Force.
Exactly that. Like you say, we've not seen Avenge drop a single map as it stands. We've seen the Drenga boys put a couple of the boys into a bit of a tricky situation, Nathan Parker's gang. So it's going to be what could potentially lead themselves both throughout in this tournament, but I'm sure we'll get there and soon find out.
We will indeed. And what we do want to also find out is exactly how the NX boys are feeling after that series. And Spud is actually going to be stud with UH and Rush.
Right, I'm here with Rush and UH, just had a belter of a series. Took all the way to map 5, but got the job done. Rush, thoughts on the series?
The series didn't really go away, map 1 and 2. Kind of a slow start, but apart from that, got slammed.
We won map 2.
Huh?
Didn't we? We won map 2.
No, we won 3 and 4, 5. Oh no, we did.
We did win map 2.
Oh yeah, I'm bugging. But anyway, they're dog shit. It's just slammed. Map 4, they couldn't trade me and UH. Sending them home. Easier said than done.
I've got 2 words, UH. Long barrel. What happened?
Look, whatever anyone says, they should not let me be dropping 50 with a long barrel.
Yeah, that's true.
That's true. I think they're awful, man. I dropped 0 map 5. My teammates just carried 6-1, easy.
Yeah.
They were the goats on Protocol HB, but there's no way I had the long barrel, man. I still can't believe it.
No, yeah. I saw you go into the chat after as well and be like, that long barrel's
I genuinely thought, it was the PC I was playing on. I was like, holy shit, this PC's a spaceship.
I come to them and I was like, UH got long barrel and take him off.
Yeah.
Bro, I didn't hear you, G.
Well, but that map 4, that Skyline, both of you, like, I think between you, elims wise, it was over 100.
Yeah.
You had like 41 non-traded. I think you were about 40, like 38 non-traded or something.
We just had Vega to block, me and Rush just running around. Easy. Saf was just holding lanes,
Right. Is that you going to go all the way now?
CJ Quad is fucking shit.
Right, going to head to a break now, and I'm going to come back ready for a winners final. Cheers, lads.
Hey, we are live at the Katana Spring Open 2025, and we've just seen an utter banger on the stream. I mean, 6 games, who can beat that for a best of 5, which is absurd. But we have got an even better game coming up. We have got Avenge against X-Force. It's potentially going to be the grand final, depending on how this goes. And we've got the most accusated player in humanity in red with us, and we've got possibly the loudest shit talker in the business in CJP. Guys, I'm going to throw it to you. How do you think it's going to go?
We're going to win, mate. Like, we're easily going to win. I really don't see this team as a problem. They've been screaming for like a week, mate. He can't qualify for elites. So, like, we're elite.
Well, on that note, though, Heptix has been largely carrying you 3 slots. So are you going to try to pick things up, catch up to him a little bit?
I've got the highest KD at this LAN currently.
Oh, it's like KD matters then. Here we go. CJP, what is your response to that, mate?
My response is I might have not qualified for that elite, but map count-wise, they've only taken 1 map off me. You know, in 2 series, that's pretty rough. 1 map. We've got to do better. Hopefully, you can get 1 map this series, but with how shit they are, no chance.
Yeah, I honestly don't know which way this is going to go. If it's a shit-talking contest, CJP wins. If it's a KD contest, Heptix maybe win, maybe Red, sorry. But yeah, we're looking forward to an absolute banger. It is going to be Joel and Spud who are going to be on the cast. We're going to hand you back to Andy and potentially Major, actually don't know, on the analyst desk.
Can confirm indeed that it is Major Chafing who has jumped in alongside me here. But yeah, wonderful interview there. Nothing quite like getting the 1v1 me moments going on there where they just kind of like clash and you end up with, well, Red turning around saying you can't make an elite, brother. That's I don't know too much about CJP. I don't know if he's normally like that, but I could see the vein in the throat going there. I think that actually like irritated him a little bit.
Yeah, to be perfectly honest, I thought we were going to end up in a position where it was a little bit nice at the start and then it built its way up, but no, Red just went straight in with the double footer.
For the jugular.
Yeah, and as a result of that, the bar got raised and, you know, CJ's going to meet it. So, yeah, it's going to be an interesting one, especially for the people in the venue that are going to be watching it. I've got a feeling there's going to be a lot of screaming across those tables.
Yeah, a lot of pointing, a lot of letting you know exactly how that feels and how that's going. Red, though, he has every right to be very confident. Coming into today, he was our #1 player when it came to KD, holding a 1.5. Some of you will, you know, deliberate on where KD stands in terms of how important it is, of course. But it's kind of interesting to see that actually a lot of that is coming from his search and destroy performance, putting up a 2, which lists him as #2 on that banner. But also, there's a lot of Avenge numbers just generally across all of the KD ratings, Slayer performances, even a couple of hill time stuff. They've got players in there, so they're a difficult squad to match right now.
Yeah, I say they are at the moment. They haven't dropped a map, I believe, in this entire tournament, and they're not going to plan on doing it, you know, with the bragging rights and how much confidence they have as a roster. If they can go through this whole tournament and not drop a single map, that Twitter timeline is going to be something of a beautiful sight for any of the Avenge fans. Yeah, they're a very, very good set of players, and they've set the bar very, very high in this tournament, so I've got a feeling they're just going to continue to try and keep that going.
Yeah, I think so. This is, of course, our winners' finals. Let's see how they set that bar by pulling up the bracket and reminding everyone of the journey of these 2 teams. For Avenge Esports, beating out Official Weirdo was a 3-0. They then beat Team Elite, which is some matchup that we thought was going to be quite a bit closer, was a 3-0, and then also Smoking August by the exact same scoreline, so not a single thing dropped en route. For X-Force Annex, it was a 3-0 over 7 Esports, a 3-0 over Pain Nation. That was way too simple, really. But then that close one, 3-2 against Drenga. Now, I kind of put this on Joel a moment ago, and I'm going to do the same for you, my friend. For Avenge Esports, they've had it super smooth all the way through this tournament. They've not had to really face any adversity, whereas for X-Force Annex, we've seen that bit of spine from them to get through that Drenga series. Does that weigh into this contest at all?
Yeah, I think that kind of grit and determination is something that you always want to question on certain rosters. But then again, when we saw them playing up in Stoke, they dropped to the losers bracket. Everyone literally was waiting for them to lose that series. Every single one off the back of it. And yeah, it's just going to be a case of you're looking at them thinking, right, can they manage to... We need to ban him sometimes.
Yeah,
I swear,
sorry, Pablo's currently gyrating off the screen right by the camera. Just not what we needed to see, to be honest. We are trying to build up a winners' finals here, man. Go somewhere else. But yes, to your point, they've proven then that they had a bit of spine about them and a bit of steel, and of course they've had to do that in their elite performances as well. So it's one of those where this team, you know, come into this with, yes, they haven't really been contested here, but they certainly have plenty of reason to believe in themselves should they take a step back in the opening stages of this this series. Let's take a quick look at that Avenge roster then, just remind you who will be lining up for it. These are, of course, the favourites coming into today. Red, Heptix, Julian and Callum. A lot of the conversation pre-tournament was all about whether or not it was going to be the Julian show. Has it been, or are the other three boys putting on too?
I think they've all been pulling their weight, to be fair. Again, Heptix and Red off the back of that tournament, people were still saying, oh yeah, well, they weren't necessarily having the greatest performances. It was more a case of Callum and Julian with the outliers in terms of just constantly putting up big numbers. But at this tournament, they've all been doing it. I don't think you can really question, like you said, on the stats, looking across kind of all the metrics that we've got that Ben and the team are putting together. They are littered with Avenge from top to bottom. I think that kind of backs up at what they're throwing about, all the shade they're throwing about at the moment. You can't really question it because they are proving a point now.
Yeah, they are. They are well and truly showing everyone exactly what they are made of. And on the other side of the stage, it is going to be that X-Force Annex roster. They are a squad that said yesterday, you know, they've faced a couple of difficulties, primarily because they haven't had much in the way of scrim time. This is going to be Infinity, Rasco, Nathan Parker, and CJP. A lot of people were kind of pointing me towards watching CJP as their star player. What I will say, these guys statistically aren't featuring much inside those top fives, probably because of that close series against Drenga, one of those back and forth bloodbath kind of moments. But has it been about CJP, or is there anyone else that you're taking a look at and thinking that's the reason they're in winners finals?
Yeah, I think obviously Paddy's been a big influence in the team for kind of the fundamental side of the game. I know we bang the drum all the time about what he brings to the team, but then that other additional side where he is able to fill that role of dropping big numbers. Rasco, again, a very talented individual that we saw up at ES Hub, and he's on a roster now with some quality players, rightly so, off the back of a very strong performance there as well. And it's going to be a little bit of an opportunity to kind of throw some shade back for the likes of Rasco, because they were on that team that lost to them in that grand final. So yeah, you've got a little bit of a rivalry in that sense of things. But again, Nathan Parker, he was used to being the bad guy, and then all of a sudden now everyone has kind of grown that respect for him, and he's showing it again on LAN why he's well and truly deserving to be here.
Yeah, absolutely. And Nathan, it's someone who I spoke to this morning, very calm, very relaxed. Doesn't really feel the pressure, and I guess that's one of the things. You come in as a number 2 seed, the target's not really on you yet. Yes, this is the big one for you, but it's all on Avenge to come out and win, and they're going to have to win that across 5 maps, which I believe we have available, unless I'm completely incorrect there. But yeah, we do. Hardpoint on Protocol will be where we start. S&D, red card control, Hacienda, and wow, it is all Hacienda through the end there, that Golden Lion coming on up for us. So anything there from the maps that we're seeing, the mode combos, that suggest this leans one way or the other?
Well, prior to this tournament, I would have said that's probably a map set that doesn't necessarily benefit Avenge, but off the back of this tournament, Hacienda has been very good from them. I don't know whether it was a case of they realised there was a gap in kind of their knowledge and ability on the map. They've obviously plugged it now, because every single time they seem to play that map, they look very convincing on it. And again, I think the map 1 of Protocol will kind of dish out which team is kind of fundamentally rotating correctly, keeping track of players, kind of flipping spawns as and when they need to. It's not necessarily a messy map set. There's no kind of skyline thrown in there to mix it up. So yeah, it looks like a very regimented map set, I think is the word I'll give it.
I like it, and as well, what I will say, a lot of people came into this tournament saying you do not want to play Avenge on Skyline. I imagine largely because of their slaying prowess. And what I will say, I hate the map as well. I'll be straight with you. Trying to play it in ranked, have absolutely no idea where anyone's come from. Some people thrive in that kind of chaos. A 31-year-old does not, with lead in their boots and likes to run an AR. But for Avenge, it very much so seemed like that they were able to run over pretty much anyone there. So getting that out of the map pool at least is good for X-Force Annex. But there won't be too many other lifelines handed your way. You said regimented. We're looking at then for X-Force, for someone like Infinity to be that player who hits those early rotations, get them locked in. We've spoken a lot about how good he has been out here. But Avenge are the team, for sure. They're the elite squad. They're the guys that have come in as overwhelming favourites. Predictions from you, Avenge, X-Force. We've weighed up a couple of different storylines. We've talked about the players. Is there any way for X-Force to take this, or are you going Avenge still?
I think there's an opportunity to make a series out of this from X-Force. I think it depends kind of what X-Force roster we get and what Avenge roster we get in map 1. I think there's an opportunity for X-Force to really start to go through the gears early on and hope that Avenger potentially caught a little bit napping, because this is their first series of the day, and sometimes that can happen where if you're just spectating COD for the duration of the day. By the time you finally get onto main stage for arguably the biggest game that we've had so far, it's going to be a case of, right, okay, what team are we going to get in map 1, map 2? I think if Avenge come out quick, then they're probably going to look very good for a very swift series, a 3-0-3-1 kind of thing. So yeah, I think that it all swings off that map 1, what kind of X-Force roster we're going to get.
Yeah, I mean, I'm taking a quick look here through some more of the statistics that have been put together, kind of, because one of the things you do when you look at a team that is an underdog, you're thinking, well, can you Neslo it? Can you take the S&Ds, maybe steal away like the control or one of the hard points, because those are the modes that are regularly practiced. And what you get is, well, there is going to be one player that's stepping up consistently here in the top numbers for X-Force. It's going to be Rasco. It's a player that personally, before this event, knew very little about. I believe he's actually come to the event a little bit unwell. So the fact that he's still been putting on a performance speaks volumes. And I guess that's kind of the player then that you're looking at to help your team push on through. We're talking, performance in S&D kills in particular. He's number 3 across the entire tournament and number 2 as well in terms of kills per actual round.
Yeah, and I think kind of in some of those maps, especially in controls, we kind of touched on it a little bit yesterday, his ability to be able to run that flex roll as and when they need it is very good in those kind of situations whereby you need a 3 stack with some SMG players. When the hill goes towards underground, for example, in that protocol map 1, you'll probably see Rasco switch either between the AR and the SMG quite considerably on some of those more open hills in compared to some of those close quarter gunfights. So the value that he brings to the team is definitely not one to be underestimated by any means. Estimated, Mike.
What accent is that coming in from? But one of the other things as well that I kind of missed off there accidentally at the end is that he's actually 5th overall in the entire tournament when it comes to first blood win percentage at 79%. So it's kind of like a case of where you've got this player who's capable of flexing, which then means, your 2 S&Ds are going to be across Red Card and Hacienda. We know that they are both maps where you could play 2 totally different strategies if you wish. You can have a player getting very close or a player playing those AR lanes, and clearly he's operating very well in both of those.
Yeah, and I think the change of pace, change of maps, if you've got players with that ability to switch up the speed of how they kind of play, especially in Search and Destroy, having that ability with, you can easily say, right, okay, we'll hit this bomb site really quickly, but if the players aren't necessarily calibrated to be able to switch the pace up like dynamically in the game, it can really punish you. You just hit a site quickly and you will just get dropped. So I think that kind of that bouncing back between the comms, speeding it up as and when you need to, I think that's where you kind of see the best of both from him as an individual, but then also it seems to be quite apparent across the whole roster. I think when they decide to try and play quickly as a 4, considering they've been stitched together, they do seem very convincing at doing so when they need to.
Yeah, well, they said yesterday that they were making up those strats on the fly. Once we spoke to Nathan Parker, and apparently it's doing a wonderful job of allowing Rasco to do his thing. And actually, while we're here, why don't I just show you exactly what Ben and the team put together in the back end. Look at that. And that is all being fed in by a monster of a spreadsheet. For those of you watching on mobile right now, you're going to see very little, but those of you watching on the desktop, I can tell you that it is a thing of beauty for those of us who like to analyze data. What I will say, we talked a lot about a couple of different teams. Obviously, for S&D wise, if you are going to be Rasco here and the boys, you're looking to bring out something that shuts Red down. He's been incredibly impressive in Search and Destroy, but you are going to see a couple of X-Force players also appear throughout Control. In Hardpoint, you've also got Nathan Parker, who's got one of the highest highest hill time ratios in the game. So yeah, as we get these updated, a lot of the stats that you and me have been ringing off are coming into day 2. I believe this is actually even more updated since then. So there is opportunities for X-Force to get into this. The problem is, usually we come in and like last series, it's like, well, one team's really good at this, the other team's really good at that. And for X-Force, they're kind of looking at this and going, well, actually, Avenge are good at pretty much everything. Yeah. So you've got to make sure your superstars step up as and when, but also find ways to pull their players down. And quite frankly, there's a quite a bit of a gap, as Red said in the interview. These boys can't make elites.
Yeah, and I think it's important as well that X-Force don't get kind of sucked into the pacing and the gameplay that Avenge necessarily set. I think if it's a frantic map, we talk about kind of how good Avenge can be on the likes of Skyline. As soon as they start to ramp up the pace, if you get kind of absorbed in it for 2-3 hills and it gets very, very messy where your team's not necessarily used to having that kind of pace in the game, you can find yourself just getting absolutely blended, maybe getting a lot of kills but not necessarily converting into times, and then you start to form rotations too late whereby Avenge are going to be there and they're going to be set. And we saw some big performances yesterday from, we haven't really touched on him, Heptix. He had some really good moments yesterday in terms of the fundamentals have always been there. It's just a case of can he manage to keep up with the slaying ability of the remaining team. And likewise with Red, people were saying, oh, well, you know, he does the dirty work. I know Pab says he's kind of that in-game leader as well.
Yeah.
But he's starting to convert it now into quite a damaging individual performance in terms of kills, but then also doing the right thing at the right time as well.
Yeah, you're right to bring up Heptics. It's kind of hard because, like, you look at this and, like, Red's rocking a 1.5 KD, Julian a 1.36, then you've got Callum a 1.41, and it's kind of one of those where Heptics is actually the lowest of that. It's still 1.31. It's an absolutely ridiculous performance so far. So, I mean, they have only played 9 maps, of course, and you know, they've beaten absolutely everything in front of them. So it's a case of, you know, this is your first real test. And I think that sometimes that's when you start to figure out how good a player actually is.
Yep.
For example, you put me in a bronze lobby, I'm probably going to look all right. You put me up against a crimson, not so much. It's a little bit more difficult out here. And I think that's when you start to assess whether or not, you know, we spoke at the top of yesterday's show for Avenge, Julian and Callum, could they be in a spot where they're thinking, okay, well, we made the playoffs in stage 1 of Elite. For stage 2 Elite, we actually got relegated straight out. So maybe they're looking across at their teammates and going, well, we're doing our bit, boys. We need a little bit more from you, or we're going off elsewhere. Is this a moment where Red and Heptics are doing a job of going, well, actually, we're the best thing for you right now?
Yeah, and I think this is kind of where that pays dividends in having faith in kind of the people that you team with. Obviously, as a team of 4 now, they've been pretty rigid throughout the entirety of this game. And I think now, in terms of the understanding of what they can expect from each other, is slowly coming to the forefront now in comparison to the teams that do switch it up, do change rosters, mix and match as and when, and kind of have that the grass is always greener kind of mentality. It's very easy. It's very easy for teams to kind of look at other players and go, listen, we'll swap them out. They've had a good series. They've dropped to 1.5. They pull them in, and then all of a sudden they've got a new set of potentially two or one individual whereby that they've got to completely learn everything new about the team. They've got to kind of grow as a team again. And I think Avenge now are sticking with that same 4. Me and Pabs talk about kind of Team Notorious and how consistently they keep that team of 4. And throughout the years, it's always proven beneficial for them to, at most, swap out a player, but then not just do so off a whim like a lot of Challengers teams do, just making sure that they kind of keep together and stick with each other through the tough times, and it's paying off for Avenge now by the looks of it.
No, 100%. A lot about that chemistry, a lot about figuring each other out. Just a quick caveat while we move and get everything set up here for our winners finals. Taking a quick look at the lower bracket, Team Elite have taken map 1 against Drenga Esports. Now, Drenga, of course, the team that have had a fairy tale run. Let's face it, we absolutely loved everything that we saw from them yesterday, but it has been a tough start to today. Auglis and Annex Esports, that other team in that lower portion of the bracket. Of course, all 4 of those teams will have an eye on this matchup, because if they are going to make the run, they've got to beat whoever they're against here. Is there anyone in that lower portion that you're thinking, okay, well, whoever loses this winners finals, anyone in that lower portion you're thinking, well, they could actually make a great lower finals of things?
Yeah, I think the Annex roster, on the face of it, obviously the kind of the team cohesion that we saw towards the latter end of the series, and kind of what they can do on a map like Skyline if the other team doesn't, crazily enough, not veto it out. I think that the ability that they have, and kind of we saw the damage that they can do just in terms of being able to drop numbers, that can disrupt some of the teams that are trying to be a bit more transparent with and make the series as easy as they possibly can. So they're probably the one that I would say to look out for. But then I still don't think we've seen, at least on broadcast anyway, the best of that Lat Elite team. I think we've obviously seen the series where they lost 3-0 to Avenge, but it wasn't necessarily a series where I think we saw what everyone else has been seeing, which has been a bit of a shame. So yeah, I'd kind of maybe keep an eye on them as well, depending on how the Drenga series goes. If they manage to 3-0 Drenga with kind of the momentum that they've been having, then I would literally look at them and say, right, okay, I'd still be wary of those, especially if you're dropping down off of that winners final. Yeah,
definitely. I mean, it's a tough one because a lot of these teams have also played against each other, so there's a lot of that redemption story going on, a lot of those arcs happening for sure. Again, ladies and gentlemen, we're just getting everything ready and going, ready and set up even. We can see a couple more players with headsets on, which is always a great thing. You can see here, all the boys looking rather relaxed.
Yeah, I think that's the main thing, isn't it? You don't want to get kind of in your own head before the game's even started and you've even fired a bullet. And again, these 2 teams, they've been in this position before pretty much across the board for all of the representatives across various tournaments. It is different on land, though. We say it all the time. And then going into a series, you've got a position now where both teams haven't had a huge amount of warm-up. I don't know whether they've been able to get on some of the side stations or do something like that essentially helps them out a little bit. But yeah, they've been in this position before, so it's not surprising that they look very chill. Even on the worst of days, they always seem relaxed. So
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, to be fair, you come into this, sometimes you could be a number 1 seed and very much so feel the pressure of that, but having been around them for these last 2 days, it just doesn't seem to be the case at all. We kind of walked into the lounge area earlier on and a couple of them were like relaxing, feet up and just chatting away. So when you get that kind of vibe, I think that you're walking into the day thinking you're taking all of this home. Just to remind you guys, we are playing for £3,000 here at the Katana, and it's no small chunk of change, and 80% of that, £2,400 for first. So, I mean, already here, you know, you get £600 for second. Already, you win this, you're guaranteed £600 for your weekend. And it's £150 each if you're splitting it evenly. I don't know, I might look across some of my teammates and be like, well, you carried me. So
I'll give you a tenner.
Yeah, exactly. But it's one of those where, you know, both of these teams now want to put themselves into a spot where they are competing for the prize money. And also that thing of being able to say that we have walked away from a LAN with yet another victory, which we've spoken about the German team that have flown in, the Spanish team that have flown in. Both of those have won LAN tournaments in their local area. This is the best sort of thing you can do before elites and then starting to talk about bigger things beyond that. But anyway, we have done plenty of chatting about this Avenge v X-Force finals in winners bracket, but someone who's going to know a little bit more about X-Force, at least more intimately anyway, is going to be Trix. That's their manager, and he is currently with Pablo.
Hey, we are at the Katana Spring Open 2025. I've got the midday pickup thanks to Steve Woody. Cheers, mate. And we're here with Trix, manager of X-Force Annex. Mate, it's been a busy weekend so far. Your guys clearly made it to Sunday. It was never really off the cards, that. But have you found the event so far?
I mean, the event has had its ups and downs, but that was to be expected. You know, a couple of lobby issues, a couple of account issues. Yeah. But other than that, I think the event's gone pretty good, especially with my team. It's great than where they are.
So it has been a good event. You're in winners final. You're against probably the favourites for the whole tournament. How do you feel the team, kind of as a team, have done in terms of like their cohesion and communication, and who's been kind of the stellar performer so far?
I mean, with them being somewhat of a pickup team, they've done wonders, but they are individually outstanding players. It was a bit shaky last game yesterday, going to a map 5. But, I mean, I'm feeling confident for us going up against AV&G. Player to player, we're probably better. But, of course...
Player to player.
Player to player.
I like that. You should have probably come on and spoke to CJP. Player to player. MVP potential Julian. Hope you're watching. Heptix, who's now, I guess, across the board, the top player in the tournament so far. Hope you're watching. And CJP, I mean, he loves a shit talk.
Oh,
that's some gas right there. Is there a player or, you know, any element of Avenge that really does worry you, though?
To be honest, I haven't watched tons of their games. I'm going to throw a little bit of shade out there. It's not interesting enough for me to watch.
I mean, these online have been quite tasty. Had a lot of more serious shade thrown against them. I mean, they were the talking points of the elite, the first elite. Yeah. So, I mean, there's got to be a little bit of interest there. You know what I mean?
I mean, I've got to have faith in my guys. My guys have got to get the job done. And
all right, prediction then, mate. Prediction. They're going to get the job done. What's the prediction?
It's going to make it to a map 5, but I reckon it'll be 3-2, yeah.
3-2, yeah?
Definitely 3-2.
And that's to your team,
yeah,
though.
to my team,
You've heard it here from the manager himself. It's going to be 3-2. His players are better than the Avenge players player to player, which is going to be a very interesting kind of comment to make. But yeah, we're going to be heading over back to the analyst desk for what is potentially going to be the first absolutely massive head up of the tournament so far, and potentially the grand final. So over to you, boys. Oh, we're still live.
Nice to see Pablo's got his brew in, by the way. Yeah. Not sure what a man has to do to get one of those. A cup of tea with some honey would be absolutely wonderful, not going to lie. But yeah, Trix there coming in from X-Force. Obviously, we're expecting a lot of the orgs here to kind of have their eye on this Avenge org and kind of sit there and point fingers and be like, well, you know what, we're coming for you guys. He says they're the player to player, we're better, they're not interesting enough. Anything that you take away from all of that?
I think it's all, if you're going to try and take down one of the big hitters, you've got to try and play the mind games. You've got to try and get under their skin a little bit. You've got to try and do basically anything you can to try and ruffle a few feathers, because if Avenge play their game comfortably and you don't try and disrupt it at all, realistically, if you're a betting man, you would assume that they'd be able to take the series based on the fact that the ability of the team, the time they've been together, and what they've managed to prove online. So, yeah, it doesn't surprise me. Again, it's just going to be a case. It's going to be the way that Avenge are painted now. They're essentially the Darth Vader of the COD scene, where everyone's kind of awaiting for the downfall of them. But they're taking the role well. They take it in good spirit. Red and the guys are always having a good laugh about it, whether it's on Twitter or whether it's in person or online in lobby chats. So yeah, they're an outfit that's always going to have enemies, but they're taking it in their stride, and it's always good to see.
Yeah, absolutely. I love that we've set it up as Avengers, the Galactic Empire, X-Forces, the Rebels. We'll be coming straight back to that. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, instead of us going on about potential situations for winners finals, why don't we get you in on the La Elite against Drenga team matchup, even running in the lower bracket. Joel and Spod are ready to take it away.
Well, we're just doing this one, Joel, as we wait for these winners finals, but why not have a little bit of gameplay? Drenga up against La Elite. Now, it's going to be difficult for us to kind of work out who's who unless we've got the clan tags in here, but yeah, see how this is going. I did see on the bracket that it was 1-0 to the Spaniards of La Elite, but it looks like it's 2-1 Drenga at the moment.
Yeah, so obviously it was the La Elite team were my sort of dark horse team coming in to this into this series, and by the looks of it, only 2-1 in favour of Drenga at the minute. So everything is sort of just trying to work its way out. It looks like a member of the La Elite team had quite a strong start in one of the rounds. Obviously not 100% sure on what the scoreboards are looking like, but we'll run on board that this is someone from Drenga. It looks like Bomb is going to be slowly working its way off towards that A point. Bit of an interesting set, a bit of like a 2-2 split, but isn't it?
Yeah, as we saw a lot of yesterday on this S&D red card, getting control over towards this A site and just kind of shouldering around this stage seems a bit the key. It is somebody who is currently 3-0 for La Elite. I would like to know who that is, but we will have to wait till the kill feed comes up. But only about 30 seconds or so in the round, still 8 players in the lobby, but there's your first blood. It is going to be IDK that falls to the shots of Ninja. So, and now leveled it up with a 3v3, 20 seconds left in the round. They still need to get that bomb down.
They do indeed, and sadly for the members of Drenga, the bomb is actually down on A, and it looks like the members of La Elite have got the comms as to where the bomb is. Looks like a member is going to be underneath stage. Someone from Drenga going to try come round the pin, doesn't know that he's missed one. Will take a couple of their members, not going to matter. La Elite have taken that round, and it brings us back to 2 apiece.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest, Joel, watching La Elite, I've not had the chance. Like I think Major alluded to it on the main desk that this has been one of my dark horse picks for the weekend. Someone I thought would be playing really well and progressing, kind of outdoing their seed in this tournament. And they did take the loss in the winner side of the bracket. But I'm just hearing exciting news.
Yeah.
We will try and keep that kind of series, kind of get you updated on that. The bracket will be live, but we are about ready for winners final, Joel. Championship Sunday, Seed 1 versus Seed 2. Maps are on the screen. What are your thoughts on this one?
I don't like the maps, I'll be honest.
Okay.
If I'm going to be brutally honest, I think triple Hacienda, if I'm loading into that, it's probably my worst nightmare, in all honesty. But thankfully for these guys, they don't have to worry about me doing that. But I think it's probably quite an interesting one, like you say. I think, again, Major mentioned it on the analyst desk, that they've managed to get this Hacienda in, and potentially could have been one that they were looking forward to playing, and sort of maybe keeping it in the back pocket, and maybe not thinking that it was going to be one that people thought they might have played. Obviously, people have got a lot more knowledge on how they're going to be playing in these sort of maps, but should be interesting nonetheless.
Well, I have seen Avenge play at least one Skyline this weekend, and I think everybody else who's playing them is just going to say, yeah, don't play them on that one, because they just kind of go a little bit crazy. It was nice to hear the guys on the desk give a shout out to some of the other players as well. I know that often people kind of take it the Julian show quite a lot of the time, but the rest of the team have really stepped up. Red's obviously top KD for the weekend. I've been really impressed with Heptics as well, who I think has really started finding much more kills on the map. He's been really, really impressing me. But let's not take anything away from this second seed team. Now, we casted them last series of the day yesterday. Absolute belter of a series, goes all the way to map 5. But player that stood out to me towards the end of that series in particular was CJP.
Yes.
Absolutely fried on those last 2 maps, and we've heard him in that pre-match interview a little while ago up against Red, getting really, really kind of, you're not taking a map offers, you can't qualify for the Elite. Red says it's a tasty series before it's even started, but I think we're seconds away from getting into map 1. So
seemingly
really
so. Seemingly so indeed. And like I say, I'm sure it's not going to be an absolute washout for either roster here. Obviously, you heard Trix mention that he thinks it's going to at least go all 5. bold speaking from him so early on, especially if we've not loaded in. Don't know if these players have played against each other. I can't imagine we're going to be a million miles away from getting us going.
Well, it's seed 1 versus seed 2. There's every chance that this isn't the first time and last time. This isn't the last time that these two match up today. This could well be your grand final. But here we go. Winners final is underway in the Katana Land Spring Open 2025, and it is X-Force Annex up against AVNG. First Blood going in favour of Rasco. Make it the second as well. Moving towards this P1. Bit of white time to get started. Both teams fighting for that map control. Kills getting traded either way, and CJP appears with Rasco to find 2 each to start us off.
Yeah, and I think it's 2 players that everybody's looking forward to watching for the rest of today. Obviously, as long as they're staying in here, they've managed to have a fantastic Saturday. The plan for AVNG was to get themselves through to Sunday alongside this X-Force roster, and obviously Rasco, we saw him plenty of times yesterday being involved with every gunfight, and I think he's probably not going to be a million miles away for that today. Red currently on a 5. You literally just mentioned him saying how fantastic of a weekend he's doing, and he is by far not slowing down whatsoever. He's got one of the members of the roster up above, and that is going to be Nathan that will be taken out. So nothing really in terms of time to split the teams at the minute, but I'll let you speak about Red, because what a fantastic start that is.
Yeah, I mean, he certainly talked the talk. I've interviewed myself today, and then he had another one, obviously, with Pablo. Very confident, not a gamer tag scares him, and he's kind of walking the walk at the minute, starting 7-0. Does finally get taken off that streak, but he's had a hell of a start. Make it 8 now. Just getting set up on this P2, and it is going to be AVNG getting all of the control over towards this second hill. Going to see a slight lead change in their favour as Heptix picks up a couple as well. Red pushing out towards the spawns, just kind of cutting off every angle. We might see a little bit of body shots. That was Red taking down CJP. Don't know, not sure. Is a bit early if so, Joel.
It is. I don't know if it was preemptively expecting somebody else to be pushing off a spawner post to hitting out toward P1. Well, I think we can run with it. He was shooting body.
Yeah, it sounds more fun.
Gives us a storyline, doesn't it? But off towards, by the looks of it, P3 we go only 10 seconds. Of your P2, it's going to be the X-Force roster that are going to mop up the last few seconds of there. It looks like it's going to be a bit of a 2 versus 2 gunfight. Julian's going to find another one to put him onto a 3 streak, tries to shoulder out towards someone on P2, not going to manage to get taken out. But Red still keeping going, by far the kill leader. He's got a couple of members of the team to try and deal with here. Julian will come through. Red does eventually then get taken out. Spawns in the back here, so potentially an opportunity for AVNG to get some time, but a couple of members this X-Force roster to try and deal with, and there's really nothing to split these two at the minute.
I tell you who's just done a fantastic job of rotating and getting those spawns then. Mr. Fundamentals himself, Infinity, Paddy, goes behind, Red's in the back, does find a kill, but Infinity gets behind him, has his team spawning in, and then took early control of this hill. And look at your kill feed now, it's all Red. X-Force Annex got really big control as we move towards the last 15 seconds. Lead's going to change back in their favour. No, it's not, because AVNG don't want to give up that scrap time at all. But here comes the all-important P4, Red and COD, SMG in hand, flying down. Will he win that gunfight? Yes, he does. Unbelievable kill onto Nathan, and it should be AVNG going to get this early control if they win these gunfights. But CJP gets in there, finds 2, finds 3. CJP's backing it up as well. Both of these boys have been talking, but then Julian returns with a 2. Oh, this hill's going to be carnage, Joel.
It is, and this is sort of the money hill on this map. This is the one that everybody's sort of expecting to try and get as much time out of what they can do throughout this map. But if it's constantly trade after trade after trade, like we're seeing at the minute, it's leading its way all the way down to what could be an exciting ending for this series at the minute. Heptic's just going to try and see if he can find somebody off, having a bit of a slower start alongside Callum, but Red is certainly making up for what those two are missing at the minute. Some good time for the AVNG gang at the minute. I'm sure they'll be happy to start to build a nice strong lead, and Julian finds another one coming through that main door. We've got a couple members going to try and chow towards him around the time. With the help of Callum, will find 2 of his own. That's going to be another 4 dead in favour of the Avenge roster, and that is going to have them a strong start after that first full rotation.
Yeah, Julian heating up on Championship Sunday is a scary sight if you are loading in against him. Currently on a 5 streak, 2 KD, teammates finding kills around him. Lead only about 40 or so for now, but moving back to the first rotation, and it is going to be AVNG who do have that control, and I think they're pushed up, just not letting them get anywhere near it. Red from the time, 21-9 now. Bit of white time, but X-Force do hop on it, but at the minute, advantage AVNG with the kills and with the time.
Indeed, and like you say, red is by far the hardest kill on this map at the minute. Obviously, the guys on the rosters earlier on, we saw 2 50s dropped today already. This could potentially be the first one that we get to see this weekend. And I tell you what, if Eve is not halfway through this map at the minute, he's got a fantastic opportunity to do it. But saying that as well, it's still not too far away. They'll be hoping to try and build on this lead. They've not started to move the way over towards this P2. Last couple of seconds, Rasko's going to try chow towards him, does manage to take out Heptix. Did take CJP down with him, but it looks like they're going to try and get their way through towards this P2 point at the minute. And it's going to be Callum just going to try and lurk around upside in top blue. CJP's going to get taken off, and it's just trades everywhere, Spud.
Yeah, Callum hops on the time, gets on this P2, but it is kind of trade central. We are seeing some confident players kind of taking every gunfight at the minute. Rasko playing a bit of fundamentals up top, seeing if he can just cover his teammates towards the time, but it's not going to happen. Purple kill feed, and it is just CJP left up towards that time. Red mid-map, 26 and 12. Top KD of the weekend, and he's continuing, he's developing that. And I tell you what, the question marks around this guy playing on LAN, I don't think they can be asked anymore.
No, definitely not. And like you say, this is why they do these sort of local lands, to try and make a point and prove to everybody. They mentioned yesterday that they're not always getting invited to the scrims that are going around. So by proving themselves week in, week out, I'm sure the guys will be in a good stead for whatever they've got coming up next, I'm sure. Julian, with the help of Hectic, will take a couple members out, and the Avenge roster really starting to open a gap up on here. Have a look at Callum, everybody. He's got over 2 minutes of time already. People who appreciate the dirty work, I'm sure, will like to see that from him. But all bar one member of the roster is going to be in and around here. Infinity will find 2. Nathan's going to come in and try and break the boys of X-Force through. Got a couple of members of Avenge outside at the minute. I don't know if they're going to try and pinch from either side. CJP will find 2 of his own. Fantastic 2 from him, coming through, finding the 3rd. It looks like it's going to be Rasko. He's going to be coming in behind to try and back him up if needs be. It's going to be, I tell you what, a cracker of this P4 rotation if X-Force can try keep hold of this one.
Yeah, it is a big lead for Avenge at the minute, but it is P3 that has been the map that's kept X-Force in it at the moment. The first rotation, it was Infinity getting those spawns, and this time it was Nathan with Paddy finding 2 kills onto the time, and that's allowed them to stay in this game. They're still 80 points behind, and they do currently have Rasko in this P4. If they can find these early kills, there's a chance to get in there, but CJP does fall. Julian Card sliding around, finds 2. Red finds the other. Nearest to the time is going to be Nathan, who does find a 2-piece before getting traded out. And AVNG, control of this P4. We could be about to see this map getting away from X-Force Annex.
They are, and they're sadly going to have to start headbutting a little bit of time here. So they've got a couple of members that are going to be all around. It's only Callum that is out of here at the minute. The rest of the Avenge members probably just going to try and stick together and try and work a bit of a push down. One member is going to drop down. He says, no, don't fancy that one. Off I go. Julian down by the big door. No trophies inside because Heptic has managed to find 1, but just like that, Rasko and Nathan are going to be able to pick up the members of Avenge and at least hold on for this next 20 seconds. So still not gone by any stretch of the imagination here. So we are probably going to be working through a couple more hills. Still over 3 minutes on the clock, so nothing to worry about from that perspective. But we've still got Red by far leading the kills in this lobby so far. Off towards P1 we are going to go. Nathan currently is going to be doing his best to drag the boys through. A little bit of a slower start from him as well. Rasko on a 4 streak as it stands at the minute, and it's going to be a bit of a contest. It's going to be CJP on time with the help of Nathan. Red up above is going to get help from Julian, and it's just going to be that lead has slowly started to come back in their favour.
And I gave a bit of a disservice to the X-Force lads, because when AVNG had that P4 locked on, I thought there's no way that it's going to get broken, but they found the kills, found 4 dead twice in that hill, and they've kept right in this map. It is Heptic who's getting this P1 time at the minute. Red still 31 and 19. Julian frying out as well, and they have been allowed to get a lot of time on this first hill. And, you know, if you're X-Force, you can't be affording to give it. Rasko does find 2 and gets traded. They do manage to get on there, and this P2 to P3 is what's going to decide the map, unless AVNG sack this second hill and get it done and dusted.
Indeed, and it is going to be sort of advantage to the Avenge roster. They've got the spawns towards it, but X-Force have got a couple of members coming through from mid here. CJP's going to open us up, and Rasko will be traded. It's probably going to be a little bit of back and forth from these 2 teams. It will be X-Force that will kick us off to start this P2. Julian's going to come through, find one, gets the pistol out, not going to manage to find the kill. And here come the Avenge members. They're going to have to try and headbutt a little bit at this time. Our X-Force here, or this one could be all she wrote, but it's going to probably not be as straightforward as what we're expecting. Trade kill after trade kill. Heptics. Mr. Fundamental will find two, but then gets taken out by Callum. And it's going to be probably a crazy 15, last 15 as well.
It is. They can still win it there, though. Less than 15 seconds needed. Red finds one. Can he find a second? Surely not. Takes... Oh, Rasko. No, he doesn't. Rasko in with that big trade. He needs to find Heptics on time. Doesn't manage to do so. 7 seconds needed. Last chance saloon. Does fall. Heptics is going huge on this P2. They've got to try and fly towards it, but they're not going to get there. And map 1 in this winners final, it's going to go to AVNG, Joel.
Yeah, sadly, probably, well, I say sadly, but not from the Avenge perspective, a little bit of business as usual. I think that really was there by the Avenge roster. I think they've probably allowed a couple of people to build this up into something, but they've shown up, not really bought into all the little bit of hype around it. They've come out, done their business, and ultimately they're the ones that have got the tick on the board to start us off.
Well, we've seen 2 players from each team interviewed before the game. One of them's talking the talk and walking the walk. The other one maybe not so much at the minute. Red, 36 and 23, 25 non-traded, but look at Julian. 1 less kill, but 28 non-traded. He just finds the kill and he's gone.
Yeah.
Gets the kill, gets another one, gone. Can't find him, no trades available. Hell of a map from him, and like I said during the cast, you get Julian heated up, Championship Sunday, it's going to be difficult to beat these guys.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's not going to just be as straightforward as you're going to turn around, but like we mentioned earlier, it would be interesting to see how this Avenge roster could probably deal with a little bit of uncertainty throughout the map. Obviously, they got pushed a little bit, probably a bit more than what they have done so far, but I think it's not going to be a simple straight 3-0. I'm expecting to go at least 4. Ooh. I think they're going to be able to take this S&D roster, and we are actually being told, so those who were here with us just before, it is currently going to be 2-0 to Lat Elite here against the Drenga roster. Looks like they've not yet loaded into this 3rd map, so we'll keep you updated with that one throughout as what we can. This is currently...
The Spanish are looking to book a later flight, Joel.
They are indeed. So it will be them currently 2-0 up, so they will face, potentially if they manage to get this one done, but we have seen Drenga not go down without a fight in pretty much every series so far.
Hell of a storyline. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if we go back to that one and next thing, it's 2-2 by the way, we're going to map 5 again. They've certainly kept it interesting this weekend, but speaking to their owners earlier, they were saying, top 6 over the moon with, that's, exceeded expectations and whatnot. But focusing back on this all-important winners final, AVNG 1-0 up, number 1 seed. Can they double that and go 2-0 up against X-Force Annex onto red card S&D?
It is, and we managed to see a little bit of red card earlier on from a separate map, but Julian will be the first person to find that blood, and it is going to be onto one of the more important people. That is going to be Nathan there. Rasko's going to fall as well. He's been involved in quite a few of the early gunfights. He's not actually going to come out on top of this one, and it's going to be advantage of this round just for now for the Avenge roster. Bomb is currently going to be down, so X-Force are going to be up against it in this one.
Yeah, they are indeed. A couple of big early picks does make it advantage Avenge, but keep an eye on exactly where that bomb is. I don't know if they've got intel on it, but you've got Infinity and CJP just kind of poised, floating around there. So maybe they have. They're sticking together, trying to play for the trades, but that 1 life advantage for AVNG could be all important. There's 30 seconds left in the round, so an attack is going to have to be started soon if they're going to make something happen, but they're just staring at that bomb. Callum watching over it. Look, it's going to be difficult to get near it. Goes to grab it. Callum finds Infinity. CJP looking to get the quick trade, but look at the time. Doesn't manage to do so. Big 2 from Callum, and he's shooting bodies.
That one was definitely
body shots.
We saw a little bit earlier. Wasn't too sure if it was that, but I'm happy to confirm we've had the VAR. It's come through. Yeah. Goal given. A few bodies extra.
I say play on though. I want to see more of it. Play on.
Referees, take a look, mate. Who knows?
I'm sure we'll
get a bit. Only 1-0, obviously. Red card. I think yesterday we saw quite a lot of B pushes. Not many went through to A. So it's interesting straight off the bat. I think they attempted to go off towards A. Let's see how the other team decide to play this one. Everybody seemingly still locked in. So it's going to be X-Force heading off. CJP on that defense, sorry. And it will be, by the looks of it, the Avenge.
Yeah,
look at that, by the way. I think we potentially skipped over that. Callum found 3 in that first round. And he's managed to already get himself pretty much close to another gunfight. Did find 1. Did then eventually get taken out. And it's going to be a nice little 2v2 here.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to try and wrap that over towards A side. I think we probably got the info that all 4 of them were towards B. It is going to be Heptix and Red, but just as I say that, it's just Heptix. Lands a couple of shots, but takes a couple himself. The thing is, he does have the bomb with him, so that's a slight advantage, but he does have Nathan Parker and Rasco to try and take down, unless he's going to try and get this bomb planted.
And it's certainly not the 2 easiest members to be flying against.
I don't think there's any
in a
easy members in this
2v1.
lobby.
No, absolutely not. Like you say, Rasco been extremely hot on the search and destroy across the entirety of the weekend, but I'm sure that's not going to phase Heptix whatsoever. He's going to opt to get this bomb down towards B. Looks like Rasco and Nathan just going to be trying to play the trades here for each other, not allowing Heptix to potentially just pick one off and get himself out. Let's see how the X-Force roster are going to try and break their way in. Smart little position. I don't know if they're going to expect it or not. Everybody's seemingly going to be flooding in around him. Heptix is going to find one. He's managed to slightly get himself away from Rasco. 20 seconds on the clock. Heptix, what can you do? Is he going to realise that Rasco's going to try and potentially he's broken off? He's going to have to try and play the time. Heptix, you're going to do it for the team here. Keep yourself running around. Rasco going to try and fly in to try and find it. On the bomb, Rasco's going to find it, but the time isn't going to work. And that is going to be fantastic work from Heptix right there.
Oh, absolutely fantastic. We've been saying on the desk before, we were talking about Heptix in particular. You know, he's been a standout for me this tournament so far. And that play in the S&D, just hiding away in the little corner, bit of trigger discipline, gets eyes on one of them, gets himself out of there, and then just be able to play that time to perfection and come out on top. Impressive stuff out of Heptix.
Absolutely, and it shook me up in the nicest possible way. I said he wasn't going to be able to do it. He's running around in a 2v1, and just like that, he's managed to take one apart and do it as simple and straightforward as what that is. He's probably, if anything, made that look a little bit easier than what it really was. He's found that first kill, managed to get himself away, and it will put Avenge 2-0 up in this red card at the minute. And it's Rasco facing off with a little bit of a help, and it was going to be Red, I think, on the opposite end. Not managed to get involved straight away on this one. A little bit of a slow push. It's going to be kept deep from the X-Force roster. And I don't know if that's going to be in their favour, because they've got a couple of members of Avenge trying to get some really strong map control. Heptix was going to try and find one, but ultimately couldn't in the end.
No, he couldn't. And Callum is in an interesting spot here. Look at this. He's got all of the players of X-Force around him, and he's either going to find all 4 of them or get taken down. There's one. Oh, there's 2. Can he stay up for now? No, but he does his job, finds 2, and the trade is good from Julian. That's going to leave Rasco all alone in a 1v2. We've just seen Heptix do it. Can Rasco manage the same? Will head towards that bomb. Does have it in hand. Exactly the same situation as the last round, but that timer is ticking down. 25 seconds left in the round. Looks like he's going to try and maybe work over towards this B site, and he may be able to do so, but he's got to start moving. Don't know if he's going to hear them busting those doors open. He's definitely going to hear that glass being smashed. Will get through. Time ticking down. Will have time to start the plant, but he is being chased by Julian. He's coming. He's coming. The bomb's getting planted, but here he comes. Bomb goes down. He's going to get away. Oh, finds one. Surely not. Surely not. Oh, preemptively takes the chow. We're expecting him to come that way, but no. Peeks around the side, takes him down. It's 3-0 AVNG.
Looking really strong, aren't they? There seems to be no sort of worry or anything. You can see the boys having a nice little bit of a giggle between them. A couple of comms coming in from the X-Force roster, just going to try and get some communication across, maybe just to try to calm themselves down. But here you can see Callum finds the 2 of them. It had pretty, like you mentioned, pretty much every member of the X-Force roster going to be flying around him, but smart from them. And that is going to be, like we mentioned, Avenge 3-0 up now, and the X-Force going to have to try and do something here.
Confident. They've been talking a big game. They've come in here as clear favourites. This is the 2nd seed in the tournament they're up against right now, and so far it is pretty straightforward. Still, lots of time for X-Force Annex to turn it around. We did see them take map 5 yesterday and you know, really heat up when it really mattered, but at the minute they do really need to step it up, and it's another first blood for AVNG, and Heptix does take down CJP. He needs to really start doing something to start supporting his team a little bit now, but maybe going to work over towards this A side. First time we've seen that this map. Oh, we'll get spotted up top.
I think he's got Heptix actually on the ladder there, and he's going to have the pistol out, and he is going to find him. It will take Nathan out, and once again, nothing just seems to phase this Avenge roster. All 4 members are all chipping in here. Obviously, Callum having a fantastic map as it stands at the minute. Heptix will then find Rasco as well, so it's going to be all on to infinity. You've got an opportunity to make a bit of a name for yourself here. Not going to manage to get all of the bullets onto Heptics. Red, with a help, I think it was potentially Callum or Julian, are going to take him out. And once again, to use that phrase, it's pretty much business as usual for Avenge here.
It's so routine at the minute. I'm really hoping we see a bit more of a competitive performance, but so far they just got to find the kills. It seems that first blood is going in favour of AVNG every round, it seems, and then it's just kind of they just keep ticking down. There's got to be a rethink. I see CJP there chucking some comms or straps or something at his team. Hopefully it works and something changes pretty quick, or else I could just only see this going towards a 6-0, Joel, and that would take the wind out of the sails of this X-Force roster.
Absolutely. I think they've allowed Avenge the opportunity to take up too much map space. I don't think this X4 roster, something that we saw them do yesterday, was really put a lot of pressure onto the teams that they're coming up against, and I don't know if that's they've just not had the opportunity in this map to do so far, but look how quick. We mentioned that they're going to do it, and they are going to fast play. Red's going to try and stun himself there. He's I'm sure that you'll probably, if you speak to him today, probably mention that one to him, but bomb is going to be down. Julian is going to find the first one, and he's going to probably try and pinch a couple of the members of X-Force here. Callum coming on the pinch around. CJP and Julian both finding trade kills, advantage to Avenge still. And it's going to be Julian with another one as well. So from having the bomb down just so quickly, a quick retake just like that. And I don't know what to say.
I know. Julian Codd, ace, mate. 5-0 winners final. Julian's found all 4 in that round. You've got X-Force. I'm saying they need to try something a bit different. And they did. They got aggressive. They overtook that B site, got themselves in there, all 4 of them around it with the bomb down. But they've just let Julian come and kill all 4 and get the defuse off. Only losing 1 life in the process.
I know, and in a winner's final, if you're doing that, you're 5-0 up in the series now. You're thinking, I tell you what, I'm not worried here. I'm going to go around. I'm going to do exactly what I want to do, and the opportunity was there for X-Force. I don't know if they heard us said that they need to get it down quick, because they've certainly got it done. But Julian on that 7 streak at the minute has got a car. So it'll be interesting to see if he does call it in to try and block off one of those bombs for the X-Force roster to try and keep themselves around. Julian going to try and hit CJP, not going to manage to do so. He does have a teammate inside that B bomb with him at the minute. Got the knife out, just going to try and work his way across towards A. But a little bit of a slower push this time for Avenge.
There is. They've not found that first pick just yet. I mean, you've got to think that it is coming. There it is. First blood again in favour of AVNG, but it is traded out by Infinity. 3v3, just less than a minute on the clock. You've got Julian and his teammates sneaking over towards this A site, and I don't think they know how clear they've potentially got it at the moment. Bomb is going to go down. Julian almost swallows that grenade. Takes 50 damage off of him, and it is going to be Infinity going towards. It does fall to Heptics. Big advantage AVNG. This map could be all over here and now. Rasco trying to maybe try and work for the pinch, but he's all alone. 1v3. Bomb is down. He's got 3 of these AVNG players to find. Does take down Heptics. Knows exactly where he is now, though. Does land some shots onto Julian, but maybe needed that kill if he's going to get over there and get this bomb defused, because he's only got 20 seconds left in this round, Joel.
Yeah, he's got 20 seconds to keep this map alive as well, and time like that is soon dwindling down. He's going to have to try and fast play one. He will find Julian, but I imagine Red is probably just going to try and play the time here. He's going to have his angles set up, and that is going to be a 6-0 in favour of this Avenge roster. Have a look at your screen. Nothing's phasing them. They've just hit the 2nd seed of the tournament 6-0 to put them 2-0 up in a winners final. It's as if they're having a chat with their mates. It's as if it's nothing.
But that's the point. They are having a chat with their mates. These guys have played together so much as a 4 that it's so they're so relaxed. But take a look at this. I had a chat with Julian before this series, and he said, and I was saying, everyone's saying the Julian show, it's all about him, but he doesn't want that. He wants people to talk about the other players because they're playing so well. He's just aced up. Just dropped 9 kills, they've just won 6-0.
Yeah.
It's hard not to make it the Julian show all the time when you're doing stuff like that. But what I will say is Callum, who maybe didn't have as good of a respawn, he really stepped up on that S&D. And this is the kind of a theme that we're seeing this weekend. It hasn't been one player in this roster that's carrying through anything. If someone's maybe not having the best map, everyone else just kind of steps up. But let's take a look at some of the highlights from that map too.
Well, with the highlights, I think they're only going to really sort of be in one sort of favour here. And here's that 2v1 that I thought Heptics had no opportunity to win this, and no real right to. He's managed to play the time fantastically there. He had Rasco on the bomb. did his timings fantastically. And here, like you mentioned, here's Callum. He's going to show up and find 2 and does start to get the ball running for them. And just like that, instantly we're jumping through and it's already 5-0. And seemingly it's going to be a tough ask for this Annex East X-Force. I'm getting my words out.
I know,
Sort of
it is a
roster.
mouthful.
It
Lots
is.
of X's
It is.
in there.
There is. But off to Hacienda, potentially the first of a couple. But the way that it's going today, it's going to be a tough ask at the minute. Like you can see, 250, 183. They're all right. Hard point, managed to get them away a couple of times, but an absolute slamming on that S&D. And off to Hacienda.
Yeah, I
go.
can confidently say this series is going to end on Hacienda.
Yes.
When is a question. Thank you. Yeah, I've really been doing my research. Here's a look at the pit. We've got Makoof and Alfredo and the boys of Drenga. Must be still going in that series. I did see that they were 2-0 down, so it'd be good to see. Yeah, if we can get that game up. Here we go. We're in the control. And it looks like Drenga are staying alive. We saw yesterday those guys kind of not giving up, battling until the end, and they do find themselves 2-0 up in this control. It looks like it is about to go 2-1 with La Elite taking that offense. So interesting series here. I'd like to see this one maybe go all the way as well, Joel.
Yeah, like I say, I don't think Drenga will go down without a fight whatsoever. So it would not surprise me, like you mentioned earlier, actually, if we come back in a couple of minutes' time and it's 2-2 and off to a map 5 we go. But I can't imagine we'll be a million miles away from getting this Hacienda underway. Any predictions for it? How do you think it will pan out?
I mean, I can't see anything else than Avenge taking it. But we keep saying how good they are and how well they're playing. Again, look at the individuals. Trix alluded to it at the start in his interview, and he was maybe being a little bit biased towards his own team and his own org.
Got to back the boys.
He's not wrong. He's got a team full of experience and highly qualified shooters. Yeah. And there's no reason why they can't turn it around. And maybe this is where we see it. It's now or never. But that start is going to be HVNG. Callum with the 3-piece. Give me a chance to try and build a story out of it, lads. Come on.
I know, and the only story we've got so far is it looks like it's going to be potentially a Callum takeover show, and there's going to be nobody from the X-Force Annex roster that's going to be getting themselves on towards time. They've managed to get themselves through mid a little bit, though. Callum's still on that streak at the minute, so when you're in the depths, you're going to have to try and keep playing that person off of spawn and try and allow the boys as best an opportunity they can to try and pick the ones that are coming up through mid. Rasco will find Heptics up in towards that top office, but they need to start to stop this clock. It's got down to 30 seconds already. Callum's still active on that 5 streak. Julian with another. He's going off towards the body. I didn't know if he was going to shoot it or not. He looked like he was going to. With 20 seconds, every single member of X-Force Annex coming off of spawn. They've got a chance to come through rock, but Callum still hasn't been found.
Yeah, they just can't find him. He's just roaming around the spawn, getting the good timings, playing it well, just knows where they're going to be coming and just taking them down. Oh, that was a chow out of Julian. It looks like he might retake it. They are on this B side, but Heptics does take down CJP, and it's desperate time. 5 seconds left in the round. Kill feed purple. Only 5 kills managed on the offense for X-Force, and look at the KDs on the side of those guys. They're really, like I've said it before today in this series, the wind's just out of their sails at the minute. It looks like they're just kind of laying down and waiting for it to be over, really. Sad to see.
Yeah.
But I want to see a regain.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they owe it to themselves. Obviously, they've gone through. I think that Nathan mentioned they've not played a huge amount together with each other, but they've all got plenty of experience. This is, I'm sure, not the sort of ceiling that this roster can get themselves through, but it just seems to be that Avenger just going through the motions in the map at the minute, and they're going to have an opportunity here. But look at Callum, 7-0. Someone who had a bit of a slower first map, just sat on time for, he was on for over 2 minutes, can I say. But through the search and destroy and the start of this control, there is absolutely no stopping him. Just as I say that, he's going to shoot the body. He's going to make sure as well, unless it was another one of those preemptive expectations of someone hopping round the corner. Did eventually get taken out. But an 8 streak's not bad to
I think that was the first time he'd actually taken any damage. I think he was moving around the map and just kind of sneaking up on people that much. That was the first time he'd had a face-to-face gunfight. But this is a much better start to the round for X-Force. Julian is there for the trade onto Infinity, but much better start. No kind of progression just yet. They did manage to get a little bit of that B side, but the kill feed is looking a little bit more in X-Force's favour. CJP does find Callum. That is a big pick. Going to maybe double up together to try and... It's a big kill as well. So big opportunity to push up towards the spawn. They have let number 5, Red, get out ever so slightly. It looks like they're maybe going to transition over towards this B side. But it does get read by CJP, playing really solid on the defense. And 30 seconds left in the round. Nowhere near getting any of these ticks, Joel.
No, and this is what we wanted. This is what we sort of expected to see from this roster. Is the opportunity to put Avenge on the sort of back foot. Only 20 seconds left on the clock. They found another couple of members. There's only going to be Julian that's off towards this rock at the minute, going to try and pinch them round, but I don't think, unless he's got some form of fast-paced boots on, unless, I don't know, can Callum get there and stop the clock? He can. He's just managed to get themselves through.
3 dead.
3 members are just going to die. So they're going to try and split the time here. You've got a couple of members of the roster for Revenge off on towards this B point. Looks like Red's going to try and pick a couple of members up coming through mid as well. And I tell you what, with 3.5 seconds on the clock, this could go anywhere.
Yeah, if they find Infinity here, and they do, Julian wins that gunfight. Second tick on its way. Contest is in. Time is ticking down. You've got to get back on it. 1 second left. Does get back on the time. Doesn't find the kill though, but the trade is good. 1.1 seconds on the clock. Callum finds a big 2-piece, and once again, they're on both points. They will focus Callum over at B. Does fall, so it is down to Heptics. With his teammates coming towards him on A, there's your first tick. So already, they've kind of brought this one back. It looks like they need something pretty special if they're going to take the round. They won't, but a good end to that round to progress a few of those ticks there, Joel.
Yeah, they eventually got it to finish. Obviously, there were a couple of times with only a few seconds left that the clock was stopped. Obviously, advantage in terms of Avengers ticks. Obviously, as we saw, none in favour of the roster in the very, very first round. So fingers crossed that's not going to be the only thing that we see from that roster here. I'm sure there's an opportunity to counteract. But one apiece, couple of ticks in favour of Avenge, and it was good to see them to come out of that one a little bit hotter.
Oh yeah, much better. CJP was moving around the map really nicely, finding a lot of kills, and it is a very kind of defensive heavy map if you've got those players that can just kind of roam around towards the spawn, and CJP was kind of doing what Callum did in that first round. But we're saying that Callum continued on that hot start he had, and I'm anticipating seeing more of the same from AVNG at the minute. Infinity does find a big 2 though, shooting solid with that AR in his hand, and he finds a third with Rasco taking down Heptics, and here's the push over towards A. Couple of players on it, progression coming in, but Red wins a big gunfight, looking to try and get that instant trade. CJP playing a good timing, may find more than one here, does find 2, and that's a 4
there we go.
Dead. If you're X-Force, they're going to stack this point, see if they can extend the timer, only losing 3 lives, and should maybe get this A done, because I don't think AVNG can get near it. There you go, timer extended already.
With only 2 minutes left as well. Like you say, lives on a million miles away from each other. I didn't know if the... that was 4 dead in favour of X-Force there, and Avenger just said, well, we'll do it as well. So I thought, when they were stacking that time, they might have at least sent probably one member off towards that B point. Didn't choose to do so. They are going to try and dwindle a few lives of this Avenge roster away from them, but nobody really starting to be fantastic in terms of streak-wise at the minute. You can see Callum on board with him at the minute, has died a few more times than what he did to start us off in this control, but people just sort of to try and feel the way out of here. CJP that we've mentioned a few times has found a 2-piece to try and keep them at bay, but have a look here. So it's going to be Heptics that's going to be behind a couple of members, but as is Nathan Parker and CJP. So they're going to have to try and find Heptics on the pinch around. It's going to come through, he's going to find one. It's going to be a 1v1 with actually a little bit of help now, from CJP, and it looks like a chance for X-Force here.
Yeah, if they can take this offense, it's going to be a huge advantage for this map. And this winners final may not be over just yet, Joe. We asked for the regain. Julian has come to find one. Should find CJP as well. Does manage to do so. Red taking down Rasco. And number 1, Infinity, is just trying to get round the back for the pinch. But there's still plenty of time. Still got a 5 life advantage. Minute on the clock. And X-Force just trying to get those last couple of ticks on B. See if they can take this offensive round and make it a big advantage for those guys to stay in this series.
Yeah, 50 seconds still on the clock, only 4 lives to split the 2 teams. They are going to have a couple of members around this B point. They've managed to get one of the ticks done. It's just going to be 2 versus 2 by the looks of it. And Rasco and Nathan are both going to find a kill. I see where I think it was going to be Julian that was going to come on the pinch. Not going to manage to do so. So it's going to have to try and be Callum and potentially Heptics. They're going to keep the boys alive, but as a 7-kill deficit with 40 seconds on the clock, it's going to be a tough aspect. I say that, They managed to get a couple people dead. They're going to have, by the looks of it, Infinity's going to come through. Only 4 lives remaining, so it's around a search and destroy here for the Avenged roster. 30 seconds on the clock. You can just afford to play a bit of team deathmatch at this point, can't you?
Yeah, I do like the setup though, and 2 do fall in favour of AVNG. Make it 3. Look, last up is Infinity, and all of a sudden this just got a lot easier if you're AVNG. It looked like an impossible task, and this is the last push to take this offense for X-Force. And you've got to think if they don't get it, Heptix has played it well, does find one, but they got the info on 2 of the other players. Time counting down, they need to stop it. Red from above finds nothing.
He needs to go. He needs to go.
He's got to fly towards it.
Red, you've got to go.
Get the contest is good.
Is he going to do it? We're sat here waiting, and somehow we've both stopped
there in that window
in disbelief, waiting to see, is he going to go? Is he going to go? And it will somehow be Avenged that come out on top there. The roster from the X-Force Annex boys seemingly had a couple of opportunities to get that one done there. But this is what Control can do. You get that 4 dead when the pressure's on, and you're instantly on the back foot. And just like that, Avenge are only now 1 round away from closing out the series here.
Yeah, closing out the series and booking that spot in today's grand finals. I mean, I thought that was the opportunity. That was the opportunity to take an offense, come back, defend the next round, and then, you know, keep the series alive, keep your tournament chances alive, well, keep your winner side of the bracket chances alive, sorry, and not have to go down to qualify through the losers bracket. But AVNG just said no, and I really like the way they set themselves up. Only 4 lives remaining, and they just covered every angle on that B site, played patiently, played their lives, and found the kills in the process. And a hot start once again. This time, Callum maybe leaving a few love taps there, Joel. 4 dead off rip.
He did, and like you say, he seemed to play that break quite smartly previously, and it's managed to work for him this time as well. Only 1 life lost so far from the Avenged boys. Make it 2. Right, so minute on the clock. Looks like some progression on this B point is 2 ticks through, so they are going to have an opportunity to try and keep, I guess, Infinity is going to probably be the next person up here. A couple of members are going to try and come on a bit of a pinch. Callum will deal with one. Once again, a few love taps. He's not bothered. He's saying you can chow me whenever you feel like it. I've got my pistol in my hand and I'll try and go for you as well. And Heptix will find 2 to keep the boys alive. Make it 3. And I tell you what, this is going to be an uphill battle from here.
Yeah, the confidence oozing through these guys at the minute. I mean, AVNG, they have that advantage. And he's shooting everybody he kills. He's shooting it. Everybody he kills, Callum's shooting it.
Oh my
I thought he was going to go for that one as well. But, I mean, if they win it on an offense here, I mean, it's just going to be all over. But I think that last round, X-Force coming so close to taking it, and just, you know, AVNG have come out dominating. Callum finds one, finds both, and the bodies are lit up once again. Does get traded, but Heptix returns the favour. Oh, the pre-fire was good. He did read it well. CJP from above does find one, but that could be all she wrote. But the contest is in. CJP does fall. And there you go. We have our first team moving into grand finals. AVNG, what a performance out of the boys. 3-0 win, Joel.
Yeah, I'm a bit, as I say, taken for words, really, because I don't think anybody expected that.
Red
Myself,
did.
Well, yeah.
Red did.
Definitely did. And he's got every right to do so if they're going to come out and do that to the second seed. So it will be X-Force Annex that are going to drop down into the losers bracket. But I tell you what, Callum, you deserve to be doing that. He's found the kills at the start of every single round.
27 and 14.
27 and 14. 22 of 27 kills are untraded.
Yeah, well, which is surprising considering he put the other half of his clip into their body after he shot them. So surely they could have took him down in that moment.
Yeah.
But I think at some point in that series, only 3 maps, but we've kind of highlighted every individual on that roster. Everybody's had at least one really good map. It's so nice seeing, you know, Callum and Julian as the duo kind of roaming around the map, and Heptix popping up with some really big moments too. Red continuing to do what he's been doing all weekend. It's a shame to see this X-Force Annex roster not put up a little bit more of a fight for those guys, but I would, you know, I could easily see them coming back and facing them again in grand finals later if they go and make that losers run. But it's going to be interesting to see how that goes. Take another look. So 250 to 183. Maybe that scoreline might have been a little bit generous. You know, they'd managed to kind of get that P3 really well both times. But the S&D 6-0 ran through them over in an instant. But here we go. I'm sure we're going to see a few of these love taps in this series. CJP did play this really well, and that was a good 4 dead that X-Force Annex had. But yeah, I mean, look at this. There's a love taps. There we go. Body's getting shot. Absolutely fantastic. Callum finding 2. body getting sprayed up, and it was just all over. In a flash.
And like I said, I think we mentioned a couple of times, it's sort of just business as usual, wasn't it, from that roster? I thought everybody expected to see a little bit of a crack in the Avenged roster, but we've said a couple of times today that when you're playing against people of such high quality, obviously our boys as well, who've played these lads a few times as well, so they'll take the sort of tips and tricks, and absolutely nothing has phased this roster here this weekend.
Well, let's not beat around the bush as well. This is what they kind of should be doing.
Yes.
A team of that caliber, you know, the amount of pro points they've had, making both elites, you know, all the kind of, you know, how well they've been playing, they've won on the land. They should be coming here and putting up performances like that. But I'm glad to see that they are doing so, you know, backing up everything that they could be kind of doing online. Only can beat what's in front of you, but what's in front of you there is a team of very, very good four individuals who in themselves, you know, I think they've got about 18,000 PPs between them as well. So some real shooters there. But yeah, fantastic series. We've got our first team into grand finals.
We do.
So looking forward to seeing that one a little bit later. But for now, going to have a quick break. Cheers, guys. in front of every camera today. We just casted these guys, booked their spot into grand finals. I'm joined by Julian and Callum, who have just had one of the quickest 3-0 winners finals I've ever seen, lads. What are your thoughts on that one? How are you feeling?
It was pretty easy, to be honest. We're quite surprised that was seed 2 as a team, but yeah, we've done the job.
Yeah, absolutely. Callum?
Yeah, nothing that on. Just easy.
Callum in particular, shooting a lot of bodies, especially in that control. I think I commented at one point that I'm surprised nobody was trading you out because the other half of your clip was going straight into the dead body on the floor.
Oh, but I heard CJ talking shit to Red, so I had to to put me in his place.
You got to back the boys, innit? I like it. You got to back the boys. And Julian as well. I spoke to you before.
Yeah.
You said you want more hype around the boys, and then you go and find that ace on the S&D, and it was difficult not to kind of be bigging you up there.
Yeah,
on real
sure.
performance out of you as well. So
Appreciate it.
grand finals ahead. Who do you think you might see?
Definitely Rush, I would say. Rush's team looking quite good, so I think we verse them in the finals.
And is it going to be done in one series? Are you going to take this to the second or what?
I say we do it in one series.
Do it in one? Are you going to drop any maps?
No. We'll try not to.
Fair enough. You try not to. You saved
Yeah.
it. Right, heard it here first. Right, we're going to go to a quick break. After that, we're going to be joined by Heffy and Steve, the guys who made this tournament happen, and then we're going to carry on with the rest of the games. Right, cheers, guys.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Right, so guys, we are still here at the Spring Open this weekend. We're here with two of the main men that have made this journey actually possible for everybody that's inside the venue. Heffy, CEO of Katana, and yourself as well, who is sort of one of the main people inside the College of Esports. For easiest question, I'll go to Steve, yourself first. How have you found this weekend having everybody in here?
It's always nerve-wracking when you've got an event coming up, but honestly, watching the students, seeing everyone come together, they're so passionate about this that it's been phenomenal to watch them. Katana have been phenomenal as host for the games. Everything's been smooth. A couple of little tech issues here and there, but the fact that it's just been dealt with straight away, I'd say this has been. We did a LAN last month and it was good, but this one's been night and day difference. It's been really well run from a student perspective. Yeah, they've done a great job.
Fantastic. Have you been able to breathe yet? Have you taken a moment to chill out just as yet, Heffy?
Getting there. But I can tell you what, Joel, I'll definitely need a few beers after this.
You and me
just
both.
to reiterate what Steve said, the event's been great. Everyone's really enjoyed it.
Yeah.
And there's been some serious passion. People standing over monitors and screaming and stuff like that, which is what we love to see in any kind of event. But yeah, big shout out to the students. They've done absolutely great work, been there supporting all the time, and the Katana gaming team as well. You, Joel, right, the rest of the casters, Enigma, everyone's been absolutely fantastic putting an event like this together, because it is a team effort, right?
Yeah, 100%.
There's a lot of stuff that goes into sort of planning and preparation, but ultimately on the day, you need that team around you to make sure that things go smoothly, and I can't fault the team, and I can't thank them enough.
And the players as well, to be fair. I mean, they've been respectful, they've been on point, they've shown up with the energy, and it's a LAN. Like, sometimes there are challenges, and the fact that they're able to support and to be here to give COD a space, that's been phenomenal as well to see.
Fantastic, and like we mentioned, all the guys you can see, people behind the camera probably won't appreciate the people and all the time and effort it goes into making an event like this happen. So speaking on that topic, what does the future of Katana LANs alongside the College of Esports, how do those two sort of keep on working together to take this vision forward?
Do you want to?
I'll let you go first.
So we've got a vision.
Yeah.
But like with anything, you need to take the first step, right? So this is that first step. Yeah, all right, maybe you might look at the main stage and say, it could look better. Yeah, it could. We're working with what we've got.
Yeah.
But if we get this pilot working and people get behind it and we can see it as a success, we've got the opportunity to do bigger events.
Okay.
And I'll let you share what that is if you want to. It's up to you, but we've got talks. You've got to think about the Olympics, right? That's coming up in a few years.
It is.
It's already been said that the esports is going to be included in that.
It is indeed, yeah.
OD's just been announced as Team GB lead.
He has.
We know that through some of our partnerships with British Esports, we know that we've got London partners.
Yeah.
So for the College of Esports, we've got this opportunity alongside the Velodrome to really put on some bigger events.
Okay.
If we can prove the format works.
Sure.
So if you want to tell them what we're planning, I'm happy for you to share it.
Well,
I don't put you on the spot. It's up to you.
No,
What's the vision?
The vision is for us to ultimately deliver bigger and better Call of Duty events for Europe, right? We know, everyone knows that. So everyone in the EUC know that there's a need for more events.
Yes,
right?
100%.
Ultimately, there's a huge gap there, and there's a demand for it, right? And our goal is to take this event from a 16 to a 32 to a 64. We want a 64 event.
Centre of the Velodrome.
Centre of the Velodrome, that's the goal, right?
Wow.
So, I think it's perfectly feasible, right? We've got the plans, we're in talks and trying to organise it, and that's what we want to pull off. Granted, there's some teething issues with the event we've had today, but ultimately, the team here are putting these events on for the community, right?
Absolutely.
I'm absolutely buzzed for the future, to be honest.
Oh, mate, absolutely. I mean, you can't knock the energy of everybody involved here.
100%.
You've got to be here to see it. Like, it's difficult on social media when you're looking at a picture of something to kind of get the real vibe. But no, it's been a good event.
It's been a great event.
Yeah.
And of course, if you look where Katana were a year ago, right? We had the issue with a wide lobby and stuff, right? And we had a venue there. But we've landed on our feet really here with the College of Esports, I have to say, because we're not only just putting on events for the Call of Duty scene that are calling out for it, we're also giving students actual experience in esports and event management and stuff like that, and ultimately contributing to the UK esports ecosystem, which is a plus as well. So yeah, win-win.
No, absolutely, and like I said, we can only echo, as I'm sure all of you guys can as well, obviously all the hard work that everybody around here is putting in. Like I say, people won't appreciate it. It's not a case you just turn up on the day, plug in a controller and you're underway. You are going to have things you have to overcome, but the guys have managed to do it, and I'm sure this isn't going to be the last time that we see this pair together, but we will wrap it up for there. We'll send you guys back to the people on the desk, okay?
Well, wonderful interview there, and I think we echo a lot of the sentiment that came out of that. That is going to be, of course, the students here have done a phenomenal job. It's a tough task to run an esports event, and well, we see that more often than not in Call of Duty. We overcome things as we go, and a lot of the students here have done exactly that. Of course, our production team have been amazing. But let's also then talk about our series that's coming up here, my friend. Annex against La Elite. Just to give you guys a heads up, this will be a best of 3 instead of a best of 5. We're just a little bit on the clock here, so we've got to make sure we move forward. Team La Elite will, of course, be that Spanish squad. Drunks, Ninjaso, Saware, I believe I was corrected
so.
yesterday.
Yes,
and then Glakes. Again, I'm probably misdoing half of those names, but this is the squad that flew in from Spain. They've been winning LAN events out there as recently as February. We were talking about them as being an underrated team, but yesterday they didn't really look like that squad. They kind of did what we expected, but today apparently a lot better.
Yeah, I've heard so. So this was the roster that I picked as my dark horse for the tournament. I've been looking forward to seeing them play on LAN, seeing them play online a lot, and yesterday not quite hitting the mark, but today I'm hearing good things. I'm hearing the comms are passionate. I'm hearing it's loud. I'm hearing it's all in Spanish, and it's all getting a little bit crazy in there, and they've kind of gelled together and locked in, and they're just kind of running through teams at the minute. So I'm looking forward to this one.
Yeah, 100%. But if we are going to find out if they are the dark horse, the real deal, they'll have to go through Annex, which is Vega, UH, Sophia, and Rush. And we spoke about them at the top of the show and how good they've looked. Vega was 3rd last year in Middlesbrough. Rush and Rasco was 2nd recently at the ES Hub. They are a phenomenal team. We've seen a lot of the things that they could do. They had to punch themselves to a really difficult matchup earlier on today, but we saw moments where all of these players could take over. Vega in that S&D, Rush putting up 50 plus on the Skyline hardpoint. This is a talent stack. Sorry, this is a roster stacked with talent.
Absolutely, and I think you just alluded to it there. That Skyline in particular stands out to me. That kind of sub-duo of UH and Rush was just kind of phenomenal. Obviously, we've got a best of 3, and we are going to be starting off back on Skyline. I don't know who's done those vetoes, but it's a brave move putting UH and Rush. I think it was over 100 kills between them, at least a limbs on that map as an SMG duo. So it's going to be a tasty old affair, that.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie. Having that Skyline coming up in there, it puts fear into my heart, and I'm not having to play against them. Again, earlier on, Rush putting up over 50 kills himself, UH putting up 40 odd. I mean, it's just eliminations. That's got to be at least 110, something like that. So an incredible performance, really. For this Spanish side, I'm going to ask, who do you think's the star players for them? Who do you think's going to help them have something in this series?
I'm hearing today that kind of Ninjaso's kind of putting up some good numbers, and I've casted personally over Saware and Glakes online, and there's a reason why I picked them out to be kind of, my dark horse for the tournament. And the whispers from kind of the pit is people there expecting them to be the ones to make grands. So, yeah. Really looking forward to it.
I mean, definitely a couple of players to keep an eye on. I'm going to come back to you at the end of the series and talk about whether or not those players have stepped on up. But again, just to remind you guys that this will be a best of 3. That's why we're only seeing 3 maps, not 5. That is because we are very much so on the clock here at the Velodrome. A couple of things did run over from earlier on, and as such, we've put it into the players beforehand about a best of 3, and that's what we are running with. So Skyline, Hacienda, Protocol, that will be your lot. Of course, if we get the one team winning both of those first maps in the Skyline Hacienda will be done. We'll be moving on to lower finals. And speaking of which, if we can take a quick look at that bracket and see exactly what the stakes are here. Reminder, we are playing for £3,000, 2,400 that going to the team in first, 600 the team in second. What we have here is this team, whoever comes out on top in Annex and Team Elite, go on to play X-Force Annex in our losers finals, who then go on through to Grands to face the unstoppable Avenge.
Absolutely, and notice on that bracket there, we could potentially see an Annex versus Annex in that losers final, but yeah, it's going to be a belter.
Honestly, I don't know which way I want this to go. The underdog, or do we get the Annexes facing off against each other? Well, it's going to be time to find out, because we've got ourselves 2 great casters in Major and in Pablo, who are going to do this one for us.
Cheers, guys. Well, Pabs, we know best of 3s are slippy at the best of times, and this is going to be a series where there's quite a lot on the line for a best of 3. We won't beat around the bush. This is going to be a case of, right, you've got to come absolutely flying out the gates here. And arguably, when you look at that map 1 for Skyline Hardpoint, I bet Vega, Rush, UH and Sapphire, especially the 2 SMGs in UH and Rush, they're probably licking their lips at the prospect of this map 1.
I think they're trying to think about whether they can go for something like an 80 non-traded combined, because they absolutely will dominate this Skyline. I think it's a bold kind of choice to allow the Skyline to be chosen. I was talking to a couple of the players, asking, you know, what the thought process was with protocol being so in fashion at the minute, and they're just like, it's just throws the cat among the pigeons in terms of you can get mixy with better players, and if you give them a Skyline, it becomes a problem. So, yeah, that's going to be an issue. The problem for me, especially from the Team Lat Elite standpoint, is Skyline's very much going to be in favour of Annex Esports, but we thought they were going to have problems in S&D, and they've looked really good in S&D.
Yep.
When Vega's on fire, it becomes a problem. So this actually could be pretty quick, but let's be honest, we haven't actually been able to see a lot of Lat Elite and the best of them on stream, so this could be a big opportunity to see what they can actually do.
Yeah, well, this is the thing. We've kind of not necessarily been a bad omen for them, but every time they've been off stream, we've only heard good things about them. So obviously they've managed to get through to this is now top 4, I believe, at this stage. So we've got one in losers final, one in losers final, one in grounds, and then these 2 here. So yeah, we're in a position. They're managing to get top 4 coming across the pond. They've won that major. I say major. Their LAN over in Spain. And yeah, they're obviously looking to try and continue that progress getting over here. So they're not exactly going to be a team to be scoffed at, regardless of the fact that we did see them play Avenge and they did get hammered quite substantially 3-0. But
everyone does.
Everyone else is good. Yeah, that's a good point actually. Yeah, everyone's under the hammer from them boys.
Yeah, I'm a bit. You know, obviously we've had to kind of contract the games to particularly this game to a BO3 just purely for time constraints. But it concerns you when you think this could quite easily be a quick 2-0, a quick 3-0, and then a quick 3-0, and you're just like, oh, that was an early one. But it is going to be Rush with the first blood, which doesn't surprise me that much, but it is going to be early pinstripe kill feed as the teams do trade out. But this is going to be about, for Team Lat Elite, just maintaining control and just trying to steal as much time, and already they're under the cosh a little bit.
Yeah, this is going to be a case of, right, what SMG duo is going to be on fire here between Annex and Team Lat Elite. Drunks and Sawari still awaiting their first kill as the engagements go a little bit in their favour, but obviously they're all important. Gunfights are going to be the ones heading over towards P2. Vega going to be over towards that gym side with his teammate alongside Piano, so already they're getting on the time. They're soaking up a little bit, our Annex, and at the moment they've got a good bit of map control as well to go with it.
Yeah, Saf, one of the players we haven't really kind of like digged into in terms of like what his qualities are, but you can see really clever plays with the pre-fires. He's just got his player spawned out there, so he knows that there's going to be some kind of support coming over. So back to a little bit of suppression over towards what remains of P1. He's going to get himself a pick. That's going to force the Spanish lads a little bit further back, and if those skulls continue to go green, this is going to be a pretty good time for Annex.
Yeah, they're locked in, they're ready to go. Number 6 in UH is going to be watching that kitchen side, and he's able to get a pick onto Glakes as well. So the Spanish Armada, if you want to call it, going to try and push through that Piano side. There's going to be another player up towards top. Ninja, nice pre-fire though to take down Rush, who's gallivanting towards the Chal as soon as he realises that he's a little bit weak. But you've now got Saf on the hill on his own, and that is a very, very clinical break and a much needed one from Team Lat Elite.
Yeah, and it's been a solid 30 seconds or like 20 seconds for Annex, but yeah, nice break from Team Lat Elite. They're going to soak up quite a bit of time and potentially be able to take a slender lead as we head into the much more difficult P3. And again, it is about control of that middle part of the map as the boys in Cyan do try and push across. It is going to be number 3 though in Glakes with the opportunity to surprise them, and there it is as he pops up over Piano and gets those picks. A little bit of suppressor fire is going to come his way. He's able to change over to the SMG and get the pick, and that is going to keep them almost parallel to the boys of Annex as they get set up for the fight for P3.
Yeah, keep an eye on number 4 Ninja. Oh, never mind, absolutely thinks that one's something chronic as he goes straight into the blender, but at the moment Annex, they're looking to try and push from that bedroom side, but the thing they've got to be careful of is the kills coming through at the moment. There was 6 in a row for Glakes before he goes down, but more importantly, Saf is now on the time and slowly starting to reduce that deficit pretty much back to even. So when are the Spanish going to try and play for the spawn flip? It looks as though they're going to try and push through bedroom. 2 players in number 1 and number 4, Drunks and Ninja, going to push up. Meanwhile, on the hill, though, Saf doing a really good job of still soaking up this time and playing his life. The trade's looking good. The reach-out potentially. The pistol as well, alongside Rush, helping him out with a few bullets just to weaken up that opponent. He's done a really good job of staying alive on this hill, and 40 seconds has already gone in their favour.
Yeah, this has been a big hill for them. If they start to chain this together, look at that player in number 5. Vega is out towards the back row and with the responsibility to make sure that he gets those kills but support's going to come in. It's going to be number 4 in Ninjazo, who is going to have to push himself out to try and get in there. We remember how much damage Rush did over in the bedroom. He was able to dominate all the Spanish players, and it was a very stellar performance, and this could be very worrying for them.
Yeah, well, Glakes is needing a little bit of help from his teammates alongside him, but there's a 2-piece from UH, and that's going to completely slam the initial push that Team Let Elite were trying to work. One player out the back and a nice shot from Drunks, and a nice 2-piece as well, as his teammate Ninja helps him out a little bit. So now they can converge on the players in the hill. The Spanish, absolutely clinical break, and in they go.
Yeah, and they've got a solid amount of time to deal with as well. That could potentially put them into the lead again. Team Let Elite doing a good job on what has been a very, very successful hill in the past. A very brave choice to let the boys of Annex play on Skyline, but obviously feeling very, very confident to the Spanish boys. It is going to be picks from Rush again. He's very good in terms of just getting a pick and pushing out. So difficult to deal with. Gets his HP back up and able to just keep on shooting. He wants that scrap time. Gets the pick. No, not able to do it. Drunk's able to finally get the pick, but that's just going to force the green arrows further back, and that's going to leave Annex Major with P1 control.
Yep, so Vega over towards the top side of mid, and his teammate in underground is going to potentially be a bit of an issue. I think it's actually Sawari who's gone on a really long pinch here already, playing for that P2 side. Trade out though from Rush, the all-important one, just to stop that side of the map from being overflown with green arrows. And it looks as though, at least in the early time, it's going to be Saf on the objective once again. His teammates just trying to provide a little bit of overwatch here, so as he lays prone, it's just going to be a case of his teammates are going to have to be wary of that extension through mid-map, through Jim. That's exactly what the boys from Spain are doing here. Once again, Sawari able to take down Saf, and that is 3 dead in the kill feed. They're still holding the spawns, though, at least for now. Rush is able to get 1 pick on the cross, and potentially a second as well onto Glakes. Nice work from Rush.
Yeah, that's a nice hold, and again, we've seen that with the Avenge boys, Callum being strong on that side, and that is down to Rush. Unfortunately, not able to do that. It is going to be a pick from Drunks that just opens up that side, but the team in green not able to take advantage. That forces Annex to spawn out over towards that kind of P3 side, but they're going to get control of P2, so it is just about to pop, and this is going to be a big hill for the team of Annex as they are slenderly behind. 10 seconds is all that's in it, and you're going to see those green arrows start to converge. Now the team really getting to grips with this hard point just yet.
Yeah, back and forth as we've seen so far, but again, it's going to be the Spanish in towards that top office area, and they've got a lot of bodies potentially around them for now. Saf with a pick on towards that backplat area, which leaves Sawari all alone, but potentially a bit of a one-man army as he's able to rip Saf off of that one. Glakes is going to get a pick. Glakes gets 2, actually. Rush provides 2 of his own, though, and exactly what you're used to seeing in the kill feed with that man. He's provided once again, but they're just not able to provide the backup kills to go with it.
Yeah, that's so important, is that obviously if Rush is able to get a 2-piece, you do need your boys there in behind to get that, but a great strong hold from Team Let Elite under extreme pressure in terms of holding this. Again, it's going to be slightly windy shots, but it is going to be marginal scrap time that's going to keep this around and about a 19-point game, and it is going to be over to this very difficult kitchen hill where the boys of Annex want to look to try and tie things up, but they can't do it just now. Sawari just having an absolute way right now, 16 and 20, but he has got 39 seconds of time. As we see that, again, this is very typical. The pinstripe kill feed, no one really able to take control, waiting for someone to step up and absolutely dominate in this game.
Well, again, it's another opportunity for Annex to get some points back on this kitchen hill. It was good to them last time, but Drunks is going to try and fly in, but nobody there nearby to help him out. A few more bodies still to deal with, one of which is going to be Sawari, but a few windy shots there from Rush, which is a rare sighting, is going to mean that he's not going to be able to get that kill through. You've got a couple of players from Team Let Elite lurking in towards that middle portion of the map, but they're being dealt with, and the wave of kills again goes through in favour of Annex. So that lead spawn, flip, and score line completely turned on its head once again.
Yeah, Safir 17 and 13 with 1:19 on the clock. An absolute standout performance. It's a bit more of a team effort from Team Let Elite, as you see quite a few players well duly pushing 30 seconds plus, 2 pushing 40 seconds plus. And it is going to be, I mean, in terms of just contributions from kills, they're all very, very similar, so very much a team effort from the boys from Spain, and there's going to be a slender lead. They're going to get themselves set up again. This has been a very successful hill for Annex, and you expect them potentially to do it again. They didn't hold it so well, I guess, in the previous rotation, but I guess they're going to learn from their mistakes, and that's going to be a big kill as Soiree does drop one of the players from Annex in bedroom.
Yeah, well, Vega goes down, and now they're going to have to try and trade each other out here a little bit. There's going to be 2v2 on the time. Saf grabs one, UH grabs the other, and that's a nice couple of kills that come through for Annex. A really pivotal time in this map. They're still going to have to try and toy with the idea of potentially dropping down in towards time and at least contesting this Team Let Elite, because as we push this scoreline out ever closer to that 200-point mark, Team Let Elite can't afford for this lead to get even bigger here for Annex. They are on the time. The scrap time is going to be very useful to them indeed, and it looks as though maybe Rush might just get with a potential pinch and maybe 2 players to deal with. He's still out the back. Nope, doesn't get dealt with, and it will be a case of P1 ready to go. Saf again going to be the lone man on the time and probably going to meet his inevitable death, as there's going to be a player behind him.
Yeah, Ninja, so looking for that pick, and that is going to be him getting the kill, but it is going to be number 2 in Soare, who's going to be able to make it over 21 and 24 on a 3 streak right now with a solid 106 in contribution as the game gets tied up. There's only 40 seconds remaining on this P1. It is going to be all about getting themselves prepped and ready for P2. That is going to be a solid kill though, as Drunks does deal with Sapphire, who's been playing lights out in this map so far. 182 plays 188. This has been a banger of a series so far. It is all about getting control now for P2 as those boys from Annex light up.
Yeah, this is the difficulty now for Annex. Obviously, they don't want to grant too much scrap time to the Spanish, but at the same time, they do not really want to overextend and cause a spawn flip. That's the last thing they're going to want to do. Rush is over towards Kitchen, going to be keeping an eye on anyone that crosses over that middle portion of the map. So UH is going to deal with Drunks. The first kill comes through. We're still working on time on towards P1, and Team Let Elite are going to be that first team over the 200-point mark. So Sawari lurking out the back. Are they going to spot him? There's going to be 2 players here. Nice work from Vega to grab one, but again, how many times do we see the Spanish flip out the P2 spawns? And that's exactly what they've done once again.
Yeah, and this is all about trying to isolate those players. They're not able to do it. There's going to be a pick from Rush up top. He is going to have to climb out. The parkour is going to slow him down slightly, and he's going to get taken down. So the Green Arrows have a slender advantage. A lot of work to do out back. Number 1 in Drunks has got another job to do. He's going to look to try and hold that side, but I think he's going to get surprised potentially. He's going to be coming up around that platform area. Gets taken down. That's an awesome break from the boys of Annex with 30 seconds remaining.
Yeah, and UH is watching the cross from Kitchen, so this is going to stifle any sort of push that they try and make for that remaining 20 seconds there or thereabouts. Ninja, I don't know whether he's gone underground here and gone up towards that top zip area. It looks as though he is still underground, and he's able to get a pick on towards Rush, but 13 seconds of time. The way these guys are going back and forth, every second is most certainly going to count. Vega not going to win his gunfight out the back, and those 6 seconds are going to be absolute gold dust to Team Let Elite as we get ready for the Kitchen Hill.
Yeah, this is going to be a very tricky one for the boys of Annex to be able to hold right now. They haven't been able to do what they've been doing for a lot of the tournaments, which has been, you know, absolutely dominating teams once they've got set up. The team from Spain has done a great job in terms of breaking each hill. At some point, one of these teams has got to make a mistake right now. It is going to be Annex with the opportunity to grab some time and get themselves set up. Number 5 there, you can see him, Vega, is going to get killed, but that information should go the way of the rest of the team in Kitchen. But that's an unreal set of kills. But it is going to be down now. A bit of a battle major at the OK Corral as these teams meet up in mid.
Saf has done such a good job of staying alive on this hill. They're still getting time, and Saf is still alive.
Saf.
Finally, a trade comes through, but Rush gets another 2-piece, and they can win off this hill if Team Let Elite do not at least contest it for 2 seconds here. UH watching the front side over towards Fireplace. There's going to be 3 bodies from the Spanish. Ingo Let Elite, can they get the kills? Saf grabs one onto Drunks. Rush grabs a second. The 3rd falls as well from Sawari, but they can't win off this hill, but they've got that rotation. You can see that Rush is already turtling up in towards Jim. I think 2 players from Let Elite. They're over towards the top side of the hill, but 2 go down. Rush, they drop right in front of him. 3 Bs, yes please, and it will be the boys from Team Let Elite that drop map 1, and you can see the hype on the side of those lads right there.
You see the hype on it. My hands are sweatier than theirs. Unbelievable plays from Rush at the end. No one really taking over the map at all. Sapphire at times was unplayable. It largely came down to that incredible hold on that P3 that's seen it over. Annex really in the driving seat now, and you've got to feel from the team from Spain. That's the first time we've really seen that Annex side put under extreme pressure today.
But again, how many times have we seen them kind of in the moments where it gets very mixy? They managed to clutch up. You can see the kills across the board there. There's not really a huge amount of difference between them when you look at it. Pabs 31 and 26 from Ninja So looks very good. Rush 34 and 30. Shock Horror, an absolute crap bomb of engagements from him. So yeah, really good map. Regardless of the scoreline, they're just going to be happy because it's best of 3. Let's not forget. So all of a sudden, they are well and truly in the driving seat now.
Yeah, I think Rush gets more engagements in one map than I do in an entire series. So yeah, he's unbelievable. I mean, again, he's one of them players just in a different different space in terms of like his ability to just slay out. And then we talk about potential MVPs, and obviously Avenge got a stacked roster of people who could take that. But in terms of teams that would potentially put them under a little bit of pressure, if Rush has a great game, if Rowan has a great game, if UH shoots like he's been doing, and his Saf in particular plays in that kind of foundational role in terms of holding time, being a great defensive kind of player on the hill, then there's no reason why they can't apply a little bit of pressure to this team. So really, they are in the driving seat. It is a best of 3, and this S&D all important to the team from Spain now.
Yeah, okay. So, well, Hacienda Search and Destroy is going to be our map 2. If it does go map 3, obviously going to be that protocol control. Hacienda Search and Destroy, Pabs, I mean, at the moment, Annex Esports, their Search and Destroy has sometimes been a little bit hit and miss, but at least today they have looked pretty confident in Search. Obviously, Vega, you got a selfie with the big man himself. He's had a very, very good day so far when it comes to Search and Destroy. His respawn not necessarily been the cleanest, but in terms of Search, you know what you're going to get with him for the most part. It's obviously, as we said before, he's one of the more experienced players on this roster. Let's not forget, which feels strange considering that he wasn't in the scene kind of too long ago as an entry-level player. So, yeah, he's going to be one potentially to keep an eye on off the back of a very, very torrid and rapid map 1. Obviously, we'll slow that pace down a little bit for Hacienda Search, but regardless, there's still so much to play for.
I think if you remember, and I'm sure I had a conversation with him before, the game that stands out is a hard point against Rocket Academy with Real playing and Vega dropped 40. So we're very proud of that. So we are going to restart that map. But yeah, I can't remember. I thought it was Berlin, but I think it might have been a different map. But yeah,
that's right, mate. They were highlights. They weren't the
map. But yeah, obviously this is a weird map. We've seen so many teams prosper and so many teams fail based on their experience with this map. And we know that obviously, I'm sure that both teams have played this to death. But this is going to be a battle of the ARs, and it's going to be interesting to see whether players like Vega do decide to rock it and get those picks. It's going to be Rush who gets dominated fairly early on by 2 players, and that is going to be advantage to Team Elite.
Yeah, Sawari's got an idea that there might be a couple of more players pushing through that open door. Number 5 in Vega. Going to be alongside his other 2 teammates. You can see that Saf's going to be there. There's a pick, though, that comes through from Saf. Really nice work. Able to get the pick, and now they've just got to play it a little bit patiently because the Spanish haven't planted the bomb at B just yet.
Yeah, Ninja. So just looking to try and potentially get a little bit of a transition. I think that's been read perfectly by UH. The chase is actually on. There's going to be some windy shots. He's not able to finish it off. He backs up with embarrassment, and it goes over to Steps, really, to just probably check his gun and make sure that it's still got actual bullets and not blancmange bullets. But it is going to be potentially a bit of a transition, a nice little bit of bait. The players from Annex seeing if they were going to drop at A. It is going to be a transition, though, as those players move over to the B site and get bombed.
Oh, Saf gets the kill. The bomb goes down. Nice response, though, from Ninja. Makes it a 2 versus 2. Number 5, though, Vega. He knows this player's around the corner. He should be able to check it. He's going to slow peek it, and it's going to punish him. Drunks fries him with the headshot multiplier, and now Saf finds himself needing the 1 versus 2. He knew the whereabouts of one player, but you can see the split of Team Elite now. One towards mid, the other one towards that typical top office area. So with the bomb planted for this side, surely Saf's got an idea that there's at least going to be one player. I'm not sure whether Ninja manages to see him, but regardless, just by shouldering it potentially, it's going to grant him an opportunity just to repeat this over and over again, milk that time down, and Saf going to get shot in the back.
Yeah, really nice play by the team from Spain. Obviously, a bit easier for them. They just know that they can bait him out top of us and then have a player just potentially pick him off, but some incredible plays there. And again, you've got to look back to that moment when Vega, an opportunity, knows where the player is, no pre-fire, decides to slow peek it and gets absolutely destroyed in the process. And you just felt that it was kind of a set of tumbling cards at that point for the Annex boys.
There you go. Composure is the word of the day, toilet paper for those boys, at least for now. 1-0 down, but you would anticipate perhaps this is kind of where we get into kind of the mind games of how teams kind of operate on a Hacienda. You've got a bit more variety than you do the likes of a Vault, but it's just going to be a case of can the teams adapt to the way the other team plays. It looks as though it's going to be a very heavy hit over towards top open. There's going to be a few players from the side in green, and the first blood goes in favour. Once again, Drunks is able to provide it. UH goes down.
Yeah, we talked about earlier on, just one of those things where some players are getting into a kind of flow state when it comes to the running an SMG, and some players just don't have, they have the reactions. And UH just a little bit slow in that gunfight, and whether he's going to be able to improve that going into the next rounds, but it is going to be all square, 3 versus 3, and you can see a massive transition coming around the back from the team from Spain, but it does look like it's going to be an information gathering moment for Annex.
Well, Saf is going to be the first area to end. Oh, he's so weak, he needs help, and he's going to be able to... No, he's not. I thought for a second he was going to get that kill. I assume it was another player that was able to provide the bait the first time, and it will now be the bomb going down. Rush, bomb down. 30 seconds now going to be extended to 44, and now they've got to try and protect that bomb.
Yeah, this is going to be a big moment for these players. 2 versus 3.
He's got away.
Really does play his life quite well there. Manages to get out. It is going to be a stun just to push them away from stairs, and this is going to be Glake's coming in behind. The timing couldn't be worse, though. Rush is going to finally get dealt with. That's going to leave Vega in a 1v3 with 25 seconds on the clock. This is a bit of a mission impossible.
He's got to protect the bomb. There's the first from Vega. He knows the second player's there, tags him up. It anticipates the second gunfight as well. Vega gets the second 1 versus 1, but they've hopped the bomb. Glakes is on the bomb. I don't think he's going to check this. He's got no idea that he's on the bomb, and Glakes, to be fair to him, realises he was weak, sticks it, and it pays off.
Grande cojones. That's exactly what that man's got, to jump straight on to the bomb site and get that
you spoke
defused.
fluent Spanish.
Don't ask me why is the bank.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we won't get into any further vocabulary.
Listen, I know Spanish, but it's existential, so it's just the way it is. But yeah, just got to really look. Vega, obviously very close to being able to close out the 1v1, but just not going to be enough in the end. That is going to be a bit of a diffuse coming in from Team Elite. That puts them 2 rounds into the good. And Annex, you know, a team that's looked solid in S&D, someone we didn't think would look so good in S&D, is now finally under a bit of pressure, and they've got to have a response to what has been a very well-organised Spanish side.
Keep an eye on Rush, though. He's in the water, and there's going to be so many bodies. He might get some rough timing, actually, from Ninja if he doesn't hop up quick. No, he's not. There's one for Rush. Off he goes. See you later, boys. First blood. Thank you very much. Bomb's still going down at B here, so the Spanish are kind of double downing here on this one. And number 4, though, in Ninja. Big picks coming through. A much better round out of Annex now. Leaves Drunks all alone, and there's going to be 3 players ready to fly around the corner. He sees the whole gang, and unfortunately drops very quickly. Much better round from Annex.
Yeah, you are going to say exactly that. A much better round. But we got to talk about these players. Definitely got the ability to be able to change the way they play mid-game, mid-series, whatever it is. But I think they've started to read how the Spanish team play, and they're just a little bit more cautious. They want to get information now and make sure potentially they get that first blood and get control. So I just think this could be a sea change moment in the map. So a lot of work still to do for Annex, but Team Lat Elite looking pretty tasty at the minute, but momentum shift maybe to the team with Vega, UH, Rush and Sapphire.
So round number 4.
Sapphire.
going down a well, ironically enough, as the boys push over towards the A site. So UH and Rush, keep an eye on those guys with those close quarter engagements up towards the top side of single. There's going to be a lot of players from Team Lat Elite ready to go over towards that player. It's going to be a difficult corner to hit, but UH manages to get the first blood, actually. He's done a really good job of that because he stayed alive, and it's now going to grant his team a lot of control over towards that area of the map. Bomb goes down at A, and now it's going to be a 2 versus 3 as 2 players from their respective teams drop, but Drunks able to get a big 2-piece.
Yeah, that was great comms coming from Rush, I think, and that is going to be an absolute wipe there. And a few little tickles right there in the middle, but it is going to be the boys from Team Lat Elite who are going to extend that back out to a 2-life lead, and I think they found that highly amusing, which is fair enough. But yeah, it's just such a shame. I think it was good comms from Rush, and you know, he knew that there was no one pushing that the top corridor. He'd already stun checked it. He knew players were kind of in top plat, and so I think he's calmed that, and they were able to get a couple of picks. But I think then they've just lost a couple of individual gunfights, and obviously that's when they've got dominated. So still an opportunity for Annex to come back, but Team Lat Elite looking very strong. 3 rounds away from tying this series up. It is a best of 3, ladies and gentlemen, so quite a lot on the line and not a lot of time to do it.
So Annex now on the defense. Looks as though Team Lat Elite are sticking with kind of what has worked so far for them over towards the B site. Ninja again. He's been progressively good, actually, of just getting information and dipping out with kind of a slither of HP. Meanwhile, Michael Phelps, number 2, and Suhara is going all the way around in towards water. So, and a quite Spaniard.
Is he swimming back across the channel?
Yeah, he's going all the way over, and it will now be a case that Annex still haven't had a huge amount of information. He's going the scenic route, mate. He's going the scenic route.
Is he going to a different map?
Yeah, he's going to map 3. He's banking on the fact that his teammate managed to get it down, or Rush has seen the hands of that player. Drunks can't get the bomb down, and that cheeky little spot pays off.
Yeah, I mean, he might potentially get one pick after this whole thing, but he's going to have to try and find the player to do it. And right now, he's just ended up back in mid after all that entire swim with no support and no trade. We've got another Spaniard with his swimming trunks on back in the water. This is insane plays right now. Can any of them make amends? Are they going to make too much noise? Have they got a scuba gear on? Are they going to get any picks? And then Jasso left alive.
Not there. Well, an awkward moment where they locked eye contact for a very short second and neither of them got the kill. But yeah, it's going to be another round on the board for Annex. They need to keep toe-to-toe with them, Pabs. Obviously, the Spanish do look well established at what they're doing over towards that B site, but it looks as though slowly they're kind of getting a little bit of an understanding for what they're doing as we see that little moment of awkwardness as they look into each other's gaze. But yeah, that is another round on the board for Annex, just to keep them within touching distance.
Yeah, absolutely. You've got to stay in there to be in it, and it's going to be a one-round deficit. Annex just seemed to be, it felt like it was going to be a momentum shift, but again, you just, as soon as you say that, the Spanish get set up. It was a bit of a weird one. They had obviously that player who went for the enormous swim, but they had a player pushed out right towards kind of back arrows, and then they sent someone through gardens. There was never no one there for a trade, and they spent an awful lot of time trying to find information, and it just didn't work out for them. So definitely not a strategy you want to see repeated.
Well, Trophy's down, and so too is Ninja. That first blood goes in favour of Annex this time as they try to bully themselves onto the A site. It's a much more aggressive push and a much more beneficial one. So number 7 in Rush, is he going to manage to make the read that there's going to be 2 players? No, so he's a freebie, makes it a 3 versus 3. The site retake made that a little bit more easier, but you've still got that player over towards top single. Saf manages to get a couple of shots in, but he's going to need a little bit of help from his teammates as one player, I believe, gets spotted over towards Office. That's going to be Sawari. It's going to be a 2 versus 3. Off the top rope goes UH, and now Drunk's left in the unenviable 1 versus 2 situation with 22 seconds left on the clock. And it's going to be a slow peak and not exactly a slow kill. So Annex able to take that one and tie it back up.
Yeah, parity restored. And this is where you've got a little bit worried for a team like Elite. Obviously, they need this in order to stay in the series, stay in the tournament. So a little bit of momentum going away again. That's 2 rounds on the bounce. The Spanish, again, just sometimes their plan B just seems to be quite wild. And obviously, you don't know whether they're calling strats out on the fly. But yeah, you can see just to the far left, it looks like the man with the plan and the glasses on, just trying to tell the team what they potentially should do on this offensive round. So Annex with the momentum, 8 and 4 for Drunks though, playing on a 2 KD. And some important kills. It is going to be Drunks Major with Bomb, and it is going to be potentially a push over towards this B site.
Yeah, so again, Rush is going to be that lone man, just playing through the underside of those kind of concertina areas. Trophy's down, out they fly, and they this time decide to just completely bully him out of that position. A completely different adjustment there from Team Lat Elite. Same site, different tactics, and those tactics paid off.
Yeah, and absolutely. There's only a slender advantage. It's Rush who's going to be into the next round as the rest of the Annex team to deal with this.
Big kill.
Side. It is Drunks though with the bomb, and again that's going to be another player from Annex, so a massive advantage. But again, I just don't think they feel like they've got complete control of the bomb site, so it is going to be a transition on whether the team of Annex have realised that. Some site control coming courtesy of number 2 Sawari and number 4 Ninja. So as that bomb
so smart,
makes it round. Yeah, it's
so
a big
smart.
pick. Yeah,
yeah,
really
Blake's
clever.
absolutely perfect there. Makes sure that nobody can extend through their own spawn, and that's exactly what benefits them. So now Saf has a 1 versus 4 in his hands here. There is going to be 2 players ready and waiting for him. That player slides out. The comms probably that his 1 shot isn't really needed as he gets taken down, and the Spanish gain the advantage again.
Yeah, and really nice play, and you can see that conversation they had prior to the round. Definitely a solid plan, and you've got to be concerned if you're Annex. You know, they've obviously not been together forever. They're not playing a lot of Call of Duty. You know, obviously we look at the likes of Vega and then some of the players playing slightly different roles than maybe they naturally would play. This Spanish scene looks locked in. Like they're winning lands, they're playing quite a lot of Call of Duty, and they look like they have a plan B and maybe a plan C.
Well, 4-3. The waft in the air.
They've definitely got a swimming subscription as well.
Yeah, sponsored by Speedos. So, Annex.
Budgie smugglers.
Once again. Yeah, I knew you were going to say it. So, Annex now going to go over towards that site again and Rush first blood. Much better again from him. Able to grab one. Ninja's going to grab one, but so too will Sawari. So the aggression over towards that A site this time from Team Lat Elite. They didn't hesitate off the back of dropping that first man. It's paid absolute dividends for them, and now Saf in the 1 versus 3. All his teammates have dropped in such a short space of time, and the shots a little bit wayward, and Team Lat Elite absolutely make them pay for it.
Yeah, 2 on the bounce. Back to that 2-round deficit, and it looks like, I mean, it's a weird situation. We're not often used to seeing the boys of Annex getting dropped so considerably in those 1v1s, and that's been the case so far. Not able to finish a kill off, even if they've got kind of the jump or got the pre-fire on the player, and you can see that's probably the conversation they're having, like, please get your kills. But yeah, it has been the second game in a row where we've seen them reduced to a 1v4 or a 1v3, so Annex really need to ice up now if they want to see this series out, or they're going to be heading into a control where the tension is going to be as high as it possibly gets for either team.
So Team Lat Elite Not much of a last surprise. They're going to with the B site again. Bomb in hand. Rush is going to be there. So is he going to anticipate the similar outcome as before with that double chow just swinging towards him? Trophies down. And again, the Spanish are pretty much raring and ready to go to get that bomb down. Just waiting for a little bit of information prior to going in towards the site. But they're really playing off the information that Rush is able to get here as they try and work their way to get that bomb down. You can see number 1 Drunks. I think it's just literally crawling to try and get this bomb down, but I think he gets a little bit of information, and now it's going to get messy. 1 pick on the board for Vega, 1-2 for the boys of Lat Elite, and they're falling by the wayside. It's now going to be a 2 versus 1. Last man up will be Ninja, and he's going to try and dip out.
Yeah, this is going to be Ninjaso with an equally big job, but it is a 1v2. They know where he is now, so that's going to force him to retreat as the players look to potentially transition and make sure they don't get taken from behind. Ninja does decide to come back to this central doorway over towards Stone. He's decided to get information. Everywhere he goes, he's getting red. This is going to be very, very difficult.
Yeah, the additional man just to watch that lane. There's another peek. This time UH tags him up the nade, though, as the swing comes through. It's not going to be enough, and that's a really important round and a very smart round from those two. Just playing off the information, forcing him to pick one side, and yeah, really nice work. Didn't offer him a free pick.
Yeah, I think it was obviously quite a bold move from Annex to play so aggressively. At times, they've actually lost out, which is something we don't see very often, but they've lost out in a couple of rounds against the Spanish in these very chaotic moments. It's finally paid off for them in that sense. Still a 1-round deficit. They're still on the precipice of losing this S&D and then being tied in what is going to be the most important control of the day for either side. The stakes don't really get much higher for Annex right now in this tournament. Can this experience and can the capabilities of these individual players prove positive, or are the Spanish going to move into a control with their tails up?
Oh, Saf's got some suppressive fire in towards the top side of mid. Drunk's going to get a stun out and a nade just to stop that inevitable push. The Spanish, though, completely forced to back up. Team Lat Elite now need to try and get a little bit of map control, because you can see that number 7 Rush is pushed straight up here at the moment, and he's probably going to have a couple of freebies if he gets some good timing. He's going to get one onto Sawari. Unfortunately, Vega falls, though, in the meantime, so that's not ideal. Rush is a little bit trapped here. He needs a little bit of help from his teammate UH. There's going to be one up top. The shots into Drunks are going to weaken him up, so surely you're going to see a bomb plant now. This bomb's going down at B.
Yeah, this is going to be a next engagement. Are going to be all important 2v2. 3v2, sorry, UH, Rush and Safir are going to be taken off against Ninja, so Team Elite need a pick. They are going to be trying to bait that play out. It's going to be another big kill for Rush as he drops Drunks. It is going to be Ninjaso in that enviable position of a 1v2 to clutch up for the game, or we are going to see ourselves in a round 11.
Ninja's got to try and push through top open, but he's going to be weak, and the comm now to UH is that he's going to be here. I'm surprised he's going to hit a quick flank here, and surely Ninjaso is going to have absolutely no idea about this. There's the info. There's the... Oh, no, don't do it to him. Okay, it's another assassination that's got a bit peaked on. But yeah, nice work. Round 11.
Yeah, this is going to be a... I mean, we've got a little bit of a moment. Plant a flag?
Absolutely not.
They call that shithousery. But it is going to be a big moment for one of these players who's going to be able to ice up and get the win for either team. Team Lat Elite have looked absolutely solid in some of their strategies. At times have been absurd and at times have been sublime. And Annex have been a kind of a steamroller almost in terms of their aggression. The foundations are there, though. They're there for trades. Who is going to win out? 10-7 from Drunks. What a stellar performance from him. Double figures at the most important time.
Well, they're on the offense. And again, they are sticking with what has traditionally worked quite well for them. Got to be careful, though, not to get first blooded. That's the main thing for both of these teams. Again, you've got Rush. He's going to be that man waiting for the push and playing for the information. Keep an eye on UH, though. Got to be careful not to overextend and offer a free pinch. Team Lat Elite seems so good at just making sure that they don't allow anyone on the pinch. Sawari's going to be forced to back up as they slowly work their way over towards the B site. 1 minute still left on the clock. Drunks is going to back one player up, at least for now. But keep an eye on UH. He's managed to slip through the net. The kill up towards top mid, number 6. He's going to have 2 freebies. UH gets one. This teammate, I think it's a team kill actually, that goes through. And there's another kill that comes through. Drunks is all on his ones. There's so many players around him. Gets the first kill. And the man who they've relied on for a lot of kills now needs to get the remaining 3 players.
37 seconds for Drunks to save Team Lat Elite in their Katana Spring Open tournament. And there's going to be a big ask, a 1v3 with 29 seconds on the clock. He's going to need to kill very quickly. He's going to try and get bomb down over towards A. This is going to be very tricky.
One player's behind him. Makes the read. The info's there, though. He's got to get this kill, otherwise he's not got time to plant the bomb. He's weak. They're just going to run at him. They're going to run at him, potentially. Is he going to be able to get this bomb down? It just looks inevitable that he's going to get shot in the back. Number 5, Vega spots him. Number 5, Vega bags him, and it will be a 2-0, a round 11, and a really important round and a really important map for them because they get it done in 2.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, this has been an incredible run from the boys from Spain, and I'm sure they're going to be kind of happy with their performance against some of the better players in the UK, but it has been an incredible run, and it does end there. Annex doing enough in the end. You can see some of the players from events just watching potentially their potential rivals in the grands, but again, just a solid performance from Annex at times. You know, just when they need to ice up a little bit, some of the players that maybe not contributing at the start of the S&D really come up, and that move from UH towards the end where he gets the kill and forces that team kill just seals the deal for them, and the rest is history. They are going to push on through to the next the game losers final. Annex. I hope Lex Pacemaker's okay and charged.
Yeah, so well, it was a relatively short series, but still absolutely packed with some action. And yeah, we'll throw it to the desk for the handsome gents to break that one down, getting ready for that losers final.
My friend, it would have been a lovely story to continue that fairy tale, see the Spanish press on, but it will be top 4. However, although it's commiserations right now, I think they should be very proud of their weekend.
Absolutely. Flying across, you know, from another country to the UK to come and play this event. I was really glad to see them here. I've mentioned I picked them as a dark horse of mine. I think they were seeded 9th, I think it was in the end. And they've come and got top 4. I think they're going to be happy with that. They're going to be disappointed, of course, at first not to get further, but they've come up against a very good team there in Annex, and they shouldn't be too disappointed with.
Yeah, absolutely. You fly on over. The 3 teams that will be behind is obviously that Avenge roster. They're currently waiting in grand finals, and then the 2 Annex teams that will face off in losers finals. This is X-Force Annex and Annex Esports that will be then going through to that losers finals. That is going to be a great one to watch, I'm sure. We'll get to that, my friend. Talking a little bit more about that series and how that went. First map, we end up on Skyline Hardpoint. A bit surprised to see that make that in.
Yeah, I mean, we mentioned at the start of the coverage that seeing how strong that kind of Annex roster was on Skyline, it was just a bit of a strange decision to allow those players to get back onto that map and just kind of do their thing with those SMGs in the hand. I think everyone kind of stepped up, but I will say the Spanish really did push Annex, and for a while we wasn't sure which way it was going to go, but of course the strength kind of came through, and Annex came out on top on that map.
Yeah, I felt like it was a situation of you'd get a lot of great rotations in for Annex, then Team Elite were good at breaking them, but unfortunately when you've got a squad of so much quality, you can't be expecting to consistently break that team down. And if there was a man in particular that took over at the end there, that's Rush. Feels like he had a great series, and to be honest, a lot of the times we've seen him on main stage, he's looked really, really good.
I think confidence is such a big thing, and I think he plays with so much confidence. I think we saw the latter stages of that S&D. He's channeling out, finding kills with pistols, and we saw in the respawn 2 pieces, and he just chows everything. And when you've got the gunning to back it up, you know, there's a lot of success comes with it. So yeah, really good opportunity for those guys in losers finals now.
Yeah, look, Rush looking absolutely superb out there, arguably series MVP. But we come to that S&D at the end there. Now, obviously, this was a best of 3, so if you come out on top 2-0 there, that's it done and dusted. Felt like the Spanish were about to push us to a map 3, though. Got themselves to that 5-3, and then the curse strikes.
The classic curse. I mean, that's where that instant disappointment's going to come. So close to forcing that control map, but unfortunately just not able to see it out. But as we mentioned, it's not a bad team to go out to. But Annex kind of locked back in, pushed them all the way, and then just came out on top. We said on the desk, didn't we, in between, that we felt like if it was going to go to round 11, that momentum might shift. And that's what happened. Annex did get the job done in 2.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to feel like instant disappointment, but it has been a fantastic event for Team La Elite, flying on over from Spain, proving why it is that they're winning all of the lands out there in Spain, and even as recently as February in that topside event, looking like the real deal. Got some real superstars there, and hopefully we see plenty more of them in the future. But in our near future, my friend, is going to be the losers finals. Now, this is the Annex Esports team that you just witnessed push on through, coming up against X-Force Annex. Now, we've seen plenty of them. There's going to be Infinity, Rasco, Nathan Parker, and CJP. Gotta say, been brilliant all the way through this tournament, but they are coming off the back of a really tough loss in that winners finals.
Yeah, they've got a lot to prove. I was obviously on the coverage for that winners final, and it was pretty disappointing from those guys. I thought they'd give more to test AVNG, but unfortunately, you know, came out with a bit of a 3-0 slamming. But being up against their other Annex roster, I think Lecky Wecky, the organisation owner, he's gonna. I would like to ask him a question to kind of plant his flag on which team he would like to see come out on top and get their spot in Grands. But yeah, time will tell with that one.
Yeah, absolutely. I'd love to be doing the same thing for that, because it's a case of like you've got technically 2 teams in this, well 1.5, and then obviously the X-Force owners here as well, so they're probably looking at each other like right now, like, okay, well, which way does this go? It's going to be interesting to watch, of course, that X-Force team, Infinity. I think, is it fair to say that although the other 3 are expected to be your slayers, your superstars and whatnot, maybe because we've spoken about his leadership, his intangibles, maybe he's the player to make sure they get off to the correct start there and not dwell too much on the disappointment of that winners finals?
Yeah, definitely, and I think we've kind of underestimated a little bit kind of the gunny that he brings as well behind that kind of fundamental. Like we're saying, he's playing the smart Call of Duty, he's playing the fundamental stuff, but he is also slaying. He's finding a lot of kills with that AR in his hand. He's getting in those power positions, and he's just finding many a kill on the map.
Well, another name that I'm probably going to bring up from that roster, I mean, don't get me wrong, plenty of time to talk about Avenge, but they've just had a moment in the limelight, so let's talk about this X-Force team. Nathan Parker. Now, of course, you and me were in Middlesbrough, where the documentary about the Middlesbrough Land became the Nathan Parker documentary, and very much so for good reasons. He had himself a hell of a performance. I know that he's the kind of player where, although you are second seed, you come into this, if you do win this, you get second guaranteed. I know that he's also the kind of player, though, that wants to make sure he comes out on top in this one. But I feel like in those winners' finals in particular, it wasn't a great start for him. What do we need to see of him in this lower finals to really bounce back and be ready for what is going to be a tough matchup in Grands?
I think we all kind of know that the gun skill's there with him. We know what he can do. We've all seen it. I think maybe he just needs to unlock a little bit more of that passion. Like we saw from in Middlesbrough, we saw from that documentary, winning a map, winning a series, standing up, roaring, getting a bit more passionate, because that can make a big difference. You know, you've got CJP on that roster as well, and you know you're always going to get vocals and kind of enthusiasm from him. But I think maybe that could kind of, you know, reignite that spark and send them into this losers final with a chance of coming out on top.
Yeah, I think absolutely as well. I'd love to see a little bit of a battle between him and Rush in the mind games. It seems like they have no issues yelling at their opponents across the stage. We are going to take a minute just to get everything set up ahead of our losers finals. Again, this will be X-Force Annex against Annex Seed 2, Seed 3. We've got a banger and we're just getting everything put together. But in the meantime, ladies and gentlemen, we're just going to head to a quick break. So make sure you're here on the other side of it, because we are going to get ourselves into a spot where we're setting up our grand finals.
Can't wait.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Katana Land Spring Open 2025 here at the College of Esports. Losers final time. I've subbed in my friend Major Chafing here, who's just got off the back of a cast, and it's going to be X-Force Annex against Annex. I guess the first question is, the series that you just cast over, my friend, what was there to learn coming into this one?
I think the main thing is that Annex roster is getting better progressively throughout the day. Obviously, we don't want to call it too soon, but as a team that is kind of newly formed-ish for the LAN event, obviously the more maps they get under their belt, the more they're going to get better as a team of 4. Likewise, with the X-Force roster, they're going to get more maps under their belt. They're going to look better progressively throughout the day, and obviously the more maps they can get leading to that grand final, the better. Obviously, best of 3 is a brutal one for those teams in the losers bracket, because again, it can be over in a swift 2-0. Obviously, we've got a kind of a similar situation with this next one coming up with a best of 3. So yeah, it's going to be an important series regardless for whoever's going to go up against that Avenge roster in that final.
Yeah, absolutely. A reminder, ladies and gentlemen, that it is a best of 3 because we are on the clock here at the Velodrome. There's no such thing as sticking around after your time limit. You are out of here. So we want to make sure that we get there. We've obviously got a best of 5, potential double best of 5 in the grand finals. So we're going to make sure that we get through to 3-0. We don't want to be in a situation where we're mid-game and we're getting turfed out of here. So yeah, anyway, what we're going to do, straight into this one, X-Force Annex against Annex. I'm going to send it over to 2 gents who've had an incredible weekend for their first LAN. I'm looking forward to seeing what they do with this finals. It's going to be Joel. It's going to be Spud. Gentlemen, have yourself a series.
Kind words, Andrew. Thank you very much. Same back to you, my friend. Yeah, Joel, I'm excited, mate. We've got Annex v Annex.
Yeah.
No, it's X-Force Annex, but it's Annex v Annex. Losers final. Someone's going to try and book their spot in them grands.
I'll tell you what, you made a good prediction earlier. You said we're going to finish on a Hacienda. I've got an opinion that someone on Annex is going to be in this grand final. How about that?
Nice, mate.
Yeah?
Well done, mate. Yeah, maybe. You might be right. I'll give you that one. You owe me 2 points now. You didn't buy me that one from last night yet. Yeah, I've just had a quick chat with Lecky Wecky, Annex, the Annex owner, and I said, who do you want to win then? He was like, don't do this to me, don't do it. As he's like picking one of his kids, so he's not Lady Slag anywhere. I think he's just kind of happy, over the moon that one of his teams is going to be in grand finals, and I guess Glorious Tricks and the boys of X-Force are going to be hoping that their team can get the spot, but can either of them go and stop AVNG? Time will tell, but first we've got to get this one underway.
We do indeed, and I think it's going to be fantastic. We're looking like we're going to pretty much get away right now, and let's get ourselves in to what is going to be an absolute corker. Big fan of Volt, and I think it works quite well, and I think we are probably going to see, looks like Rasco going to be trying to fly through mid, not worrying about having to chow a couple members of the Annex roster are trying to get sorted themselves as well. So a little bit of back and forth from both teams, but nothing really crazy just as yet.
No, nothing too wild. I think this is an interesting map to start on. It's going to be pretty fast-paced. It's going to be aggressive. I mean, you might say it is advantage Annex having just come straight off the back of that last series, but I think Nathan Parker and the rest of his team have been sat on PCs, shooting their guns and stuff. And I think already Saphir's come out and find a couple of kills. CJP with a big 3. We've missed that one. All fighting for this P1. But as we mentioned yesterday, on this map, so important your kind of rotations. And if they get into the back of this P2, that's where somebody's going to start taking the lead a little bit further.
Yeah, and it's going to be the X-Force Annex roster that are going to be working their way over towards Nu. They'll probably get the first couple of seconds or so. Rasco's going to be leading their way at the minute, joined by CJP. A little bit quieter today, I think, from what we expected and what we saw out of him yesterday. But that's he's still here in the losers final with an opportunity to book themselves into Grand. So off into P2 we do go, and it will be Annex that have broken their way in. A couple of members going to be flooding around the back. It looks like it's going to be a little bit of headbutting on time. Majority of the Annex roster are going to be the ones that come out on top of this one. UH having a good start alongside Saphir, like we mentioned. UH on that 4 just at the minute. Going to try and see if he can find anyone that he can. Looks like it's still going to be a one-on-one for time. No, but UH is still alive in there.
Yeah, he's doing a fantastic job of just holding it, because the X-Force spawning in the back, flying towards the back of time, and they're only going to get this scrap time. So it was a good bit of time for Annex there, but heavily contested. Saphir started pretty hot, as has UH, but moving over towards P3, who's going to be the player to get themselves towards R and start, gunning down from the top. Currently nobody there. He's going to be initial time going in favour of Annex, and it's CJP up in a gunfight with UH, but it is going to be Saphir with the help to take him down. And Rush 1v1 against Nathan does come out on top. And then here we go, battle for art. You've got number 8 taking down Safir, finding that kill. He started hot with that AR in his hand. Going to look for Rasco underneath him, and then his team is going to start spawning in for the all-important P4.
It is, and they've got the advantage over the past couple of series. They're just playing consistent Call of Duty. They're not having to worry about the break in between. So it'll be interesting to see how the X-Force variation of Annex roster here managed to deal with having a little bit of a break. And like you say, I'm sure they've been trying to keep things sorted, but it is going to be nothing really to split the team. Still on board with Rush on that 4 at the minute, but it looks like the X-Force members are going to be the ones that are going to try and block, unless Safir's got anything to say about it. Don't know if Infinity's probably going to spot him in the back. I think he has, and they might deploy CJP to try and find him as well. But when you're in and around here, if you can try and be as much of a nuisance, 2 members flying towards him, not going to manage to find either of them, but that will be 4 dead for Annex, and an opportunity for X-Force Annex to break themselves a little bit further clear on this P4.
Yeah, if they find this first wave of kills here, there's been some really good work in the back by Nathan. Found 2. Rasco did get round the back early on as well, but now he's going to push out and try and just cut them off, not let them get anywhere near it. But they're going to have at least a free 20 or 30 seconds whilst the rest of the other Annex roster are just going to try and get anywhere near it. But as you see, number 6, UH, he's going to try and sneak towards the time. Maybe he's going to poke his head through the door. Maybe with numbers as well. CJP finds 1. Does get taken down though. Infinity there with a trade. The pistol's out and Infinity finds a big 2. Vega does break through and find that kill, but it is just Carnage, and it is going to be X-Force that maintain those spawns and do take the lead and start pushing on that little bit further.
Yeah, so Nathan on a 5 at the minute. Obviously, they tried on that P4 to try and pinch from quite a few different angles. Not going to manage to do so. Tried to play the trade and unfortunately didn't come out on top. So we're starting to see, albeit relatively small, depending on how this P1 goes, the X-Force Annex roster building up a little bit of a lead, albeit only 20 points just at the minute. But Rasco, CJP, starting to heat up just a little bit alongside Safir and UH on time. And I tell you, if UH is shooting like he was earlier, dropping the 50, albeit the circumstances, alongside Rush at the same time as well, there's absolutely no reason this cannot go down to the wire. Trade City on time at the minute, but Rush is going to come through and find 2 to break them back in.
Yeah, it's going to kind of soak a little bit this time now. And again, it is time to start thinking about that P2. But Rush, aggressive with the SMG in hand. He's so confident today. I was saying on the desk, almost comes out on top. But it is going to be CJP. But he is instantly traded by UH. The SMG power on this map is pretty strong. And I think for now, it is that kind of a little bit slower, back and forth. But as soon as somebody kind of gets a foothold in the game, and I think it will be from that kind of P3 to P4, that's when somebody's going to maybe start to go clear.
Yeah, like you mentioned, the SMG power is probably overlooked a little bit sometimes on this map because people imagine that it's going to be quite long-distance gunfights when he's going over towards that sort of P3, P4 area. But in and around P1, in and around P2, it's an opportunity for people to get in and amongst it. And last time we spoke, it was the X-Force roster that were going to be up by 20, and an opportunity for the Annex roster to take themselves up in here, and Rasco flying through, pistol in hand, still got in hand, trying to switch away, but Rush is there to pick him up. Going to be traded in on time, potentially by Infinity, and just a little bit of back and forth from no teams, nothing really to split them as such at the minute. Nobody looking to try to work in their way over towards that P3 area as well. It looks like the X-Force boys are going to be spawning through P1. Just keep your eyes on CJP. He's going to peel off to make sure they can at least be spawning there, but the Annex boys are going to try and break their way in for the last couple of seconds to pretty much even us up going off to P3.
Yeah, Infinity and Rasco on that hill did really, really well to just stay up and soak as much time as possible, have that slight lead change, because Annex were spawning in the back for quite a while. Moving over towards P3, gunfight involved, Rush coming out on top. UH looking for Rasco, but doesn't need to because he gets taken down by Vega, who finds 2. Turret from above. Going to get pushed out by CJP. Looking for a quick 2-piece. Is he going to get it? Is he going to get it?
Flying.
Does manage to do so, but there we go. This top art, Safir, he's the man who's going to try and... Whoa, nothing. Gets taken down, and it is going to be CJP finding a few kills, pushing back towards this P3, and it's 124 to 124, Joel. Nothing separating these two at all.
No, and you just can't afford on this P3 to allow the back spawns to be given up on that way over towards that P4. You will see that the Annex boys are quite happy to soak up. They're only deploying, I think it was Rasco, maybe CJP this time to try and chal a couple of members. Keep your eyes on that new point because you have got Rush trying to pinch his way round the back of Infinity. Another one in the art as well. We've got Sapphire taking on CJP. So it looks like an opportunity for Rush has won his, and CJP has then won his as well. But keep your eyes, Sapphire just spawned in on time there. Will be a very unfortunate spawn for them, really. But Rush, if he can keep himself in and around here, a couple of members going to be trying to flood the way into time. Let's see what Rasko's going to do here, Spud.
Yeah, Rush being the man to find those kills and keep his teammates spawning in the back, but already it's started to flip out maybe slightly with number 1 Rasko just standing firm. And yeah, look at number 8 Sapphire, he's just spawned the other side of the map, and X-Force a chance for their big gunfight on time. Rush is the man who's trying to stay up and trying to find these kills around the time, switches guns, finds a big 2, Sapphire helping from the front, and they're just trying to focus Rush, which has just allowed his teammates to get in. But CJP finds 4, including one of his teammates. Oh my god, he's shooting everyone on the map. And X-Force are going to look like they're going to take this scrap time and keep that lead for now, albeit slight.
Yeah, absolutely. And one thing that just to keep your eyes on for those who like the numbers, 2 minutes 25 left on the clock. Sometimes a vault can come down to time on here if it's contested quite often. But you'd like to think that Nathan Parker, players like that, are going to be able to drag the boys through. Not having the greatest of map from his perspective, he did find one there, and he's going to come through with the help of Infinity to get the boys in towards this P1. Going to be pinching kills from both teams here, but the Annex roster are going to be spawning out, and it looks like X-Force Annex are going to be trying to hold these back spawns. Still plenty of time to try and play for, but every single second on this one is certainly worth keeping your eyes on. A couple of trade kills, as there ever is on this P1. No one really starting to pull clear in terms of a kill-wise. You've got Rasko that's leading the way for those boys, and then Sapphire continuing on in such a good stead that he was in the series that we just watched before this one. But Infinity finding 2 with the help of CJP, and it looks like it's going to be a bit of scrap time and the way off towards P2 for them.
Yeah, that was actually a big 3 from Infinity in the end. It's great to see him. I think he's got something to prove, because I think wasn't too happy about a few things that have been said about him on the desk this weekend as being the man just doing the fundamental and the dirty work. But again, I alluded to it earlier, but he's still continuing to find a good amount of kills. He's slaying out with the AR in hand, and he just doesn't miss a bullet with it. Finding another 2, gets himself on a 5 spree, and it is X-Force hitting that 200-second mark. A couple of kills coming in for Annex, but it is still Nathan Parker soaking up that time. And it's time for Annex to try and mount the push. They look like they're going to push from the front.
They do, and it looks like it's going to be Vega that was going to be the first person to try and pinch his way through. Not going to manage to do so. Rasko, the only person in around time. They are going to have the members of X-Force Annex spawning out the back. Someone diving into the pool. He's seen the hot tub. He's got his shorts on. Get me inside and get me involved. So Annex going to be continuing on with this time. They're going to have to start to try chain a couple of hills here if they can do so. It looks like X-Force are going to set their way up. That man again, Infinity, has made his way off towards that top part. And honestly, I don't think I've seen anyone beat him there this weekend.
No, he's pretty quick to get there. And I think again, Annex have done really well to not allow X-Force to get all that scrap time. That last 20 seconds or so was vital to try and keep them in the map. And they are still there. I mean, number 3 does 4, which is Infinity from that top part. Joel, you might have cursed him a little bit, but it is the rest of his teammates on this time. They can obviously win it on this P3. It's not common to see too many players stacked towards it. Infinity is back above, so watch out, Annex. Don't try and fly down that B street. You will get gunned down. They do manage to take the guys off time and start soaking a bit of this P3, but already 30 seconds to go. Oh, maybe they're going to try and win it here. UH falls, big 3 kills. Number 7, Rush, going to be the man coming through Vault. He might be on the pinch, but he's going to have a couple of enemies behind him. He might take him down. It's all about timing with this one, Joel.
It is CJP on a 3 streak before he just about got took off. The last sort of 10 seconds. Keep your eyes on these spawns here. So, X-Force Annex are going to be spawning over towards that art side. A couple of the members of Annex chose to actually go through P1 there, opposed to trying to play outside and headbutt through time. They think the best way to do this is by going round, but they've got to start to headbutt this time. And I don't know if they're going to get there. It was going to be Vega that's the person that's closest to time. 1 second required. And that is indeed 1-0. A little bit of words being chucked across to the Annex roster from the X-Force Annex roster, Spud.
Oh, I love it. I absolutely love it. CJP, of course, is involved with the trash talking at the end of that first map. I'd love to hear what was going on in there. Maybe we can ask production to get some subtitles on the screen from between these maps so we can get a bit of intel of what's being held across. It might not be too family friendly though, but it's what it's all about. And I know loading into this series, these two are going to get pretty noisy. Take a look at the map there. Rasko 30, CJP 33. We spoke about him being such a kind of big moment, big game player in the business end of last night when they got to that map 4, map 5 to try and make sure that they were coming through the winner's side today. he locked in and he really showed up, and he's got something to prove after that AVNG game.
Yeah,
and so far so good.
Yeah, and like you say, a couple of highlights that will roll through here. One person to mention that probably didn't have the greatest of series, but I'm sure he doesn't need to hear that from me, was Nathan. The boys managed to get them through it, but ultimately it's not always just a one-person event. It is about how a team can collaborate together and drag themselves through, and ultimately that roster has indeed managed to do that one. So it's going to be a protocol search and destroy that's going to be the next one up. Bit of a bang out.
Yeah, again, it's that A site, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's whoever gets in there and takes control. But we did see a couple of pushes towards B. But I think with these guys in this lobby, the confidence on show, I think they're all going to be kind of taking that chow towards A. They're going to just trust the gunny
100%.
behind it. You got some confident young shooters playing in this losers final.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Obviously, scenarios are now only one map needed for the X-Force Annex boys, and they'll book their slot into today's grand final. Or we could be heading off to a map 3 still, protocol as well. But like you say, it's a bit of a bang out map, so you can never really predict which team is going to come out on top here. Obviously, we had some words in there earlier. Sapphire had a fantastic day yesterday, starting to get back into that today. So we'll see if on the S&D side of things, which was the sort of main Annex roster, a little bit of a slip up there every now and then. So if that's going to be the way for the X-Force Annex roster to break their way in, that's how they're going to do it, is by this search and destroy.
Yeah, if you're AVNG at the minute watching this one, ready to kind of load in against some of these guys. I mean, X-Force strike first.
Yeah,
have already played in winners finals today. Avenger going to be feeling pretty confident, but I think, as I mentioned, we're just seeing a kind of different beast from those guys. They know this is the business end of the tournament.
100%.
They know that there's money to be won. If they manage to win this next map or get themselves into grands, they're guaranteed a little bit of money.
Yeah.
And Nathan Parker said to me outside, he needs a bit of prize money to get himself a PS5 because he's sick of playing cheaters on ranked on online on PC. So.
Well, that seems to be the wave that everybody's going about it at the minute. Obviously, I don't need to worry about that. I'm not in that high enough.
No, we're not high enough rank yet.
Anyway, so enough about me and Mr. Spud. Let's talk about Annex and X-Force Annex, who are going to be kicking us off in this search and destroy on protocol. Sapphire going to just fly his way down into A. Spud mentioned it earlier on, but here comes a couple of members of the X-Force boys, and it will be Rasco. One of the members, I think it was around this morning, in the high 80%. He was on his first engagements on First Bloods and S&D, and he's just continued that off in this one.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of that. I mean, I don't know if the teams are the right way around for it.
Seemingly not. Anyway,
but it is going to be First Blood for Annex and Co. With Vega and his team, because I think it was him that found that First Blood. But yeah,
I think it was.
As we thought, it was going to be that kind of heavy push towards A, but straight away, when that First Blood come in, they've kind of backed up a little bit. Infinity there, ready, poised for the chow that's about to come. Maybe from both sides, though. Which one's he going to find? Finds one. Can he find the second? No, I'm getting out of there.
Indeed it is, and it will be Rasco. It was him that found the first one, and he's managed to find his second one of the round at this point. UH was going to be the last member up, and we got there eventually. X-Force Annex will take the first round, putting them 1-0 up in the search and destroy.
Yeah, we're there. We're with you now. We're with you now.
So nothing too crazy. As we mentioned, Rasco is probably the Abizi of that sort of roster in terms of getting the first bloods. Honestly, if you can be doing the high 80%, like the guys pulled off the stats yesterday, you're giving your team the best opportunity in those 4 against 3 to put that pressure on and see where we can go from there. But only 1-0, still plenty of time left to play for here.
Yeah, Rasco, as you mentioned, finding the kills in S&D. He found a lot yesterday. We casted a few times.
Yeah.
And it was double kills as well. It wasn't just First Blood. He was finding quick twos, gets himself already pushing up towards the spawn. It's going to be Vega this time, I believe. He does find that First Blood, taking down Infinity. And it's just kind of carnage towards that A bomb site. And then all of a sudden, you've got Nathan Parker all alone with the bomb. The fly towards him does find one, but Rush there with the trade. And I feel like this is just going to be a pretty speedy rounds every time, Joel. It's just going to be carnage towards that A site.
Yeah, well, it's lived up to the expectation that we thought it was going to be, in terms of both teams have gone there straight off the bat, and it seemed to be pretty much over in sort of 20 seconds or so, really. No one's really tried to take any sort of map height or anything like that. No one's had the chance, if anything, to actually get the bomb down. So it looks like Strats are looking like they're coming in. Nathan's probably just having a word with someone, seeing what they can do for this one here. But yeah, 1 apiece, nothing to split them at the minute.
No, 2 for Rush in that last round as well, and we've mentioned his name a lot as being kind of so confident and ready to take any challenge. And I think he is someone who's just going to be, I was going to say flying towards that side, but he's playing back towards Granny's at the minute. They are going to push through mid with that bomb. It is number 8 from above who maybe try and get his eyes on them, but they might slip through unnoticed. Chow together, UH taking that first blood. It was Nathan who does fall, so maybe this is where we see that push towards that B side. A couple of them creeping up towards low down 2v1, and they do come out top. UH again finding it. TJP with a trade, does find 2 of his own, but now Rasco, the man who's found 2 pieces for fun this weekend, is left in a 1v2.
He has, and he's actually got an opportunity. He's got the members of the Annex roster that are split across the map, and seemingly Rush has probably just heard me, and he's decided to get a little bit closer to Sapphire here. Rasco just having a pinch through A, trying to make sure that nobody's getting it down. But in terms of getting it down on B, it is. So how is Rasco going to play this one? Both of the members of Annex actually took themselves into the helicopter. I don't know if they're expecting to go on holiday or something over there. I'm not too sure. But he's going to have to try and deal with both members if he's going to allow them to take this round. Flying towards time, might have just had the info off of the nade. Back round he goes. He's probably had a good timing on the pinch. Not going to manage to find one. Ultimately, he was taken out and couldn't find that 2-piece needed for that round.
I mean, he knew there was going to be at least one there, but I don't know if he was expecting the pair of them. I mean, interesting play, but kind of smart. You got that 2v1 advantage. You know that Rasco has got an SMG in his hand, and he just flies toward them and gets picked off eventually. I thought for a second as well that maybe he was going to make that pinch and just get behind the pair of them and take them down, but when you put outside that helipad and you've got to fly towards the back of it, it just soaks so much more time, and that bomb clock starts counting down. But yeah, solid defense in the end.
It is, and obviously we saw how much slower the B push is on that round.
Yeah.
Obviously most of the 2 rounds prior to that sort of over in 25-30 seconds or so. That one obviously took a little bit longer because the bomb had gone down, so naturally it will be extended out. But it looks like we're back to the old usual here. All 4 members of the X-Force roster are going to hop straight down into time. Trade kill for both teams. Sapphire out. Nearly had the pre-fire onto CJP there, but isn't going to do so. Looks like Rush is going to be the closest person. He will find that kill to CJP. Nathan's nearly just been taken off of the bomb, opting not to get it down straight away. Has got a couple of members to try and deal with, but Infinity and Nathan will both find one. They know exactly where Sapphire is. I'm surprised they're not getting the bomb down there, but they went for the kill instead.
Yeah, in the end, I guess they didn't need to. I mean, I did get a little bit worried for them at first. They did look like they took full control of that bomb site, but as soon as one of them fell, I thought, oh, maybe they're going to start flooding towards it. But a good bit of patience I'd show from Annex, but in the end, X-Force do come out on top. And yeah, Safi had a little bit too much to do at the end of that round, didn't he?
Yeah, he nearly had a chance to take CJP off. Inevitably, he was then taken by Rush anyway, but then he sort of just got left outside by himself, wasn't he? The rest of the members tried to come down through Spiral. Sometimes it'll work if you can try and pinch from the other side, but they both had to headbutt it, and a couple of members did indeed pick them off, but nothing really splitting these guys at the minute. Looks like it's going to be one of the members of, I think it was only Annex that just dropped down there, and nothing. No one's really trying to take too much map except for CJP, really. I say that, and UH will find one to kick us off. It'll be interesting to see where CJP goes here.
Yeah, I think Nathan Park was listening to me in between them rounds after that first map, because he's currently on a 3 streak. So I've reminded him that yes, he still definitely wants to buy that PS5, and that first blood going in CJP's favour, making it a 3v3 now. The bomb does go down, and on comes the retake, and it is that B site once again. Here's the timing here. UH will get that free kill, making it 2. And now Nathan Parker, I've said he's on a 3 streak. He's going to need 3 more if he's going to take these guys down and get that bomb defused. Does get info perhaps onto Sapphire, but he's so far away. Maybe he's just going to try and play for that car. He is close to it. Maybe hope he gets a free pick and just kind of settle for another round loss.
He is. Looks like he's off to just check the views. He's probably going to make one of the members of Annex, probably going to try and find him. I'll be honest, I didn't know this map went this far back. I've never gone that far back.
I'm normally dead by the time I get to that part of the map. I can't push up to the spawns too much.
What, you run backwards off spawn?
No, mate, no.
No?
I don't get out of spawn. I just get gunned down.
But anyway, inevitably, Nathan wasn't able to take that round, and that will be a little bit of back and forward, back and forward like we've been seeing throughout this search and destroy, but nothing splitting them really at the minute.
No, it's starting to get a little bit tense. I mean, it got so loud after that first map, but S&D, and especially in this just best of 3 series, it's vital, so vital for both teams that they take this map. One team to put the spot in grands, the other team to go home empty-handed.
It is, and unfortunately, they will literally be empty-handed after this point. There isn't. It's only the top two that are going to be involved this weekend, and it is going to be Rasco try to fly towards that, get that first kill, and it was actually on him. So unfortunately, he's not going to be able to bump those stats up on that one. He will be helping somebody else, but UH was going to try and fly through mid, trying to take out CJP. Not going to do so, but he has got Sapphire, and they've just crossed shoulders. He's not seen him. Sapphire has seen one member of the X-Force roster, but he's not going to do so. Nathan is going to be taken out by UH, but Sapphire, and he's got another member, and it looks like it's UH underneath, and really need to take advantage of this height in the map. Infinity will find that kill to him, and we're down into a 2v2.
Yeah, big fast couple of kills there, make it a third for X-Force, and that advantage is kind of gone. So Rush, again, the lad we've been speaking about so much this weekend, has kind of got it all to do. Both players flying down towards this A site, they are going to lay it down fast, and Rush over towards B. It's going to be tough for him to retake it off of CJP and Infinity from here.
It is, and it, like you say, it's just going to be a rush. It's he had a good day, in all fairness. He might do. He's got a couple of members out on Spiral at the minute. I'm assuming they've planted it for his side. He's tried to get his knife out to. I thought he was going to actually hop up there. He's still got quite a bit of time to play for here. CJP going to get stun checked. He's going to be pretty much stood still, but Rush is going to find him. I imagine he will be traded. Indeed, he is. Did get the first one. It looked like like you say, it looked like quite a smart play there, but typically a bit of the time, and you know to run away when your teammate dies, and ultimately he's been taken out on that one.
I don't think he was expecting the player to be sat bottom Spiral. I think he was maybe switching to his knife or something just to get down there quicker, to fly towards the time, to find the kill and get the defuse. But yeah, they did end up playing that well in the end, defended the bomb, 2v1 situation, used the life to advantage, and just played the trade.
Yeah, so it's a little bit back and forward. Nothing. I keep saying it because really, genuinely, nothing to split these teams at the minute. It's literally 3 apiece. So let's see how the members of the Annex roster opt to play this one. An early nade from, I think it's Vega, off towards Boat at the minute, and it looks like it's just going to be a quick hop down. Stun didn't work in UH's favour. And it looks like Rasco was just watching the cross. He could have been involved in what would have been another first blood, whether it be on him or from him. Trophy going to be down, and it's going to make this A push a lot harder.
Yeah, he dips himself out there. I thought he was going to use a trophy himself when them stuns were coming in, then realised one of them was his own. So just land a couple of shots. The pre-fires were good, but yeah, does just dip out of there, and it's going to be tough to get towards that A site. Maybe we're going to see a change going around the back. It might get good timing if it had gone maybe all the way around the back. We'll get a free kill. I don't know if he knows there's one more there, but he does manage to get out of there for now. UH still up, 37 HP, and it is a 3v3, 40 seconds to go. Bomb in hand now. Which site do they target?
Well, it could generally go either. It's leaning probably more towards the A point. I was just about to say, UH having a fantastic search and destroy. Obviously, he's 8-6 now. Was going to be 8-5. Has been taken out, but it's going to be advantage to the X-Force Annex roster. And it looks like Vegas is going to try and do anything he can to try and get away. It's going to all be onto Sapphire here. He's going to chow towards the bomb. He's seen a member of the X-Force boys on Spiral Staircase, but he's nowhere near a bomb quick enough to be able to get it down. And he ran out with the knife. He says, "You're not getting away from me. Come here and take this."
I like that. I like that. Even when the stakes are so high. I know it was 1v3. I know the round was pretty much done, but yeah, still getting a little one over on the opposition team, especially both being under the same org as well. There's a little bit more riding on this one.
Yeah, it's silly things like that could probably play with your mind a little bit. Because you're thinking like, why are you doing that? Why are you coming after me? And then it depends on how they are all as locked in as a team. But I'm sure little simple stuff like that won't affect them. But it's going to be 4-3 to the X-Force Annex roster, and they are going to be on offense this time. Let's see if they're going to hop straight down into A. Looks like it's going to be literally doing the conga on the way down, and seemingly going to try to take some map advantage. And this is probably one of the more free plants on A that you're probably going to see.
Yeah, we're essentially just seeing P4 hardpoint now, aren't we? All 4 of them around the hill getting set up. 40 seconds to defend the bomb. 8 players left in the lobby. And I think the end of this round is just going to be pure carnage. Where's your first blood coming? Oh, the stun does land. Oh, UH flying down, does find one. Rush down there with him to try and help. Does get traded out though. Nathan Parker finding UH. CJP finds 2, and now he's down to Rush in the 1v3. Finds 1, but it's an instant trade. And X-Force go 1 round away from booking a spot in grand finals.
And exactly that it is, and I'm sure that there will be probably the ones that will maybe try to play a little bit slower, try to make that first kill. It looked like someone off towards the zip was literally doing hopscotch. He was jumping from one side to the other, and it was, like you say, CJP, we mentioned him early on, that had been a little bit quieter, finds a 2-piece when it's most needed, and like you say, it only puts them a round away from booking themselves in. But I'm not going to count out this Annex roster yet, because they have been shooting all day.
Yeah, they have indeed. And in the last series, we did see something and commented on something that I actually had a go at you for yesterday. That 5-3 curse. We've seen one on the way to the finals, but is there about to be, one of those once again? It's a bit of a slower attacking push because they know that they have to play some perfect Call of Duty if they're going to force this round 11.
Yeah, absolutely. It's do or die for this Annex roster now. They're trying to play for the pick. The X-Force members are trying to play for the pick as well. So it is genuinely just a case of everybody, you stand there, let me know if you see anything, and then we work off of your information. Nobody wants to be that first person to fall. Looks like Bomb has managed to get its way quite high off and has actually been dropped. They're deciding to actually allow UH to pick this one up here. They're going to deploy Rush up the zip. He's got comms that nobody's going to be there, but look how deep Infinity is at the minute, and he has got CJP on towards that B-bomb. And I think Annex, only 30 seconds on the clock, they need to be decisive here.
Yeah, Infinity's getting a little bit of info. He knows that it's going to be the B-side. Just get taken off that heady as well. Oh, big double for Nathan. And now it's all down to Vega to keep his team in it. 1v2. He's got to try and get that bomb down. Does have it in hand. He's going to fly towards it, but he may get taken down with shots in the back. He's going to be forced to plant it because he's not going to find both of those kills. Does get spotted though.
And that's
CJP
what I mean.
just playing smart.
It's going to be unfortunate. CJP is going to try to fly towards him. He's not going to have enough time to get the bomb down. And ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be seeing a replay of that winners final. It shall indeed be. Your winners of the winners bracket, Avenge Esports, taking on X-Force Annex. So my prediction was right. There's an Annex team in the grand final.
Oh, right. Very clever. Very clever. I mean, it's gutting for this Annex roster as well. I think those boys have been kind of absolutely shooting. In particular today, they've been absolutely frying out there. They've been shutting teams down. They've been looking really hot on the map. But yeah, unfortunately, it is top 3 for those guys. And X-Force get a chance for revenge. Do you think they can get something done? Do you think they've been playing for a long time now? They've stay warm?
Yeah, I think it's going to be interesting. I'd like to say it's not going to be as straightforward. Obviously, the format is going to be a little bit different here. You've got 2 best of 5s now, so it's not going to be a case of if you're this X-Force Annex roster that you've got 1 best of 5. You're going up against the top seed here, and right, okay, so we've just been told it's actually not going to be a 2 best of 5s at this point. Yep. It's going to be a best of 7. So the advantage is probably not going to be too much different here from like a loser's perspective, because normally it'd be the 2 best of 5s just to allow the winners a little bit more, but there's no reason why a best of 7 can't try and influence something different as well.
Yeah, I think just some time constraints. We had some slight delays earlier on. I think there was a couple of issues maybe, and some of the teams being a little bit slow. But you know what these divas are like. But yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Best of 7. Let's hope that X-Force can get a little bit of revenge on AVNG and make it a little bit more interesting. But let's take a look at some of the highlights from that losers final to get ready for Grands.
Ladies and gentlemen, to the College of Esports here for the Katana Land Spring Open 2025. Gentlemen, we are at Grand Finals time, and this is going to be, and just to clarify something that was said just before the break, we said it was going to be a best of 7. Now, that was something that was agreed very briefly. However, we have now gone back to 2 best of 5s. Subbing in Spud here. Wow, you were busy casting over that finals, and we spoke to several of the people involved with the Orgs, but it turns out we are going to go back to that double best of 5 setup. So the traditional X-Force basically in a spot where they've got to win twice in 2 different series here to come on through. For Avenge, it's just a simple case of go out and 3-0 this, and you've managed to win the series. You've just cast over that losers finals there. I guess I come to you and say, you know, last time these 2 teams played, this was a very swift 3-0. Is there anything from that previous series that makes you think that isn't going to happen again?
I mean, they looked good. They looked good. It was a different team. I know it's against a different opposition, but this Annex roster they've just beat, they've been really shutting teams down today.
Very true.
Well. And the X-Force lads locked in. I mentioned it during the cast that these guys are kind of finding out it's the business end. They know there's now money on the line for both of the games they've just played and the one in the final. And we just saw a different beast out of those guys. In particular, CJP, someone I mentioned that really locked in. We saw the passion at the end of that first map, and he's a player that will, really get loud during the final as well. So I'm looking forward to it.
Absolutely, and I mean, they are going to have to be a different beast to whatever they were earlier, because it didn't work, and we're now into a £3,000 series of Call of Duty. A reminder, £2,400 being handed out to first, £600 being handed out to second. Let's take a look at the rosters that will be performing in our grand finals, starting off with Avenge Esports. This is, without any shadow of a doubt, my friend, the favourites. Red, Heptix, Julian and Callum. I took a look through the statistics that Ben and Cove pulled together in the back before this series, and this is not including the series data from the series you just casted from losers finals. Avenge were 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th for overall KD. The only player that was beating them was Rush. So considering how close that series was, and the fact that Rush was on the losing end, suggests to me that those gentlemen are now 1st, 2nd, 3rd and 4th here.
Yeah, and I don't think it's too much of a surprise. I've said it multiple times during this weekend that they are the team that should be coming here and winning it. And so far, so good. They've not dropped a map. And,
nope.
And I think something else that we keep kind of mentioning is the fact that it's not a one-man team. Everybody's stepping up. Everybody's finding the kills. And that's just kind of evident from the data that we've got in front of us.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, there's plenty to it as well. Julian, number 1 hardpoint KD, 1.65. And again, this was before that last series that just happened there. So before the update has come through for that. Red, 3rd hardpoint KD of 1.37. The player that's splitting them was Rush. So that could be a 1 and 2 situation right there. Julian and Callum are number 1 and 2 for hardpoint time. If we want to start talking about whether or not they're just a respawn team, well, Heptix is 3rd for first bloods in the whole tournament. Absolutely ridiculous performance from this team. And this is an opportunity for them to go back to back, because they also won the ES Hub LAN.
Yep.
And I wonder if there's a little bit something extra there. Yes, there's £3,000 in this series, but the opportunity to say we won both of the UK LANs back to back, that's a real testament to your quality.
Yeah, it is, absolutely. And I think, with the things that people were saying online at the time, I think the opinion of those guys and their approach was we're just going to kind of play as many lands as we can to really kind of prove ourselves, and this is the opportunity to really solidify all of that and take the 2nd UK LAN, and they're in a great position to do so. Going back to the 2 best of 5s, huge advantage for that team from winners. Played this team earlier, as we've mentioned, did take a swift 3-0, and they've only got to do that once again to lift that trophy and take home that £2,400 and really silence all of the kind of doubters as well.
Well, if they are going to silence those doubters, they're going to have to do it against an opposition, and we will have X-Force Annex in their way. That is Infinity, Rasco, Nathan Parker, CJP. We've done a lot of talking about how good these gentlemen have been through this tournament. The one big asterisk next to that is you did lose 3-0 in the winners finals last time. That was on Protocol 250 to 183, Red Card 6-0, Hacienda 3-1. Obviously, we go into 2 best of 5s. I guess when you start talking about vetoes and such situations for these gentlemen, you're probably looking to avoid a Protocol hardpoint, Red Card S&D, Hacienda control.
Yeah, anything that's going to kind of remind them of that series, which I'm sure they're going to want to get as far away from their minds as possible, the better. I think I'm not sure exactly what the vetoes are just yet. We don't think we know the maps, but they've got something to prove. But also, they've already played them, so they're going to know how they play a little bit, and they're just going to have to kind of get that out of their minds and play a little bit more confidence, because there's kind of nothing to lose now. They're going to get some money. They're going to get some prize money. They've got 2nd place guaranteed minimum. and it's just kind of to go out there and play with confidence and try and get some revenge on Avenge.
Yeah, absolutely. I love that line at the end there. But also, yeah, you're right. Second place is locked in. That's £600. If you're splitting it evenly, £150 each. It's not bad for your weekend. There is some statistical stuff to talk about why they could build themselves into this. Nathan Parker, 5th across the board for hill time per 10 minutes in hardpoint. Rasco is 5th for S&D KD. He's actually the number 1 S&D rated player across the whole thing, largely off the back of the fact that he's number 1 for first blood win percentage. 79% is a terrifying metric. And Rasco really has been putting on throughout the whole tournament. He's been leading the way largely for his squad with a 1.2 KD overall, a large way ahead of his teammates. So really shining through this. What I will say is we've had a lot of Call of Duty to get us to this point. So why don't we take a quick look at the bracket and the story of that whole event and how we've ended up with this as a grand finals. Avenge Esports along the top there. You're going to see a lot of 3-0s, my friend.
Yeah, only 3-0s. They've not dropped a map yet. And after interviewing those guys earlier, it was the case of saying, yeah, we're not dropping a map all tournament. I mean, they've played some good teams as well. I think the particular one that stands out is that winners round 2 game where they played the Spanish, who did end up locking top 4 as well.
Yeah.
They're a team that have really impressed in particular today, and they've kind of outdone their seed, but they dismissed them with ease. They went on to take on August, who also had a good run in that losers bracket. And then, yeah, here we go. August got taken out by 3rd place Annex Esports. So it's people say, you know, they might have had an easier run, but they beat people who have gone on to make that losers run.
No, 100%. I mean, you're right about that elite squad. A lot of people in the venue, players majoritively, turned around and said that elite squad's looking absolutely brilliant. And then, well, Avenge pushed them aside and pushed aside winners finals. But, I mean, for your X-Force Annex team, they've had a bit of a story where it's been a case of they've faced some adversity, they've overcome it, they've faced some adversity and not necessarily overcoming that winners finals. But this is an opportunity for revenge. £3,000 on the line, opportunity to write a little bit of history, but also that chance to prove that you're just as good as these players that are regularly managing to get through to elites at the end of the day. And surely for a lot of these names, I'm looking, you know, CJP, Infinity, Nathan Parker, Rasco, that's a great opportunity to make a statement about just how good you are.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think when we saw the interview and there was some words exchanged between Red and CJP regarding the elites and stuff, that's going to be playing in these players' mind. And as you keep mentioning, that kind of revenge opportunity, these individuals, some of them have elite experience, but a lot of them are very experienced in Call of Duty, both online and playing LANs too. So there's no reason why they can't find that kind of extra gear and really start taking it to AVNG a little bit more. You mentioned Rasco too, with his S&D game. It wasn't just first bloods we were seeing 1st and 2nd bloods. He was finding double kills to start those maps, and if they kind of could do that and find that form and, you know, kind of undo that 6-0 S&D they had in the previous series, there's no reason they can't push him that little bit further.
Yeah, I mean, Rasco, the man there on his phone, the handsome chap. What I will say as well, he's put on a hell of a performance. That guy's about sick as I am. You know, I was speaking to him in the corridor and he's like, yeah, I can barely speak. And I'm like, ditto, my friend. So he's having himself one hell of a weekend. He's number 1 for kills per round. He's really putting on in that search mode. And we talk so often about how underdogs will see something through against a big team. It's usually that Nes low strategy. You pick up your S&Ds and you nick away one of those maps on the respawns. Well, we know that this team are capable of taking away respawns. They've just done so against a very good Annex squad in losers finals.
Yeah, they have indeed, and I was a little bit surprised that it was it was pretty convincing in the end. They went pretty clear with them on that map 1, especially considering that Annex team had just come off the back of playing really well, and mentioning Rush once again, he was coming up in your stats as being in the top 5 for a lot of those leaderboards, and he was somebody who I just thought, you know, would be taking it to them and taking them down, but they managed to kind of hold him back and the rest of the roster and come out on top with relative ease in the end.
Yeah, I mean, it's something that, you know, we sat here before and deliberated about it. What's going to happen in that map 1? We didn't expect it to be a bang out. It did just feel relatively comfortable. Yes, 250 to 178, but you're right, the way in which they went about it felt like a dismantling, a shutting down of the superstars on that Annex squad. They are going to have to do the same here against this Avenge Esports team if they're going to stand a chance. We are all just waiting on map picks and bans to come on through for this matchup. But it's tough because you look at that X-Force Annex squad, you're kind of looking over at Avenge Esports and saying, well, last time you played hardpoint against each other, it was on a protocol, didn't go very well. We also know that you want to veto out Skyline. You don't want to be facing them on that map as well. So it's tough for them to kind of come out on top in this veto process. And maybe I go back to something you said before. It's about learning from that previous winners finals.
Yeah, we might see a little bit of a rogue map set coming into this. I'm really interested to what it might be. We might see some maps that we don't ordinarily see kind of in these kind of top games, just to try and see if they can get them on a map maybe that they don't play as much and they're not as experienced in. Because like you said, you don't want to be giving them a map that they've beat you so badly on.
Yeah.
But then also, if you veto that, like you say, you could be stuck on a map that everybody knows that they are so strong at. So it's going to be difficult, like you say, to come out on top in that veto process. But maybe we end up seeing like a red card or a hacienda to start off the series.
Yeah, it could be. I mean, we've seen a couple of teams really benefit from being on those scrappy maps. The Spanish, in particular, they look great there. Whereas some other teams prefer the more regimented approach. Red card coming in there could well be an opportunity for, we've spoken a lot, and don't get me wrong, I'm hearing from sources that on X-Force Annex, Infinity's sitting there and saying, don't talk about me as like the rotational guy, I'm just as straight a shooter as anyone. No, I'm saying it in a good way. I think the fundamentals are a great thing, and if you want to put someone like him who understands the game so well on a map like Red Card, I'm all for it, because he's going to make sure that he's putting his stars in the best place to take on the absolute juggernaut that is this Avenge Esports roster. Going into the grand finals, I've done this a lot through the tournament. I'm really sorry to do it to you at this situation, my friend, but I'm going to ask for some predictions.
I think I'd be lying to myself and everybody else if I didn't think that AVNG were going to come out on top in this grand final. I think they've just been so strong. They've not dropped a map. They've already beat them 3-0. I know it's grand final, but I don't think they're going to be too nervous about it. They're that confident and comfortable. It's going to take something to kind of try and get in their heads, but I don't know if they're going to be able to. The only way that this X-Force roster is going to be able to get in their heads is by taking the first map.
Very true. I agree with you. Honestly, I think that 3-0 is the general feeling and consensus around the place, but it's all going to be about that first map. I'm totally with you. Do you strike a blow early? Well, let's find out what that map set is, because we are locked in and ready to go for our first best of 5 and potentially our last series of the Katana Spring Open of 2025. It's going to be a double protocol to get us started, then 3 trips to Hacienda to potentially finish everything off. Reminder, if Avenge Esports win 3 of these 5 maps, they will take home $2,400 and all of the bragging rights for winning the Katana LAN. But if X-Force Annex come out on top there, they've got to do a second best of 5. And I think I once did like a statistical breakdown, because best of 5s resets used to be the thing back in the day. Yep. I swear it's only about like 10% of the time you would get a team come in, throw them the lower bracket and actually pull off a double best of 5. So even if they do somehow manage to get themselves through this first series, you then got to think about the second one.
Yeah, they've got to go and do it again. And looking at that map set, one of the maps, and we're saying how important this map 1's going to be, was one of the 2 that we said they probably don't really want to be playing them on. Like that's the map they loaded into in that winners final, and it was pretty smooth sailing for AVNG. It was it 250 to about 120?
83?
Or was it 83?
I want to say.
It was something very convincing.
Very.
So they're going to have to really turn that around if they're going to start with a bang, which is what they need to do. Because to take 1 series off is going to be difficult. To take a map with how things have been going, it's going to be difficult, let alone taking 2.
Yeah, I mean, it is going to be tough. We get a quick look in here with the Avenge boys. You're right, they do look very relaxed. I think it is a foursome that don't really feel much pressure here. I think that after winning that ESL LAN in particular, you're going to be thinking, okay, well, we overcame it in person circumstances before. We have no issue, especially against the team that we dominated so easily earlier on. This is, of course, your X-Force Annex squad. It's going to be Infinity far left, then Rasco, Nathan Parker, CJP. I think, honestly, I'm going to point a little bit at CJP here. I think he's been absolutely phenomenal throughout the entire tournament. If this team are going to do some damage here in grand finals, I'm looking at him. He's the loudest player as well out of that team. Let's face it, doesn't mind getting up in people's faces. You want to strike that blow early. I'm looking for him to go absolutely massive and get up over his screens and be telling Avenge exactly what he thinks of them.
And I think he will. You know, if there's an opportunity for him to get loud, he will take it. What I want to see is him doing that, and I want to see his teammates around him start getting involved. I want to see Nathan starting to shout a little bit more. I mean, I don't know if there was much going on during that main stage game where he was getting more vocal, but I say we've seen it so many times, and that could just be any kind of tactic you can do to try and get in the opposition's head. And that's an obvious one for me to start roaring, start shouting your deads a bit louder.
100%. We've all been there. We've all, played sports where, you go to war with your boys alongside you, and that's what you want to be feeling here. We look in with the X-Force Annex squad there, and they're a little bit muted, it feels, you just want one of those moments where as a leader, you know, potentially we're looking at an Infinity or maybe a CJP. I'm not sure who that person is. Obviously, these guys have come together for this event. They haven't had much time to scrim or figure out exactly how the dynamics work. But you are often looking at your IGL, your calmer head to really get you together and go, okay, boys, let's take this fight too, and we've absolutely nothing to lose and everything to gain.
Yeah, I'm hoping that we see it. I mean, I know Rasko, bless him, he might struggle to get a little bit vocal, but if he just lets his controller and his hands
just
do the
wave his
talking,
arms.
Yeah, just wave his arms. I mean, I did just see him start flexing his muscles on the back of his chair there, and that's enough to intimidate any man. No gamer should be that kind of, ripped. That's a bit crazy to me. But anyway, getting back to the actual roster, there is an opportunity to try any tactic they can to just get into the head of AVNG. And I want to see it. I want to see passion. I want to see them get loud. I want to see it get a little bit hostile. Nothing too crazy, but I want to see it get loud in that room.
Yeah,
So
100%. And I think this is one of those moments where if you come out losing yesterday, maybe one of the things was, okay, we'll veto the Skyline again, take what we've learned from previous. Did you VOD review last night? Or today? You've had opportunities to kind of look back through some of the footage from yesterday. And so, have you figured out, okay, this is the better break-off, this hill was where we were losing majoritively. I think Avenge were very good at locking down P4. I haven't looked back through my notes from that series, but I'm pretty sure it was a case of P4, Avenge just made sure they took that, and eventually that gave them the victory, the margin that they needed over X-Force. If you can flip that over, or at least contest that, you never know where we could end up, because a lot of the other hills are very tight. But then Protocol S&D from there. And, the S&D last time out, that was a big struggle for X-Force, despite all the things we've said about Rasko and how he could be the way into this. Yeah. It was a 6-0 on red card.
It was, and it was just over in a flash as well. And they did get themselves in some good positions, in particular when they were trying to take that B site on red card. They got control of it, but then it was just losing that first blood opportunity every time. And just kind of, it was so difficult to then, it was just flooding in. And when you've got someone like Julian and you've got his duo, Callum, with them SMGs flying around, and especially having to go to Protocol, that A-bomb, having those two in there is just P4 on hardpoint. Yeah. I mean, those two with an SMG in there, it's going to be difficult to gun them out.
Yeah, it's not fun at all. And also, I think back to the moment where Heptix pulled off that 1v2 in round 2. If you're looking to build your way in, you can't let that happen. No. But also, we've done enough talking about everything that could happen in our grand finals, but it is time to find out exactly what will happen in our grand finals. It's going to be Avenge against X-Force Addex. We've got Pablo, we've got Chafing, ready to settle it all.
Thank you, gentlemen. Pabs, mate, we've got the two best teams on paper, and we've got the two best teams from performance now. We couldn't really ask for a better grand final between these guys. Obviously, potentially two best of fives. We might be here for a little while, mate, to see these two slog it out, maybe.
It's always nice to have an occasional unicorn run from a low seed or someone, but 1 and 2 is actually where you need it to be so that you can show the system works, and it is going to be that. And again, it's just... The big question really is, can X-Force apply the pressure required to Avenge? Because right now, they're in another final. There's only been 2 UK lands this year. They've won 1 and they're on the precipice of winning another. They're not dropping maps. They've got the best players statistically, apart from a couple of anomalies in the tournament. But, the passion that's coming out of the likes of CJP maybe going to turn things around.
Yeah, we will have a quick glance again at the best of 5, because there are 2 returning maps from that winners' final. Obviously, the last two times these guys met before, it was obviously that winners' final, and it was a case of it was a 251-83 win to Avenge, and it was on a Protocol hardpoint for map 1. So they've got an opportunity here in map 1 to potentially turn it around here, X-Force Annex, and then on that map 3, on that control on Hacienda, it was also obviously an Avenge 3-0, and they were able to take that one 3-1. So you could look at it 2 ways, Pabs. Avenge looked good on those maps before, but on the flip side, if X-Force have done a little bit of research or learnt from those 2 maps, arguably they could potentially swing those ones the other way.
Yeah, and you think they've got enough in terms of just raw nous, in terms of their ability to just watch what the other teams do and take it on board and be able to kind of come up with strategies for that. You would expect them to be able to do that, but again, there's a couple of problems that you face. Obviously, AVNG, just incredible consistency. The pace is constant. They don't let up. Their slaying is constant, and if one player isn't doing so well, someone else is usually dropping huge numbers. Yeah. In the previous LAN, we saw Julian and Callum. They were incredible, and Julian was probably one of the best players we'd seen at this level for a long time. But now it's Haptics and Red who have absolutely dominated. I think Red, best KD in the business, and Haptics across the board in terms of an overall has looked absolutely lights out. So I don't know how you deal with this AVNG roster if you are X-Force. It's got to come down to breaking rhythm. I think obviously the way they choose their maps as well is going to be important. Yeah. They want larger maps. They don't want to get punished by the SMGs, and they want that ability to be able to transition safely so they don't get cut down en route. So again, no small maps. It is going to be a lot of slog, plenty of miles put in, and it has been a marathon weekend, but it's going to end potentially with not quite a sprint, but we'll see how it goes. Can X-Force, kind of everyone in the back of everyone's minds, there's a big 3-0, and we know that they don't want that. I know Trix doesn't want that, so it's going to be interesting to see if they've got something in the locker.
Yeah, we've kind of said it a bit all weekend long, really. When teams are playing this Avenge roster, it's that map one. I think if you can take a map off them, and again psychologically, they haven't dropped a map all tournament long. If all of a sudden they drop the first, then the doubts of kind of the self-ability might start to slip in potentially, but we know this team of 4, very headstrong, very confident, so it's going to take a big ask from X-Force Annex to take the series, let alone just one map at the moment, because at the moment, take one map seems to be the first hurdle, but you've got to kind of cross each bridge as you get to it, and the first bridge is going to be that protocol hard point. You're going to look to the likes of CJP and those guys, especially to be vocal. I think that's kind of the best CJP that you're likely to get on this team.
There with CJP.
Yeah, exactly, and you're going to want him getting bags and bags of 2 pieces kind of roaring across the stage just to try and unsettle that Avenge roster.
I don't think you're going to make them flap. They just look calm all the time. For me, I think what is a possibility is Rasko's obviously played them at this point. Previously, Sublan, he was duoed up with the Rush, so that was quite a high pace. I just hope maybe a little bit of experience there he's able to impart to the rest of the team, but CJP is quite a vocal leader within that team, so whether that gets listened to or not, but this is the team that is going to be trying to topple what is right now one of the best teams in Europe. Infinity, Rasko, Natty P and CJP with the job to do. Rasko has played them previously at a final, so he's got a little bit of experience. Natty P was the story of the Middlesbrough LAN, and he's proved himself again at thingy, but for me, Paddy and CJP have just been really, really quality all weekend, and CJP may be the standout player for them.
I think the important thing is that they don't have a individual that has a rough respawn. When you look across the slaying, that Avenge have managed to get, obviously they populate pretty heavily the top 5 on pretty much most of the areas. Red, Heptix, Julian and Callum all weekend long. Again, they're here to prove doubters wrong, and they haven't even dropped a map. So as far as everyone's concerned, they're literally doing what they're supposed to, which again, it's a bit of a double-edged sword for them, because it's just a case of trying to beat any team that's put in front of them, and you cannot fault them at the moment. There has not been a team that has come close.
That's the thing, obviously if it does end up being a 3-0, they don't drop a map. That's exactly what's expected. If one of the top 4 sides was playing in this, they probably expect the same thing, and that's all they can do. So again, there is that lose-lose, but honestly, they're unflappable, mate. And obviously we start coming into this thinking, is this going to be the Julian Callum show? And then we just get to eat our words, because really it's been the Heptix and Red show. But they've got to do it now, and I know they've been in this position before, which is great because experience helps, but it's really all about, can the boys of X-Force just throw a spanner in the works, something off angle, break the rhythm, get the guys of AVNG just having a little bit of a finger pointing contest. It was your fault, you did this, you did that. Really break the rhythm. You've got to get into the minds of these players, because they have been ice cold all weekend.
Yeah, to be fair, I'm playing devil's advocate again, kind of. I would be surprised if they started finger pointing at each other, because at the moment it's kind of been, across the last couple of months, it's been them against everyone. And it would be very surprising if through all of the turmoil, when they finally get to these moments, they then start turning on each other, because through all of the Twitter interactions and the heat that they've been getting, all of the criticism, it would be very surprising if that was to happen. So yeah, it's going to be a little bit of a false alarm. We almost got to map one, almost.
I was like there with the armpit ready. Thankfully it's still relatively dry. We have been working hard to try and stay cool in what has been a hot atmosphere, but so I mean, I think you're right. They've kind of been forced into this kind of very cohesive unit, a little kind of battle tank us against everyone. And when you speak to them as well, I can't remember who I spoke to, whether it was Julian at ES Hub, and he was telling me, how much respect he's got for Red in terms of just how he helps them understand strategies. He's got a really vocal in-game leader, and that's largely been their success in terms of their ability to place in elites and things like that. Has largely come from that. And I just think, they're proving it on land. They're clearly no pushover, and now it's just down to these boys. Now Rasko has played them before, and he has got that ability. Whether he misses his duo in Rush, who's on the precipice, I mean, he couldn't have got any closer to the Grands if he tried. And he is definitely one to watch for the future. He can get himself into a really settled roster, and I think that if he can bring his duo back in Rasko and get themselves into a solid roster, that could be also an excellent team going into any lands or online tourneys. But again, is there enough firepower in the team on screen right now to unsettle AVNG?
Definitely on paper. Definitely on paper. So we've seen all of these individuals have maps where they have put some enormous numbers up. It's just a case of managing to make it kind of all connect, all dovetail, all at once, because that's what they're going to need. They're going to need to be firing on every single cylinder that team of four has got in order to even take some of these maps close against Avenge. So
that's the case, isn't it? So if you come in gear 6 and you're like having to maintain it, that it can be quite draining. Obviously, if you go into a long series, and if they are able to get themselves into the second best of 5, they've got to maintain, and that's not the easiest thing. Concentration levels, comms levels, and that's where someone like CJP can really come into play. Hyper focus, just be able to keep everyone on point, keep everyone motivated with his, he right the way throughout the kind of the losers final, he's like shouting at the other team, motivating his team. We are going to be heading in though. This is going to be grand final AVNG face off against X-Force Annex to see who can win the Katana Spring Open 2025.
So let's see what the boys have got in order for us. Obviously, Avenge coming off the back of a very long break. It must be said, we were talking to Heptix outside, and he was saying it's potentially going to be close to 4 hours, which it pretty much has been. But yeah, really good work so far from the boys of Avenge in the early stages of the hard point. It's just going to be a case of, right, when do these players start playing for P2, starting to rotate? And obviously Callum getting a big 2-piece over towards the top side of Granny's already. You can see Avenge just running routes, trying to just feel out the team of X-Force, see what they've got.
Yeah, this is largely going to be like a warm-up round, I think, for AVNG. They do need to, they're going to want to get as many engagements as possible, especially if their kind of like break has caused them to be a little bit cold. So obviously X-Force are going to be absolutely roaring into this game, but you can just see sometimes the quality of these players just doesn't even make any difference. We've been given the hand warmers out as well, so there isn't any physical kind of barriers to performance. So yeah, it is going to be a bit of a P1 going the way of MVNG, and they already kind of set up, but the spawns are going to go for X-Force.
Yeah, you can kind of see what Avenge were doing there. They had a lot of control in towards P1, and they opted not to try and just sprint across the P2, because if the flip was going to come through, it was going to benefit them again. They've done it once more. P2 to P3 already thinking about it. 35 seconds still remain on this hill, and already they've got a lot of map control.
Yeah, this is going to be brutal for X-Force if they're not able to break this. They just need some bad timing from one of the players, and it's not going to happen as Red reads that push around back tower and manages to get sights down. So right now that team in Red getting pushed further and further back, and it's going to be Callum again, a player that we haven't really talked about at all in terms of his just ability, raw gun skill ability, and his reaction times as well at times are awful, and we're already at a 60-second deficit, and we're not even in P3.
Yeah, and 6 in a row for Callum. Looks good indeed. And his teammates are ready for P3. You can see the map control that they have got is well and truly obvious. Paddy at the moment struggling at 1 and 7. Every single player on the side of X-Force negative. And on the flip side, every single player on the side of Avenge is positive. They've got a combined, 14 streak now across the players. So that is really, really important for them. And this lead is now starting to transfer. But nice work there from Infinity. Able to pick up a big 2-piece. He's still going to have to deal with one player in the back, though, in the form of Red. He's not opting to shift his position too badly, but that's probably the shining light so far that we've seen from X-Force. They've finally kind of spawned in and shown some optimism.
Yeah, nice breaches. No, they took the time. It's one thing you do find some players, obviously in the grand final, get a bit excited, and it's about want to break in, go a bit rogue, get themselves a 2-piece. But nice patience coming out of X-Force, and it's paid dividends as well. They've brought that back from a massive deficit to around about 30 seconds. It's largely put some of the players into near positive KD. They are still getting slain out, and again, you just got to concern yourself that this kind of close quartered environment, he needs to get that pick, but not able to do it quick enough, and it is going to be Callum that drops Paddy to his knees. 89 plays 50. It is just about popped, so there's going to be a contested hill major. It's who can control this as we head into the latter stage of the first rotation.
Well, purple arrows are in, and they're pretty much locked in. Nice work there from Heptix again. The trade from him looks good. There's a second as well with the sub. We're so used to seeing him run AR on some of these maps, but when it starts to hit some of these close quarters ones, he's looking formidable on the SMG. It must be said, 12 and 7, 4 in a row. That lead lead being pushed out once again by Avenge. The first push was completely thwarted. The second now looks as though it's going to potentially come in drips and drabs at the moment from those red arrows. They're looking to fly through Spiral, but Callum and Julian, when you speak about Red, how good he's been, you speak about Heptix, how good he's been, and then you kind of go, hang on a minute, we forgot about the sub-duo of Julian and Callum.
Yeah, this is the thing, you know, Heptix and Red have been lights out all tournaments, and Heptix is frying now, but if you get Julian and Callum going, this could be very, very dirty. Heptix already getting the tickles into the players, and they just cannot stop, and someone please stop Heptix. And again, just what a performance, 1-3-8. They're on the precipice of being 100 seconds clear. Our X-Force on the precipice of being clubbed.
So P1 rotation, Heptix is here. Callum's, I think, knifed Infinity as maybe he went up top zip. That's usually the play that we tend to see. We didn't see it on screen, but I assume that's what would have happened. But Julian with AR, it's not the boys have swapped roles. Julian's running AR. It doesn't matter what you put in his hand, it seems to work regardless. There's a pistol from Red. We're seeing all the weapons, knives, guns, pistols, all of it, all of the above, and every single time it looks as though there's a big couple of kills that come through. Likewise, CJP is able to at least get 2. That you can already see now the boys of Avenge going to look to try and at least contest the time. Julian trying to play his life, slides left, doesn't win that one. A much better kill feed there if you're an X-Force fan.
Yeah, big kill as well. CJP with the only moving backwards in order to get the pick, and it pays dividends for them. It is going to be Paddy on the hill, and they're managing to get a little bit of time, but again, they're not able to turn that wave of kills into enough time. They're still way off pace, 80 seconds or so. X-Force with a lot of work to do. It's very comfortable now for AVNG. They've got themselves control of P1, and they are going to be ready. It is going to be a split opportunity for the team of the Red Arrows to potentially get across, but look who's there. Number 1 in Heptix, reading it and getting onto the point.
Yeah, and already him and Red, a substantial amount of time between the two of them. 2 minutes 30 and climbing between the two. Heptix first engagement win again for him, 17 and 10. He is really not messing about here in Grands. His tournament's been great, and he's continuing that furthermore going in. Callum, 19 and 7. Julian goes off the top rope. Nothing positive on that timing though, but again there's a Kobe there from Heptix. The shots to take Rasco down as well makes it a little bit more realistic to break in, but again a big 2-piece this time from Infinity is going to at least allow his team to stabilise for now. They are still within relatively close touching distance. This time is all important.
Yeah, number 4 there in Callum has spawned out, so he's going to be looking to try and get behind, but they've got to be wary. With only 17 seconds of P2 remaining, it is going to be them in the unfortunate position not be able to get across, and number 6 is that, my eyesight's failing me. CJP is going to be the player in position, but just keep your eyes on Callum, who's made I mean, it's been a really long mooch all the way around. He is going to be in position potentially to get a pick, but I do think that's been read as well.
Yeah, nice work. There's another one for Natty P. Shots in towards another player. X-Force on the time, but the back spawn still coming through here for Avenge. So oh no, there's a little bit of a split spawn actually that comes through. So number 6 in CJP, is he going to read that? No, he's not. As he gets taken down, it looks as though he did actually make the read, but I think it was just the shots that just got the better of him. But this has been a really good stronghold so far on the P3. One player pushes in, a trade comes through from Rasco, but you're still going to have 2 players left on the time. They're going to have to try and work this out together here, and unfortunately Natty is left all alone. Can he get another? No, he can't. Only 1 kill to his name, Avenge breaks straight back in.
Yeah, when you think X-Force are about to get a little bit of a stranglehold in the game, the AVNG boys just seem to push on by 5%, a little bit more pace, a little bit more accuracy, get the kill feed purple, and then take control. This next hill you feel is all important for X-Force. This is going to be a very, very tricky hill for them to hold onto. The team of AVNG did a solid job in the previous rotation of dominating this hill, and they are on the precipice right now of taking map 1. Callum about to be joined by the rest of the team as they push from the front.
So in towards the front door they go. They're going to be met though by Infinity alongside at least 2 others. Rasco's going to fall. Heptix grabs a big 2-piece, which enables them to potentially close the distance onto that remaining player on the hill. Nathan's going to go down. Again, another clean break here from the boys of Avenge. They can't win off this hill, but they're going to get so close if X-Force aren't even able to touch this one. The shots, though, again, this time from CJP Wayward, and it's just going to punish them furthermore. They do finally break in towards the hill, but it's going to be one-man army in Natty P. He goes down, and again, you've still got that purple time going up.
Yeah, this is going to be absolutely brutal for X-Force. They're at, again, a 100-second deficit. The boys of AVNG on the precipice have gone 1-0 up in this grand finals. They've locked down P4. It has been a dominant kind of display of just raw gun skill at times. They love this close quarter engagement, and it's going to be Heptix tickling the balls of the other players. 236 plays 117 as the next is about to pop. We hit the 3rd rotation. Are AVNG going to do it here?
Well, they only need 9 seconds now. 241 to 117 looks like an absolute mountain now for X-Force and X. Can they manage to make it work? I believe there was that a streak coming down? It sounded like something was coming through the sky. Yeah, there it is. It's a bird, it's a plane. Notice Heptic's cruise missile lands right in the back pocket of Infinity. They're not on the time just yet. Nathan going to try and lock down the lanes, but now they're on the time. They've got to try and force Heptic's off of this point. He's able to get one. Nice work, though, for the trade. Nathan's got another 2 players to deal with, though, on the outskirts of the time. They get back on. 5 seconds is all they need. Red with a 2-piece. Can Rasko manage to reply with one of his own? Only 1 kill is coming through. 3 seconds and a dream is what X-Force have got left, and it's not going to matter. The boys of Avenge look absolutely masterful at the moment.
Yeah, confident, relaxed, assured. That's a very worrying sign of your X-Force Royals. You've got them sat quite far forward, hoping that they can go through the gears a little bit and get some kills. I mean, this team, on their own right, a very good hardpoint side who often go absolutely ham in terms of their kills. Just got a lesson in how to play the game. Unbelievable performance, realistically, over 100-second deficit. And, you know, at times it didn't feel like they were under pressure, AVNG. It felt like they come off the gas a little bit. And then the team gets a few seconds, but it isn't enough compared to the kills they're getting. And then when they reapply the gas, they absolutely dominate. Heptics 30 and 19 non-traded, and again you just look 22 non-traded from Callum, 26 and 16. Utter performance from the boys, 1-0 up. What's the answer, though? The question is, what is the answer? X-Force do get an opportunity now, bit of a level playing field going into S&D, you feel?
Oh man, I mean, it's just a difficult one to call. You want to try and you want to try and put the positivity into kind of X-Force Annex at the moment, but this Avenge roster just don't look like they're slowing down. I think they want to go home early. I think they want to get some food, go to bed with £2,400 in their pocket. So, yeah,
you know,
really
I was speaking
to
Heptics earlier on. He was like, we did try and play the way Julian plays with his hands over the desk at one point during a game and got absolutely annihilated to it really quickly and went back to their natural styles. But you can see here Heptics getting the bullets into the bodies, the confidence flowing through the veins. Again, Heptics just trying to cause trouble, just letting them know where they stand. It's all right, don't worry, don't let it flap. Yeah, CJP probably needing to get a bit loud now. I guess he's probably very quiet at the minute. But yeah, this is going to be an all-important S&D. You feel if they go 2-0 behind, there isn't going to be a respawn that can potentially save them.
And the thing is, if they drop this search as well, it's going to look so hard to all of a sudden take 3 maps off of a team that's not dropped a single one all tournament long. So, yeah, we are now ready to go for map number 2, Search and Destroy. So, Avenge 1-0 up in the first of potentially 2 best-of-5s, and already a really strong start to the round from X-Force as Infinity's able to get 2. Red going to reply with 1 kill. And the 2 versus 3 situation is now formed.
Yeah, it's going to be Red and Heptics, the 2 players that have probably been lights out for them. Scratch that. Heptics goes into the next round. It's going to be Red in a 1v3 against CJP. Natty P and Rasko, it is going to be a very difficult situation. He's reasonably exposed over towards this outside bunker doors. He has made his way towards P2 and is going to be trying to look to try and get a pick. He is going to get 150 seconds. If he's able to get a reaction, not able to do it. The comms go out, X-Force get 1 on the board. First time they've been in the lead this series.
Yeah, that big 2-piece from Infinity really helped them out in that round. Just made it a little bit easier and then just able to trade kill for kill. So first round on the board is a good one for X-Force Annex. But you do wonder, the longer the Search and Destroy goes on, Pabs, the more the likes of Red, the likes of Heptics and those boys, they're just going to adapt potentially to what X-Force have got in their locker. Because we said, obviously, when we spoke with Paddy Infinity before, he said we're literally running a lot of our stuff on the fly. So, again, kind of the refined strats are well and truly going to be in on the team that are currently in purple. But second round is now going to commence, and we'll see what the boys of X-Force have on the offensive side. It looks as though everyone's going to bundle into A, and they're met with Callum, the inevitable wall that is Callum. 3 kills come straight through, 4 go through, and yeah, in case you missed it and you literally glanced down at your phone to check the timeline, it's now 1-0.
I don't even know what to say. It just looked like they dropped they dropped into 3 bullets and each bullet killed the other team. I mean, that's just insane kind of plays right there. So Callum with a 3-piece, yeah, that there's no point, boys. Don't even talk about it. You just dropped in and got melted. So yeah, just get into the next one. They do look like they're enjoying themselves though. But yeah, AVNG kind of bring it back to parity. But I mean, that was absurd. Not on surgical, not on clinical. That was absurd.
Yep. Well, that was Callum basically. 3 in a row now for him, in very quick succession, and Avenge off the back of a positive round for X-Force Annex find themselves Now 1 apiece. Oh, and there's some information of 2 players running in. CJP isn't killed, though. That's the main thing. So they do manage to get those players in towards the site. Nobody dropping as of yet. So now the question is, what do Avenge try and do with this bomb?
Yeah, it looks like X-Force are going to try and just play a little bit of mind games here. They're going to come out of the zone and go through mid. It is going to be a really nice play as Rasco gets a 2-piece. I'm sure the comms are going to go out, make that 3 for X-Force, and that's going to leave Red all on his lonesome, and he's going to get dealt with, and that is going to be another round on the board for X-Force. A really intelligent way of playing as well.
Yeah, I'll say the main thing was when they managed to get into bunker by the skin of their teeth. I think if those 2 players dropped when he got to the top of P2, then it would have been a completely different round.
There was no material covering their cheeks, though.
Yeah, just bare ass cheeks going in. But yeah, managed to stay alive, played his life well, and as a result of that, again, another clean round coming through from X-Force Annex. So we'll see if they can consistently do this on map number 2.
Yep.
And it's just a question now of when teams decide to try and swap it up. If memory serves me well, we are now back with X-Force on the offense, and I assume they're probably not going to do the same thing they tried last time. Yeah, that's the case. Last time they got absolutely hammered in towards bottom side of A, and they've decided, yeah, let's not do that one again.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be a more protracted potential B push, and it's about getting control, getting picks, but again, it's going to be number 2. I was going to say he did play his life, but Heptic's number 1 gets dealt with, so there's going to be a quick shot, though, 2 in revenge for Avenge as X-Force start to drop, and it's going to be still Nathan Parker with the bomb, but Rasco's going to be backed up towards top spiral.
Yeah, there was an opportunity for 2 kills there from Rasco. He can't get either of them, unfortunately, and Red punishes him. Now Nathan all alone. Bomb's going down at B. He's got a hell of a battle now. There's one, and there's the information. So now purple arrows are going to start flying. They spot him, they shoot him, they kill him, and they shoot him a little bit more on top of that. So nice work there. You can see like the flashes of the screen as they progressively shot his body repeatedly.
Yeah, someone is definitely defusing that bomb, though, hopefully.
Yeah, so I hope so anyway.
Yeah, you would hope so. I think it's going to be a job done. It does look like a calm performance from that, and every time they need to win, they just look clinical. It's not really messy in any way, not really that chaotic. So it is a bit of a worry if you are X-Forces. They're having to expend extreme brain power in order to pull this off at times, and Avenge still look kind of I don't know, just look calm and composed, like they're not worried in many ways.
So Avenge back on the offense. Callum's in charge of bomb, and it looks like they are going in towards that A site, and that's probably one thing that potentially has caused a bit of fear in X-Force to stack that site, and a little bit of reluctance because they did manage to go down once and it didn't go well with them, and it looks as though at the moment Avenge not going in towards the site as of yet. So first blood this time comes through. Nathan able to retrieve the first kill of the round, and it will just help them out a little bit, but you can see those purple arrows of Avenge, they are headed over towards the other site, over towards B, and I think there's been a lot of information gained actually from Avenge. I think 2 players have been spotted.
Yeah, this is going to be a big kill. They need to kind of rebalance the thing, and Julian and Callum are going to team up. That amazing duo. Oh, Julian, your reactions are just absurd at times, but it is going to give them the advantages. Paddy is going to be on his own in a 1v2. Julian and Heptix are going to be those players. Paddy, without the reactions there, the big man, not able to do the job so quick with the kill, and that's just going to restore parity again.
Oh, God. Yeah. Absolutely fried him. I thought he was holding the angle, so he didn't miss a bullet. But I don't know. Was that SMG been nerfed? I suppose they haven't nerfed Julian, to be fair, so it doesn't really make much of a difference. But yeah, big round. And again, another big opportunity where X-Force, they probably look at that and go, oh man.
I mean, Julian's trying to nerf himself with that controller style, so and it's still not working. So you can't nerf the fingers, but yeah, just again, not parity restored. Sorry, AVNG now go into the lead, I think, for the first time in this S&D. So a break of serve as such, and it is going to be Natty P and Nathan Parker with the bomb, looking to make his way over through mid. And again, it's a bit of a concerning position. Rasco looking to try and get a little bit of control towards that B-bomb site. Is he going to get information? Not yet, but he's going to just take up a position looking to see if he can get a pick.
Yep, so it looks as though they've made the call to take the bomb around the back of B, but I think the next gunfight's going to be over towards... Oh my God, he's managed to get away. Jeez. How on earth has Red managed to just completely 180 and get out of that? And meanwhile, his teammates have picked apart a few of the players from X-Force. Nice work from CJP. That's a really important kill because, unfortunately, it's going to be a 2 versus 2 here for the site retake coming through from Avenge. Can they manage to make it work? It's now a 1 versus 1. But meanwhile, you can see Natty P, he's trying to play his life, but meanwhile, he has no idea that Red's just got on it, defused the bomb, 4-2 up they go.
I mean, I don't know about you, but every time Red's been in a position like that, guy, he tends to go straight for the defuse, and it's just the first thing he does. And I've seen it plenty of times. I'm sure they have as well. But that's a free round essentially for AVNG.
His phone.
Yeah, just like, oh, what's in the news today? Haven't got time to see him. Oh, yeah, that's very interesting. How's my crypto doing? But yeah, it's just
how he sounds. Yeah.
Okay, no, that's unfair to Red. I am not going to try and talk to Red's accent. That would be unfair. But yeah, just a very kind of a free round almost. That's going to put them into a 2-round advantage. And now it's time, despite the heroics of the likes of CJP, it's going to require some kind of monumental shift in luck, in ability for them to see this back to parity.
They keep getting first bloods as well. There's another one. Infinity this time is going to deliver it. So many occasions where X-Force and X have managed to get it, but the round has just not gone in their favour. So Julian's out for the count in this round. A little bit of information's been had for Callum. Even if he's weak, it just feels as though he still manages to get the kill. So he will make it a 2 versus 3. Bomb in the hands of Heptix is now going down, I would assume, over towards the A site, because those 3 remaining X-Force players are over towards B.
Yeah, this is going to be about understanding where the players are potentially going to push from, and it's obviously very difficult. They know one is pushing out. He's going to push out to get the pill, the headshots as well. Just love the little tiny angle of movement to be able to get that headshot from what was body shots. Just nice play. Heptix now makes it a 2v2. Major Heptix and Red up against Infinity and Parker.
Those 2 players out towards the front side of P2, and the information I think has been communicated. Heptix is going to take Infinity down. They know the second player's there, and my God, when you shoot like that, that's how the Search and Destroy is pretty much going to unfold. Another round on the board for Avenge. I believe that's 4 in a row now.
Yeah, this has been a stellar display, and everyone asks the same question, like, who are your favourites, who do you think is going to win? They get to the final, they're looking strong, and you always want to play devil's advocate a little bit and give the other team the props and positive vibes that they could potentially bring to the final. But right now, it is going to plan for AVNG. They are dominant. Can anyone put them under any pressure? I mean, it's just everyone's trying, but they get first blood. They're doing what you need to do, but they are getting 3v4'd over and over again.
Yeah, it feels as though when X-Force get that advantage, they just give away 1 or 2 pieces. It's going to be a bit of a bloodbath in towards the A side. Potentially Julian's going to slide across. He weakens up the players, and all of a sudden you can see X-Force, they have decided, nope, out of dodge we shall go. Everyone pretty much on the side of X-Force and X have decided, no more of that, please. Julian gets a little bit of information as to the whereabouts of Infinity, and there's another pick, this time in favour of Avenge.
I know Paddy's a big lad, but it doesn't really divert over towards the game as well. I mean, he should never have got that pick up there, up zip. So it is going to be, first ball goes the way of AVNG, but it is going to be straight away Heptix who gets traded out, and it is going to be a 3v3. And again, they're just forced to back up. And again, this is very problematic for X-Force on the precipice of going 2-0 down.
Yeah, there's some information that's been spotted. Red has got some eyes on a few players. Number 4 in Callum's going to be watching the cross though as Rasco gets caught out. So another pick that comes through again in the middle portion of the round. And now a 2 versus 3 situation does not look good for X-Force and X. They've really got to work some magic now, but they've got to try and at least relocate a few of these players. They've managed to get down in towards the A site. Bomb's going down. CJP's got a huge responsibility of keeping the man alive. First man flies past. Julian weakens him up. Looking for the second, doesn't get it. But now it's a 1 versus 1, and it doesn't matter. Red lets him know. He's probably going to reload and put the remainder of the mag in him. But that is another round on the board and another map on the board for Avenge. They are 1 map away from being crown champions now.
I mean, I don't even know where to begin. Just got to win your 1v1 gunfights. That was probably the best example of where X-Force Royals had an opportunity to do a little bit better. Again, first blood, but they get traded out. It's a 3v3, but they're just losing their gunfights. The trades aren't necessarily there. And again, it is going to be AVNG who comes out on top. So he'll be saying, it's the crowd. Is that Brez? I can see in the middle. Give us a wave, Brez, if you can hear me. But yeah, just a wild one. I think they've got caster audio turned off on the main stage.
Don't blame him. We do try a lot of shit, mate. So.
To be fair, we're quite loud as well. Red's over there!
Okay.
Yeah, it's all right. So we are back. Sorry, I was about to lean down to get really into the mini-map there, but right now, 2-0. We're heading into a control.
Yeah, and unfortunately for X-Force and X, it's the same control that they had in that winners final that they lost 3-1. So, yeah, Hacienda control. Last remaining maps, obviously, going to be Hacienda maps 3, 4, and 5. And yeah, it just felt as though time after time, how many first bloods did we see X-Force and X get, and how many rounds did we see them fumble?
I mean, if you've got aspirations to play at this level, if you get a first blood on a map like this where you've got the opportunity to kind of like move as a group and get information, you cannot afford to be letting a team like this just go and 3v4 you. That cannot happen. And time again, you can just see the confidence coming out of the players. It's a weird one speaking to the Annex guys before, in particular Trix. He was like, on paper, individually, they match up. These guys are better.
Another accent.
And I was like, yeah, apologies, Trix. I'll stop doing accents now.
The shock.
But like, you got to, they was like on paper, you match them up in player versus player. He felt like they had the advantage, and I was thinking to myself, but these guys are playing in a different place right now. They're just so good.
Scoreline,
absolutely so good. 100 and more, 132 right there for the boys in terms of an advantage on the hard point, and then a 6-2 just comes through, and they just don't look under pressure. Going into a control on a map that they're very, very comfortable on is going to be a problem. Is this the beginning for X-Force Royals? Can we see the old reverse sweep?
Yeah, well, they're going to need a hell of a broom, that's for sure. Absolutely monstrous, like industrial-sized broom to move these boys out of the way. But it's going to be a control in map 3 on Hacienda to see whether or not Avenge are going to go the whole LAN without dropping a map. If they manage to do it, the boys are going to be making sure that everyone knows they didn't even fumble a single map. So let's see what the boys have got on offer.
Yeah, this is going to be big. First few kills. I'm going to go down. It is going to be Red just struggling to finish off the players as they do try and get a partial tick over towards B. And again, that was looking to try and stretch the players out. You can't lose a gunfight like that. CJP, Callum absolutely decimates them. And it's going to allow them to get a little bit of push forward. And they're nearly done on the partial towards that B side. So Red just kind of on his own, chilling. Doesn't need to worry about the other team.
Yep, well, he's going to find one player in Nathan over towards the site. Contest comes in. Red gets the information, and the shoulder, is it going to benefit him a little bit? Tucked up in the corner, his teammate there in Infinity is going to help him out, so nice work there. Only one tick has been achieved over towards the B point, and as they look to try and push up a little bit, number 5 in Infinity is going to have a lot of people over towards that Heptix. Ironically enough, his leg's too short considering he's probably, about 6'3". So,
absolutely.
Struggle just to get over the fence a little bit there, but they are just progressively working their way up the map. But look at the life deficit, Pabs. It's looking very good for X-Force.
It is, yeah. They're looking very, very tasty, and that's with CJP looking for the Spanish players in the water. He hasn't seen a player for about 40 seconds. He decides to get involved in the game, and that's a really solid performance from X-Force in terms of lives. It's going to be a 6 life advantage, 25 seconds. You just can't write some of these players off in terms of taking control, but there's going to be having to... honestly, it's going to be someone trying to put a foot on A at this point, and that could prove problematic for AVNG.
15 seconds, another kill from Infinity. This is a much better map so far from X-Force. A very, very one-sided opening round. Everyone's pushing through over towards that P4 area, and he's going to get a trade, is Julian. So on towards the point, they try and go. Nothing is going to happen from that one. And I'll tell you what, one tick looks very good.
Yeah, that was actually quite a tasty performance from X-Force, and it always worries me a little bit when AVNG perform like that, because the guns wearing up at times, whether they're just lulling them into a false sense of security and then just come and absolutely clap them in the next round. So AVNG still very calm, still very composed. It is going to be over to them to just try and restore parity, but again, X-Force has got to take confidence from that. Put the other 2 games behind you. It all begins now.
So first round looks good. Can they manage to continue that on the flip side, being on the offense? X-Force Annex with a strong start. Got to keep that momentum going. So Heptix at the moment.
Plug your pad in.
Yes, he hasn't got spawned in just yet, considering the weekend he's had. But I think we'll let him off for 1 round, considering how he's been playing so far. So we won't be too critical of him just yet. But it looks as though there's going to be a lot of bodies headed over to Julian. Nice work there from CJP. They just checked that side, and it pays off for them. The nade a little bit wayward there from CJP as he looks to try and hunt down a few more players. And it looks as though the B point is going to be the breeding ground for a lot of engagements here. Callum just going to try and do a little bit of a bait and switch alongside his teammates. Julian mops up 1, Heptix mops up a 2nd. You've still got number 6 in CJP over towards back 10. He is going to be spotted out the back and incredibly weak, and Red meets him on the other side.
Yeah, it's going to be a big fight over as well. Number 2 and Julian is going to just push his way back over towards Stone as he looks to try and get a little bit of side control. And again, those red arrows still got a couple of players pushed up, and there's going to be number 3 here in Red, who does get taken down, but it is going to be a trade straight away as Julian pushes pushes right the way through, and they've got to be careful now. X-Force are getting pinned back a little bit here. They're going to have to rely on someone like number 6 in CJP to get a pick and allow them to just distract the team in purple, but they can't do it, Major. This is a worrying sign.
Well, they're spawning out the back, and look at the eyes that Heptix has got over everyone alongside Julian. Julian falls, so it is at least going to grant them an opportunity to push up, but Red's going to strictly reinforce it once again. The stun check, though, information should be there. Oh my goodness, they don't make the read, and Red gets 2. Oh my God! Holy! Well, that's why the man's got one of the best KDs in the tournament. Jesus. 3-piece. And a bucket, thank you.
Yeah, get everything out the pistol in the end to just finish them off. X-Force just demoralised, and now it looks like the boys of AVNG have, well, 3 of them have definitely, well, 2 of them have found the pad, unless we're looking at incredibly incorrect stats, which I believe we are. It is going to be a big moment there for X-Force as we do see Paddy finally get on to the point. It is going to be a partial second tick, but again, he's got to be careful, and there's going to be Callum. Does seem to have slowed down a little bit. We expect these engagements now just to absolutely pick up. 5 seconds on the clock.
They've got to try and touch. They're on the A point. It looks as though that man on the A point is inevitably dead. Rasko goes down. 2 seconds for someone to stop it again. They do get somebody on the A point again. It looks as though there's a few players on it. Maybe a bit of a stack is going to ensue here. That first tick's done. Second tick pending. They've got to be careful, though, for the high ground. There's going to be a few players looking down on them. A couple of kills come through, but can the trade speed good here to Infinity? Another big kill. Got to stay alive. You've still got another man in towards bottom wine. Nice little bit of a bait and switch there, but look at the lives that X-Force have got. They are literally non-existent. Can they manage to work an absolute miracle? Infinity able to pick off one over towards top office. Those purple arrows, though, from Avenge. They've just got to slow it down a little bit, pick them apart one at a time, and they do manage to take Rasko down. Nathan goes down as well. Infinity's been spotted in towards top office. He's incredibly weak, though, so you feel the trade is pretty much due, and it is. It's going to be CJP needing a 1 versus 11, and yeah, this round doesn't look good.
I think he's going to do it. He's going to do it now. He's going to pull out something special, long battle maybe, or something. Just go big. Just go into your class right now, son, and just absolutely fucking sort it. 26 seconds on the clock. CJP needs to go as big as his mouth is right now in order to see them 2-0 up. AVNG on the back foot, you believe, with the mighty CJP are ready to bury the sword.
Well, there's one for him. Any more? Oh my God. No. So it was a big ask. So yeah, nice work there from Avenge. So off the back of a very strong round from X-Force Pabs, it was very much responded by one in like from the boys from Avenge. So yeah, good work.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's a tricky one, isn't it? They've got everything in the bank, really. They've got great slaying power. They've got a very intelligent team. At times, they've got that. That's just absurd. Oh, my days. Yeah, when you've got Red on form like that, and, you know, we're talking about it usually being the Julian and Callum show, it's a bit of a worry if you're an X-Force player or manager or coach or, you know, they've just got to do so much work. But it is only 1-1, so still plenty of opportunity for X-Force, but they are on the brink. If they lose this round, it is going to be very difficult for them to make a comeback.
Yeah, this is the important round, I think. On the defensive side, don't let Avenge break serve. So everyone on the side of Avenge is going over towards B. They've heavily stacked that kind of plat side of top mid, and there's a first pick coming through for Red, so that's going to at least stop the first players. Oh, that's a nade that Julian's not going to be too proud of, but they are getting that first tick through already. The second tick getting ever closer. A couple of players over towards top plat. Julian's just going to try and bait a little bit of information. CJP, though, able to pick off the first. They know they're still looking for Julian, and you found him. He's able to get one, but quick trade there from CJP.
Yeah, it's a big kill there. CJP, kind of a talismanic figure for X-Force. They're going to be relying on them quite heavily. Heptix just over towards Maxborn, manages to get a pick. It is going to be 2 in the kill feed for AVNG. And again, just roaming around, just looking for picks. It is going to be that B point that's slowly getting done and divert some attention. Number 3 Major in red, though, out back with that AR. He's going to just play his life. We don't know whether he got that information, and he's decided to put his swimming trunks on out towards Boathouse. That's a big pick from him, though, as they look to try and clear that over.
Yeah, he's able to get the pick onto Rasko. He knew he was around there, and nice work there from him to take him down, and he's looking to try and just, again, play a few more spawners. Not going to do it that time. Callum with the quick trade, though, onto Infinity. 40 seconds on the clock. The B point still only has 1 tick to it. I believe it's done, but Heptix with a 2-piece as he slowly starts to come to life.
Yeah, Julian as well with the slide kill, just absolutely absurd. It is going to be a capture towards this B point, and again, you've just got to be concerned. It is going to be 2 big kills, though. Callum is going to be there getting a pick. Julian just decides to dip just to see if he can bait a player out. His movement's not going to be enough to save him as CJP manages to also get a pick. Callum is going to stop the clock, though. You think he's aware that with 30 seconds, they need to divert a little bit of attention. Is Is it going to be an easy pick? No. Potentially going to get under pressure, decides to dip, reapplies, that gets the pick. Callum, please someone stop him.
Well, B is slowly working its way up. Big pinch though coming through from CJP. 1 for CJP, 2 for him. Can't get the third. Callum has still stopped the clock. He needs a little bit of help, though, to come through quickly. There's going to be 2 players potentially coming through Wine, and they do manage to fly out and stop him from getting any more progress. But that B point is done, and all they need is 1 more ticket 8.
Yeah, but 13 lives plays 12. This could potentially become all about the TDM with 117 on the clock. Handful of wipes is going to change that. Julian not able to finish that off, manages to get the pick with the slide down the stairs. It is going to be 1 more. He's trying to reload. Luckily dips out. The player is still alive, but is someone coming up behind? He doesn't need it. Julian, Jesus. Holy hell, Julian. Yeah, it is going to be a little bit of an advantage. 12 lives plays, 9 X-Force have got to be careful. There's plenty of time to get those kills.
Big kill from Infinity. Can't get another one, though, and his teammate now in Rasco is probably going to have to make a play to take a few players off, because that third tick is now coming through quickly. And if you are the boys of X-Force, you are worried. But you're not worried when Rasco drops a 3 on your bonds. There's the 4th from Natty P, and now it's going to be 7 plays 6. 45 seconds. Next kills are big, because the life count is not looking good to X-Force Annex. They've got to be careful with how many people they throw up the map here. There's going to be a few players pushing up towards mid. Nathan gets a freebie. Julian's able to take down Infinity, so there's no more respawns, and Rasco goes down, so now they're down to 3, and they're down to a little bit of a lifeline. There's still going to be a couple of kills that go in their favour. It's 3v4. It's still doable, and with 30 seconds remaining, the next kill's huge, and Callum floats over towards P4. He mops up that one, and Nathan now has it all to do. 1 versus 4, 23 seconds. There's going to be a 1 gunfight, which he can't win, and now it is going to be championship point.
Yeah, not many heroes left in X-Force. They tried everything. They threw the kitchen sink at AVNG, but it wasn't enough in the end for that round, as the boys are on the precipice of losing grands. AVNG on the precipice of doing exactly what they said they would do, not drop a map. An incredible performance so far. First time we've really seen them under pressure, but every time you apply that little bit of pressure, the diamonds start to form, and AVNG looking solid potentially for this win. X-Force, I mean, we talked about them needing an industrial broom. They've thrown the kitchen sink at them. What other household objects do they need in order to get around?
Anything within arm's reach at this point. An Astro, lob it. Go for everything. So
I think it's going to have to be a Henry Hoover at this point.
yeah. So, X-Force Annex, they are right up against the ropes now. They can't drop any more rounds, otherwise this tournament is done. So, first kills going on the board. 1 from CJP is going to help out. A couple in response, though, from Avenge right off the rip. And it looks as though Rasco and Nathan going to try and get that map control. Callum does a really good job, though, of getting 1 pick.
Yeah, it's going to be number 8 in Rasco. He's just going to try and get a little bit of control over towards spawn. He's going to let a little bit of information to whether he decides to follow up on that. It might be bad timing as Callum potentially going to see him, but I think the timer for Rasco, just in terms of keeping his life and playing his life, is going to be there. He plays Ringa Rosie around this hedge, finally gets cut down, and is going to be out into the garden that we go in terms of the tools required for them to do the job. Another big kill, though. Major Heptics get to push over towards top front garage as he moves back into mid to apply a little bit more pressure.
Heptic's already pushing up the back, looking for spawn. Nice kill there from Infinity, a really important one. Oh my goodness, look at the clock though. That is ticking down so quickly. X-Force Royals, you've got to really pull something out of the bag now, and unfortunately for them, Julian is pulling kill after kill out of his own one. Shots in towards Infinity. He's going to have to try and dip away and get over towards the point, because they've got to try and stop the clock. They finally stop it, courtesy of a player being over towards the B point. CJP got to try and play his life. 1 player over towards top plat. Heptics takes him down. 14 seconds still remain. 13 and a bit now. This is looking very worrisome. If they get away with gunfight kills, do the boys of Avenge, this might potentially be done. They've still got Rasco in that position laying down. He's got to try and get some help soon, though, because the contest comes in. He's got to play his life. Where is the help going to come from? Is it going to come through quick enough? That's the question. You've got 9 seconds. X-Force Annex, you've got to go. There's a big couple of kills. Infinity can't get the second one now. It's going to all rely on Nathan Parker. He can't do it. Nothing seems to be working for them at the moment. They glide onto the point, but it's another 2-piece from Callum. You can keep doubting these boys. They don't care. It's them versus the world, and they keep on winning.
Not a map dropped. An incredible incredible performance from AVNG over the 2 days of this Katana LAN, and they are going to be champions of another level of deserving. You ask them to do this every time, and they do it every time. 2 UK LANs, and they've won both of them. Incredible performance from the 4 players, and we probably have to pick an MVP from one of them. Good luck.
No, I'm not taking that responsibility. We can throw that over to the guys on the desk. Yeah, that was a phenomenal. I mean, this is the thing. Last LAN, obviously Julian and Callum got the headlines, but across the board, across the 4, Red, phenomenal this tournament. Heptic's phenomenal this tournament. It almost made Julian and Callum look a bit more kind of typical across the whole 4, but every single player played stupendous, and they did not drop a single map, and let's hope they don't drop the trophy, mate, because yeah, they look phenomenal.
I can only hope that they can go on to kind of like take this kind of level of performance into challenges, and then again into the next elite season, and start to prove the doubters wrong, because every time they're asked, every time they're told they need to perform like this, well, they go and perform like this. So yeah, stay out with DMs, because they're absolutely lobbing grenades.
Yep. And this is the thing, you can only beat what's in front of you, and everything that's being thrown at them, they just seem to keep smacking away time after time. I say it was an absolutely phenomenal series from those lads. And I mean, it's been a brilliant weekend at COD Pabs. Let's not forget, we've had some really good teams. It was obviously Seed 1, Seed 2 in the grand final. But I mean, man, Seed 1, Avenge. There's nothing more else we can really say about these boys. They've been phenomenal.
I think there's quite a range of gap between Seed 1, Seed 2 and everyone else. Obviously we've seen Drenga, who surprised everyone with their team. August again, who surprised everyone with their roster they put together. Obviously the X-Force boys and Annex Esports themselves doing really well, but just at the minute no one can touch AVNG.
Yeah, nobody seems to be able to touch them anytime soon, that's for sure. They looked phenomenal all weekend long. We'll throw it back to the desk and get the lads' thoughts on what our new champions have pretty much got to do to shut up any of the rest of the haters.
Well, the £3,000 Katana Spring Open 2025 is settled then. We have a champion, my friend, and I think that grand finals there sums up pretty much everything we've seen from Avenge through this tournament. 3-0 winners, didn't drop a single map all the way through the tournament, as dominant as you like. The same result, really, that we saw in the winners' finals, and I think it kind of summed it up in that Hacienda control there at the end, where you saw that, you know, Annex came out of a great round 1. Yumi kind of looked at each other and went, oh, there might be some life in this, and then Avenge went, not a chance in hell, and absolutely slammed them from that point on. Really tough if you are Annex, of course, but for Avenge, something that Pablo said at the end, can you take that level of performance and lift it into your elite performances? I think that's the goal from there.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's going to be the plan for the boys. I think they've obviously got games coming up, and that's certainly going to be aspirations. Ultimately, winning is the best habit that any player can have.
Very true.
So ultimately, being in these sort of positions where they're taking the winning habits away, they can only get better. They're mixing their shoulders with the best peoples across EU at the minute. The more and more they're playing, the more they're learning, and the more they've got an opportunity to take themselves to the next level.
Yeah, and you can see the level they are performing at now. That is back-to-back lands that they've come out on top of, and in quite dominant fashion, let's face it. But also it says that, you know, that they are in the elite, but they were one of those teams that this most recent elite was relegated out. So it shows that there are still plenty of levels that they can go from. And as you said, it's a fantastic habit to get into to go on to win things. But yeah, we've had a wonderful 2 days. We've seen plenty of fairy tale storylines. We've also, you know, had the favourites come out and win things. We have some amazing upsets along the way as well. It's been an absolute pleasure. But that's going to be everything from us up here on the desk, from me, from Joel. And what we're going to do is send it over to a very quick interview and go and hand out some of that prize money and, of course, the trophy.
Cheers, guys. What a grand final that was. It's my pleasure to have Katana LAN 2025 Spring Open champions, AVNG. Come and join me up here, fellas. We got Heptics. Make some noise, We got Heptics, we got Julian, we got Callum, and we got Red. Lads, pass the mic down. Let me know your thoughts after that one.
It was just easy. I told you what I was going to do. We come here, we did it. 3-0'd everyone.
Class, love it. Pass the mic down, boys. Tell us your thoughts.
Yeah, to be honest, very easy. Hardest game would have probably been the Spanish lot out of everyone, but yeah, very easy series for us, I'd say.
I thought it was going to be harder, to be fair. That's what final was for, but I was just too easy, I guess.
Weren't nervous one bit. Too easy. I'll be real, too easy. We need more competition.
You won a lot of series over the weekend, of course. Didn't drop a single map. Every time I've spoken to you, you've all just been oozing confidence. Every time the cameras pan to you on that main stage when we're there casting, you're just calm, cool, collected. And it's my pleasure to be able to invite Heffy up to the stage at the moment to provide you with your trophy.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations, guys. Who's going to lift it? Who's going to lift it?
It's going to be like 18 foot in the air, isn't it? Can we get get it up, get it up, ready. Put it up, put it up, you got to put it up.
Before we close the show for the weekend, it's time to say some big thank yous. Obviously, I want to say a huge thank you to the College of Esports for letting us use this fantastic venue. Everybody's had a great time. Yeah, round of applause for College of Esports, please, everyone. In saying that, shout out individual Steve Woody, who's helped us make this event happen. Lots of months of planning in the process. Maybe most importantly, I want to say a big thank you to all the students who have been helping out over this weekend. They've done a fantastic job, whether it's doing admin work, production, just everything they needed doing, they got sorted. Fantastic experience for those guys who did so well. I want to say a huge thank you as well to all the talent of the weekend, the casters, Pablo, Joel, Enigma, Major. Don't give those guys a round of applause. Yeah, cheers, Hef. And that's another one. Make it about you, Heffy. Big thank you to Katana Heffy, helping to make this happen. And like I say, lots of months of making this happen. Katana bringing more events to the scene, more tournaments, more lands and things like this. Plans for more in the future. But I mean, Pablo, you shouted from the crowd, MVP. I'm going to put it to you. Choose your MVP for this tournament. Pressure's on, Pat.
Gotta be Rex.
Big Red
Come on,
MVP.
Thank you, boys.
That's about all from us, guys. I want to say thank you to everybody who's watched at home, everybody, all the spectators who've come and watched, all the players that have travelled to come and play. Fantastic time. Looking forward to have more in the future. That's goodbye from us. Let's go down the pub.